We're never waiting for Hippy Dippy to end. Are you fucking kidding me? Only a cuck would basically wait for another show to end. Dylan Burns will be coming on later on though, and basically we'll talk about the Coast Guard in a second for Diogenes, and then I'm gonna want to launch into something because it's actually really fucking annoying. What some people have said to me. Um, at least 2 or 3 people have said it, so it's fucking annoying as shit. So let's start with Diogenes. Let's address whether or not the Coast Guard is based or cringe. So the Coast Guard is based. And the reason why it's based is because the military, as we will probably explain as time goes on, there's a really bad pay to play ratio. People are person other than grunts. They're non-infantry. They train for a significant amount of time. Even the infantry and the special forces, they train for a significant amount of time to do their job rather than actually doing their job. And then the main time that they do their job is on deployment. Whereas with the Coast Guard and other law enforcement agencies, you basically spend your time in boot camp training for your job, and then you go do your fucking job because you don't have to wait on a deployment in order to do what you do. So if you're a cop or a coxswain, a coxman, uh, if you're some kind of ship mechanical guy, if you do something that's related to the Coast Guard, you will participate in Coast Guard operations because Coast Guard operations are always ongoing. So that's what I used to tell people about law enforcement is on one hand, law enforcement is less intense than the military because the military can literally, you can be throwing grenades into rooms and fucking killing people. Like you can be doing hardcore shit like that. But but law enforcement operations are always ongoing and you don't always have to be killing people. So you can be doing like low to mid level intense shit all of the time. So you can be doing like I had boys in the Coast Guard who were doing relief for Haiti when Haiti had the earthquake. So they basically had to go do like policing operations and humanitarian relief in Haiti. They were busting up drug ships. They were fucking, busting up human trafficking rings, all that kind of stuff. So that does involve a decent amount of intensity and kind of coolness. So yeah. So at Counterpoints loves a good coxswain when Henry Cavill is around. It is true. I am gay for Henry Cavill and only Henry Cavill. But so I do want to kind of introduce the show a little bit. We'll be growing as we go on. Normally we've been peaking between like 50 and 115, so that's pretty good. Hippy Dippy will be wrapping up in the next half hour, but I don't want to wait for them to get into the content because fuck it. You're either here or you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't wait. We don't wait on other motherfuckers in order to do what we do. So every dollar from this month, including a bonus check that I received, every dollar that on top of my bonus check is going to Ukraine tonight and this entire month. So if you do a membership, if you do a sub, if you do bits, if you do anything at all that is financially related, then we are going to be donating to 2 things. Number one, I have a mutual on Twitter who is currently in a city in the western part of Ukraine, and they've taken in refugees. So I'm going to give him a cut because he is taking care of a family right now, and I want him to be able to do what he does. And then also the other charity, just so you know that we're not a bunch of fucking pussies. Let me look it up real quick. But basically, there is a charity. Let me open up my Discord. There's a charity that buys body armor, night vision goggles, infrared vision, and non-offensive, but still highly useful equipment. Hans is DMing me. Midnight big guy. Because I want to tell my stories first. Let me find the message so I'm not being a fucking pussy. Here we go. I'm gonna find it. It is called. And sorry if it's taking me a second. People are coming in, so don't worry about it. But I'm finding the charity. Come Back Alive. Come Back Alive Foundation. So basically, they're the number one main supporter of the Ukrainian armed forces. So while we won't literally be buying bullets and missiles, which if we could, we would literally be doing that in order to set an example for all these pussy ass motherfuckers. we're probably going to see like 2 40K references tonight. But we will be buying, basically donating towards body armor and night vision goggles. So if you got $5, $2, $10, $100, whatever, if you're a member or subscriber, don't like if you don't have any money, don't feel the need. But know that if you do any donos tonight, we're going to do it. Also, I'm going to say I received a $1,700 bonus check from work. Didn't plan on receiving it, and it was basically like an annual bonus. 1,000 of my dollars are going to this relief fund, going to my buddy who's in Kyiv and going to the Come Back Alive program for Ukraine. So if you could match me, if I could have a community that was willing to not just talk shit about, communists and fascists and dickheads and assholes and war and blood and guts, which is all very cool. If we could actually put some money in the pockets of Ukrainian war fighters tonight, I would be very deeply appreciative. So, yeah, let's do it. So, sounds like a good time to donate. Have you talked about the Ukraine Foreign Legion? No, I haven't. But basically, let's talk about that for a second. Because the thing that kind of pissed me off, so if you guys just want to talk about Ukraine, we can just talk about Ukraine. But I actually scripted up, so I kind of want to see ones in chat for my idea. My idea was I was going to go into the global war on terror and also my military service, very specifically because of the Foreign Legion, because this has happened twice now, once on Twitter and once on YouTube. I made a video talking about very basic tactics and strategic things, tactical, strategical, technical, and logistical things that I think lay people who are participating in the resistance should be aware of. If you go onto my YouTube, it is the most recent thing, so you could see it, and it's got like, almost 8K views in a little over 48 or 72 hours, so it is good, and it's being passed around. But I had 2 motherfuckers, one on Twitter and one on the YouTube comment say, "Hey, Connor, if you're so fucking hardcore, if you love blood and guts and violence and people getting killed with missiles and fucking rocket fire, and if you love Ukraine so much, why aren't you flying to Ukraine to fight one more, or fight yourself?" And here's my real 2 reasons. Number 1, who the fuck are you, right? You're fucking pussy-ass, fucking bitch-ass, fucking hanging out on a goddamn computer. Who the fuck are you? Are you an infantry person? Are you in the Middle East or North Africa? Are you in, are you in the Baltic region? Are you serving in the armed forces? Have you served in the armed forces previously? Who the fuck are you? That's number 1. Number 2 is I did do time. I did 4 years in the military during the global war on terror. I did do 4 years in law enforcement, and basically I am physically broken as a result. I did do all this shit. I got the arthritis and the fucking hip pain and the back pain and all that kind of shit to fucking prove it. So, if I sacrificed 8 years of my life, which is 10% of my life force to security forces, who the fuck are you? Right? And then here's my other thing. I have a family now. I have a 4-year-old. I have a wife. If I was a younger man, maybe I would. Probably not, because I was still a pogue and a relative pussy compared to my infantry friends, but I have infantry friends. And I'm doing this. I'm going to get them at least my $1,000, the $500 that I normally make this month, so that's $1,500. And then so far tonight, we got $25. So we are donating at least $1,525 to Ukrainian humanitarian efforts and to military re-equipment and rearmament. So I'm putting where my fucking mouth is. So let's go ahead and call out all these other fucking Twitch streamers and YouTubers and all that bullshit. Oh, the poor Ukrainian people, the poor people who are fucking starving and dying, the material conditions, the leftist material conditions, the imperialism, guys, the NATO encroachment that caused the Russian imperialism that now is hurting and killing people. My soul bleeds for them. I feel so bad. Can you please donate to me? But none of that's going to go to charity. None of that's going to go to humanitarian relief, but go ahead and send me your donos and your bits. So, no, fuck that, okay? My bills are paid, and there are people who need this fucking money more than I do right now. They're getting that fucking money. So we're getting them at least $1,525 at the start of this charity, and if you want to go ahead and do some donos, then that would be appreciated as well. I'll read through comments, and then we'll kind of get into the content, and I'll ask you guys about the content before we get started. Mustang and chill. At Counterpoints, the infantry guys I'm training with here said we're sending a whole division to Europe. Yeah, I mean, like Europe and Ukraine are not the same. So, yeah. I'd rather donate $5K than you spend $3K flying and potentially dying. All right, cool. I mean, hey, whatever you got, buddy. Whatever you got. Counterpoints, which was more stressful, police or army? That's actually an interesting question. Let me make sure my sound is hooked up because basically I'm not hearing shit for the fucking donos. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna hook this up to my computer. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. And I'm gonna play a YouTube video to make sure my sound is working properly. Give me 1 second. No, my sound is not working properly. I think my wife turned off the sound. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, and we're back. Which was more stressful, police or army? Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you for the donut. Which was more stressful, police or army? So what I would say is the military was more stressful for me by leaps and bounds. But I was able to psychologically contextualize it because when I was training and when I was in the rear with the gear or whatever, when I was in like Okinawa or San Diego or whatever, I'm home. It's relatively safe. You know, the worst thing that's going to happen is I'm going to get drunk and I'm going to get into a fist fight or I'm getting into a car accident. It's stressful, but it's not that bad. Whereas deployment, like, you know, maybe you get mortared, maybe you get killed, maybe somebody fucking tries to rape or kill you or whatever. So, you know, deployment's a little bit more stressful, but also you feel more important and empowered when you're deployed. So that was more stressful, but also cooler in a way because you're in a foreign country. Thank you for the dono. We will read our donos as we go. And then what I was also going to say is that law enforcement is like a slow burn. So if military is like you're at a 2 and then you're at a 8, you know.
You are real one, my dude.
Thank you kindly. So if you're at like a 2 when you're in the rear with the gear and then you're at an 8 when you're, you know, deployed or whatever, then with law enforcement, you're just always at a 5. Like always. Even on your days off, you're at a 5. So it's kind of, you know, more consistent stress. Diogenes, I saw you follow down the pleb on Twitter. What's your thoughts on him? Also, he had a pretty good vid on parsing through the news from Ukraine. Highly recommend. Yeah, I mean, if he followed me, then I followed him back. I'm actually not sure who Don the pleb is, but if I can find out who, then that would be great. I am having a great night, contemplating to donate $1,000 or save it because I need it for rent. Val Loyola, take care of yourself. This is, do not donate $1,000. So, this is something that my parents used to say. In order to help others, you have to, it's kind of like when you're on an airplane. In order to help others, you have to already be stable yourself. So when you're on an airplane and the oxygen mask drops down, the instructions are put the oxygen mask on yourself first, and then help out the other people. So no, keep your money, pay your bills first.
I'm emotionally invested in the current war. It's depressing to see all this fake little countries flexing their Soviet muscles like the traitors from Transnistria.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're going to get theirs too, probably. So, and by that I just mean karma. Charlie Blochet, $50 for Ukraine. Thank you. We're already up to, $15.75. And then Grant Maybe with the $2. Joe Biden should legalize massage parlor hand jobs. Thank you. So, we're up to almost 1,600. You the real one, my dude. Thank you. David Haldane for another $50. We're up to 1,600 already. As a Romanian, I'm emotionally invested in the current war. It's depressing to see all these fake little countries flexing their Soviet muscles. For 50, I'm not sure what your currency is, but thank you. It will be going it won't be going into my pocket at all. It's going to be going towards 100%. There's no administrative fees. There's no nothing. It's going to it. So anyway, so what I wanted to do, and I kind of want to see ones in chat. Jesus Christ, guys, chill. Like I feel like I borderline need to turn off the dono notification, but I also want to respect your donations as well. Thank you, JF, for the $25. So what I wanted to say was basically like, if you guys want to have a story or a narrative, Hippy Dippy's probably going to be wrapping up in the next half hour. So I kind of wanted to basically wanted to tell you some of my military experience. So I actually wanted to kind of go back and do the history and the geography of the global war on terror. If you want me to just keep bullshitting with y'all in chat, we can just answer questions till Dylan Burns or fucking Hans Farkir show up. So I would say 1 is me walking through military stuff. 2 is just bullshitting and maybe bringing Hans of Arkir on until Dylan Burns shows up. So let me see some 1s and 2s in chat in order to figure out what we're doing tonight. Yeah. Weekend jail for $5 US. The winged hussars need to arrive. I seriously I wish. I wish Poland would do... I wish Poland would actually do like an all-volunteer force where they're like, hey, we have 100,000 volunteers that are going into, that are all armed with small arms and javelins. So we're sending 100,000 non-Polish military. They just happen to be Polish veterans. But they're all Polish veterans with small arms and javelins, and we're sending 100,000 of them into Ukraine right now. So, Counterpoints isn't the Stream Elements donation link better than YouTube? Super Chats, it is. So if you're on Twitch, do it, but it doesn't, basically what I would say is money's money, and it's all going to that place. So Hans is kind of bloodthirsty. Watch out.
Thank you for your centrist gamer bronness. It really appeals to me in the current political divide, and gets me through my graveyard shifts.
Awesome.
Hope this helps the folks in Ukraine.
It will. Appreciate it, buddy. Very much appreciated. So, yeah, it feels like we're getting interrupted every, 20 seconds or whatever. So what I'll do, I'll start. I saw a bunch of 1s and 2s. 1, then 2. Yeah. So we got some 1s. So I'm going to go with 1 real quick, and then we'll get into the other stuff. So this is just going to be me telling a little bit of stories about basically how I kind of got into the military. But if it gets boring, just somebody do a dono, and we'll pull Hans or Dylan on here. As a matter of fact, all this shit is fucking, all this shit is kind of super fucking depressing and geopolitical. So, we'll save this for another episode, actually. I'm just gonna get Hans on here, and we'll kind of bullshit with everybody and just read stream chats and all that kind of shit. So I appreciate you. Follow Plebeian Media on YouTube, great channel, and Why Is Russia Didn't Do Nothing, a take at all. Holy shit. Yeah, so let's just treat this kind of like,
for peace soon.
I'm interacting with you guys. I'll read your donos. I'll read the @Counterpoints in chat. It'll just be us. Let's just do us and raise some money, okay? So, why is Russia Didn't Do Nothing
I'm running
a fucking
for city
take
council, and my city has a really bad relationship with the PD. I want to build a bridge. Are you down for a convo?
Always. Always. I'll post the Discord in a second.
Less than 3.
Okay. So, so I will follow Plebeian Media on YouTube and Why Is Russia Didn't Do Nothing. I don't understand how you can say Russia didn't do nothing when this is what pisses me off about the Hassan take, okay? So the Hassan take is that NATO building military bases in Eastern Europe is akin to them conquering the territory and provoking Russia into an attack. I'll tell you, there's 0% chance that Europe would invade Russia for territorial gains and to be imperial in Russia. They don't give a fuck about Russian territory. They don't give a fuck about Russian people. And the only thing that they would really want to do is the kind of neoliberal, capitalist imperialism, where basically we try to negotiate aggressive deals for the Western world in order to benefit from your material goods, which we're already going to do anyways, regardless of whether or not we have territorial gain. So pretending on a moral basis that aggressive global capitalist trade deals is the same as actually invading countries and blowing people to shit with fucking indiscriminate artillery fire, I have no idea where the fuck these people get off. And frankly, they can go fuck themselves. And I hope that...
From one Marine to another, good shit. Glad you're doing this.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. So basically, this is my frustration is I hope that it seems like the left has been crusting for a while. And to all the lefties, I'm sorry that I'm having some schadenfreude about your recent malaise. But it seems like Bernie was kind of going to lend some credibility to the left, and that kind of did happen where a lot more people are into economic redistributivism than they were like a decade ago, okay? And I think that's partially because of economic crises that have happened within the past couple of decades, but it's also because of the popularity and charm of a little Jewish man named Bernie Sanders. And so I still think leftism is potentially nefarious. I still think socialism and communism are, in their current iterations, nefarious. And so, the popularity of the online left has kind of driven me a little bit crazy, but I could also understand it. Vosh is a charming fella. Destiny is a liberal, progressive, mixed economy capitalist who sometimes make like sock dem arguments and shit. He's a powerful persona. It's all very impressive. So I like these people and I understand them. I just think that they get some things wrong and they're worthy of criticism. Whereas Hassan Piker, the most popular leftist fucking streamer in the world, is literally a dangerous fucking dumbass who I think makes the world a worse place. And so watching his popularity, if you're like, hey, Connor, why do you seem so personally invested in talking shit about this guy? It's because he's not smart. He's relatively attractive, but some people I know don't like his aesthetic. So even if we admit that he's hot, he's smart enough. Bear in mind, I'm gonna caveat the fuck out of this in a second. He's smart enough to read things and retain them in his brain, and dumb enough to narrativize them into stupid and dangerous fucking narratives that are repeatable to dumbasses. And that's where I think he's particularly dangerous and fucking stupid. So that's my frustration with the online left, and the fact that
take my money.
Thank you. I will, and 100, for those of you who are just showing up, 100% of everything from this month, Taze, our editor, has already accepted this. 100% of your memberships, your donos, your goals, it's all going to Ukraine. And on top of that, I received a bonus from work. I paid my bills. I am taking $1,000 from my bonus, and I am contributing that to the general fund. So if you feel like contributing, we're doing two things. One, we have a guy who's in a Western city. I won't disclose which one, but it's one of the safer ones. He's taking in families right now, so I'm going to get him a cut. But he is just a rando mutual and, hopefully not a Nigerian prince, so I don't want to give him all the money. The other one, the rest of the money is going to Come Home Alive, I believe. I can link it. But it is a vetted charity, vetted nonprofit organization that buys equipment for the Ukrainian army. So while we aren't literally buying like bullets and missiles, I wish we could, we are buying, night vision goggles. We are buying body armor. We are buying, we're contributing to that general fund of pseudo defensive equipment for the Ukrainian army. So yeah, appreciate it. So the Turk says get Hansen and tell your stories. Awesome. So Jaeger Bradley, thank you for the $20. David Haldane, $20. So he asked, I'm running for city council and my city has a really bad relationship with the police department. I want to build a bridge. Are you down for a conversation? Absolutely. Public or private. Let me go ahead and get the Discord link. Don't switch. And then I'll get Hansen here now. Now is good. Ready? Question mark. My bonus comes in next week. Let me know how much you need to reach the goal, brother. No specific goal, but you are appreciated. One of our good friends, Vici, who basically helped us get the new rig. He's being generous. So, calling Hans right now.
Not much, but wanted to help.
Seriously, anything. $1, $2, doesn't matter. Whatever you got. What Jesus tells a story where there's like a rich man who makes a big show off of doing off his goals or whatever, of doing his donation, and he makes a big show of it. And then there was like a poor lady who gave like a couple of nickels or whatever the Jewish version of nickels are. And he said, who gave more? And of course, it's the poor person because that's all they have. So, I'm given $1,000. But that's because my bills are paid, and that's because my people are taken care of, and that's because I'm making a decent wage, and that's because I can afford to. So if you can't afford to, don't hurt yourself in order to help other people. Pay your bills, take care of yourself, all that kind of shit. So short answer, David Haldane, the answer is yes. I would absolutely love to talk to you about that kind of stuff, and if I can help with that, I absolutely will. Then let me get into the general. I'm going to copy the Discord link. This is a private Discord, so do not be a dick if you're going to come in. But if you want to come in and hang out with a bunch of fucking pissed off leftists, because we don't have that many fucking centrists, to be honest, then you can do it. So let's get back up here. At Counterpoints, why send military equipment instead of humanitarian aid like food and medical? Because basically the Ukrainians are going to have to fight the war. And the thing that they're going to run out of is they're going to run out of bullets, they're going to run out of logistics, they're going to run out of night vision goggles, they're going to run out of FLIR, things are going to break down, and they're going to need to be able to sustain themselves in order to keep up the fight. And I do think that they can fight Moscow to a negotiated settlement. I do think that they've proven that they have the will to do that. So the question is whether or not they're going to get the logistics in order to actually fight Moscow to a standstill. I think it's possible that they could. So, we will do we'll slash off a portion of it in order to do humanitarian stuff. But no, I want to stand and say, this is a fucking war. People are hurting and killing each other. There is one side that is correct. There is one side that is not correct. And we are going to fund the side that is correct. That is what I want to say, because all this fucking pussyfooting about what war is no, it's violence. It's violence and it's death. And if we can get the Ukrainians to inflict enough misery onto the Russian soldiers that they quit, and then Moscow has to come to a negotiated settlement, I don't want to pussyfoot about what we're doing here. We're praying and we're hoping for Ukrainians to inflict enough damage to the Russian military forces that they come to the table and stop their aggression. So, MJW379 says, from one Marine to another, good shit, glad you're doing this. Thank you, buddy, sincerely appreciated. Take my money. Thank you, Christian Valera, sincerely appreciated. Scrolling. At Counterpoints. Why do you think the Russians didn't cut Wi-Fi in Ukraine when they invaded? Because I think it's a little bit more difficult than that. I think that if they had done a complete blackout where they'd bombed out the power infrastructure, or if they'd bombed out the internet infrastructure, or if they'd shut out the communications grid. That seems like, I don't know how networks work entirely, and I think it might be a little bit more complicated than simply striking a central location. I think there would be a bunch of central locations that hook up into the internet. I'm not too sure on that, and I'm sure the Turk could inform us. But why didn't they do a blackout? Probably because they were expecting an easier win. Poland's 11th Armored Cavalry Division badge logo is a winged hussar. Could start there. P.S. Looking forward to Aliens Breakdown for Ukraine. Oh, Weekend Jail. By the way, while you're here, we already shot it. We just got the first episode. We just got copyright struck. So, we're working on the Aliens series. Yeah, so guys, I knew that shekels were the Jewish currency. I was wondering what the smaller version of a shekel is. So if the American currency is $1, and then our smaller currency is the cent, what's the smaller currency of a shekel? Or is a shekel the smaller currency? But appreciate your guys' very aggressive attitude towards the knowledge of Jewish currency. Thank you. Counterfoot said, if you don't want to pussyfoot, what if Putin doesn't want to pussyfoot either? Then he nukes all Ukrainians. Yeah, not going to happen. So, and if he does, then Russia's glassed. So who gives a fuck? If they lose, then I hope they at least make the Russians fight for it enough that it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. 100%. And I think they're already there. They got Starlink. Yeah. So Raid on the Tyrant says they got Starlink. I'm sure that part of it is hardline. I'm sure part of it is hard cable, whatever the traditional shit is. But I'm also sure a decent chunk of them probably have, satellite internet as well. Satellite internet does suck. But when you're trying to upload stories about how Putin's being a fucking monster to you, I'm sure it's good enough. $5 more money for military equipment. This is the exact type of donation I've been looking for. Have you seen the Ukrainian president's TV show? No, I haven't, but I've seen him play a piano with his penis. So that's great. Finkel. Oy vey. Guys, when you say shit like that in chat, you gotta say no racist, okay? You can't just be dropping the oy veys in chat. With oh shit. You guys are terrible. Yes, sir. Then I think I actually received a notification as well. but we did get a PayPal donation as well. All right, Hans isn't here. So actually, since Dono's, wait, hold on. Oh shit. There we go. Hey, what's up, buddy?
How's it going? Sorry, I missed your call. I didn't.
No, it's okay. I am Eastern Standard Time. It's only 11:30 here. So give me a second. I'm gonna pull on the.
Oh yeah, no problem. No problem
Gonna
at
pull
all.
you onto my shit. Camera. Oh, nope, not that.
Oh, oh, oh.
Give me a second. We're almost there. All right, and then I'm gonna put us both on the screen. And then, how are you doing, friend? So basically, we do have people. They're going fucking psychotic with the donations. So I already.
Let's go.
I'm gonna be donating. I received the. Excuse me. I received a bonus from work myself. I paid my bills and I have about $1,000 left over that's unclaimed. I'm doing 1,000. We basically already have a pledge for $500 from somebody in chat through PayPal, and then we already have a bunch of like 50. So I think we're probably already up to $1,800. And
That's fantastic.
yeah, and then we're doing donos to number one, a guy who's on the ground who's taking care of a family right now in a western Ukrainian city, and then a significant chunk, I would probably say 75 to 80%, is going to Come Back Alive, which is a non-governmental organization that specifically funnels money to the Ukrainian army to buy body armor, night vision goggles, infrared, and non-offensive equipment, but still provides direct military assistance to the Ukrainian army. So
Amazing.
yeah.
I'll put all your links in chat. Everything that I get from tonight is also going there, and I'll donate some of my money as well once I get some links for that. So thank you so much for setting this whole thing up, and thank you for your own generosity for that sort of thing. So everyone, links to Counterpoints YouTube channels in chat right now if you want to go donate on there. I assume you have like links and stuff set up in your thing.
Oh yeah, totally. We're super organized. We're not boomers at all. We're definitely not letting Google take a 30% cut. But if you do go to my Twitch, which just go to Twitch and type in Counterpoints, there is a PayPal link, and obviously PayPal is more efficient. And then also, if you do become like a member or a like a like a YouTube member or a subscriber on Twitch or whatever, for at least the next 30 days. I'm saying at least. If the Ukrainians fight their asses off and they actually survive another month, then maybe next month we'll do 100%. But this month, 100% of everything that I make online is going to go to the Ukrainian army. And so that's pretty much where we're at. So last time. Actually, this might be interesting. Maybe we can talk about things that aren't war for a second, unless you want to talk about war. But you kind of, and if you don't want to get into it, we don't have to get into it. But you took a little bit of a hiatus after talking with Destiny and talking with other folks and all that kind of stuff. And I could have kind of saw the writing on the wall before you even had that conversation. But how do you feel about the internet space and the political space and your hiatus from it? And where are you at? How you doing?
I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't think this was like a cesspool. But I think I kind of saw. This is why I was like memeing so hard for like the last couple of months before then. Was mostly I just saw it as, all right, this is a place where you have fun or you make money, or like one of those two things. And there's nothing like particularly like wrong with that. It just that it was kind of anti of like what I originally wanted to do inside the space. And so at some point, and like obviously for personal reasons from like the last conversations that I was having, it was just affecting me in a bad way. I was taking that energy offline in ways that like were affecting my loved ones, my friends, my family, my partner. And so I just wanted to step away from that. And the hiatus was good. I was also cranked at work. I was so fucking busy. So it wasn't just online stuff that was keeping me from being present, but that was definitely also a part of it. So, but now I'm not gonna be back doing that sort of stuff. I'll mostly just be like playing video games and stuff because I enjoy politics, but I kind of got my fix by actually just reading the news at this point. I know it's kind of boring and boomer-like, but it's doing it for me better than it used to, and I feel better that way because I enjoy the fighting, but I think it makes me a worse person. And that's just that's not energy that I want to bring. I've recently I have a lovely new partner who has been super supportive and nice to me, and I just kind of want to spend more time like with them, spend more time on myself, and spend more time at work because work's really heating up, and I'm fighting for for a promotion that's coming up this May. So I got a lot of stuff that I'm really grinding on that is offline, and I just if I spend 3 hours a day reacting to things, then I'm not focusing on stuff that's important to me.
Well, I will tell you, I did like the gayest Twitter tweet.
Oh, did you? Yeah. How's the thirst trap? Right? How much money can we get for that? Yo, show everybody. But it was like, yeah, if you want to see this, you fucking degenerate sluts,
it is the gayest thing I have ever
beautiful.
Liked.
Look at it.
So my chat, please stand by. I will find Hans and I will share.
Oh, it's hello. I was cooking up a hot storm tonight. Okay.
And I was so hold on. So I gotta defend myself to chat. Okay, because we got like maybe 3 tradcons. In a bunch of like centrists and libertarians or whatever. So I'm not gay for Hans. I'm gay for Henry Cavill, and that's it. And like even then, I don't know if I want to do like penis and butt stuff. That being said, I have to respect the amount of effort that Hans does into lifting, right? Because you put a decent amount of time into lifting consistently, and doing all that kind of stuff. So the effort that's involved in this picture is not seen just in the picture. It's seen for the months and months and months of lifting that lead up to the picture. So This is by far the gayest thing I have ever liked on Twitter. And I think I've liked some pretty gay shit on Twitter. So I'm going to bring this onto the screen for my chat now. Give me a second. Here you go. Here's the gayest thing that I have ever liked on Twitter. So...
just look at that form, those shoulders, those arms. Look, even the legs. Look at those thighs. Just straight, like this.
A lot of effort.
Clappers.
A lot of effort went into that.
Behold.
So I don't know if we want to turn this into like an NFT and then and then sell it as an NFT for the Ukrainian army. But I do feel like at this point in the meme game, that is worth considering turning it into an NFT turn it into an NFT so we can sell it. So we can make enough money to buy body armor, fucking night vision goggles, and thermal vision for the Ukrainian army. I think that's what we need to do, basically.
We can help. All right. I'm not. This doesn't make me a sex worker. Okay. This just means I'm just support it. Oh God, don't even fucking our Twitch streamers sex workers if we like put thirst traps out there because like I don't want that on my on my LinkedIn, like that's not the kind of energy that I support the trade, right? And like the people that are in it. Like some of my best friends are sex workers, but it's not what I want to be, all right?
Oh, speaking of which, okay, so this would be the perfect thing. That way, True Classic Tees never wants to sponsor me ever again. So in the spirit of talking about being a sex worker, okay, this is going to make sure that they never want to touch me with a 10-foot pole. So while I'm fundraising for the Ukrainian army, but hey, listen, they looked at my social media and they decided to come with me anyways. True Classic Tee. And if you ever see me in a t-shirt, like a generic t-shirt, blue, red, black, whatever, for the past 6 months, it's been a True Classic Tee. And basically their advertising is that if you're a sexy beast and you have muscles, or used to have muscles, then it'll be tight in your shoulders, in your arms, so you look sexy. But then when you get soft in your old age and your gut sticks out a little bit, it's got extra material so your gut doesn't stick out as much. And so that's the way they position themselves, is if you're a sexy beast, then you can wear a True Classic Tee. And if you're a little bit of a dad bod, you can wear a True Classic Tee, still look like a sexy beast. And then because they looked at my social media and their social media manager didn't do their due diligence to see whether or not I was somebody that should do advertising for them, they gave me a sponsorship and they sent me a 3-pack of t-shirts. So we'll see if we can do that. So,
dude!
Yeah, so everybody go check out True Classic Tees. They are form-fitted. They are for dudes. If you got a little bit of dad bod or you're sexy, check them out. They are super soft. They're really well done. They have baseball cuts. They got polos. They got t-shirts. So while we're buying body armor and night vision goggles and talking about how I'm liking gay things on Twitter, we're also selling t-shirts. So
there's, there's nothing wrong with that, Connor. All right, like there's just like a healthy mat. Okay, but actually though, I fucking nut for the shirts that like are tight in the shoulders and like arms, because like and a little bit loose in the gut, right? Because I also have a beer belly. Because like what are we drinking tonight? I'm drinking. This is a spiked Arnold Palmer because I'm a baby. But I got some fire whiskey that I'm hitting. I do have some Moscato that's left over from when my partner came to visit me last weekend. But I drink very masculine alcohol. Okay, like the most ungay drinks that you can possibly imagine.
I think my wife. Already bought a bunch of pretty gay drinks. So that's probably all I have alcohol wise. But what I will say is I normally don't get lit on stream. I've been sober for the better part of a year streaming. So let me scroll to the top. So most recently, David Haldane did 30. I know we got like two $50 donos before that. So I'm gonna count 130, 180, 185, 205. 225, 235, 240. I'm gonna give a dono goal and then I'll start drinking. 250, 255. I know you got a morning tomorrow, so you don't.
I moved that to Sunday. Actually, I'll one up your drinking goal. All right, for every $100 that's donated, if I get $50 donated, I'll do a shot. So
260. All right. Well, don't get too lit. Jesus Christ. 260. All right. So we're at 360 right now that I know of on Twitch, and then we have 500 on PayPal. So that puts us at 760.
Let's go Ukraine.
So I'm gonna make a super easy dono goal. So another $250 after the Mask Off podcast $100 dono, I will start drinking and bullshitting with Hans, and I will start drinking and bullshitting with anybody else who wants to come on here. So if you want to add, Destiny, Vosh, Dylan Burns should be coming on later as long as he's not scared of Hans. Then
cool, all right. Like I know he's blocked me, but like we haven't talked for months. This could be like we could finally like bury the hatchet over Ukraine.
Then like, this could be a very chill drinking stream while we also get drunk. So another $250, I'll start drinking. So, and then thank you, Samantha. Samantha says, this is very appropriate for a pseudo-sponsored stream. Yo, Connor, hope this helps spill some Russian blood. $100. Thank you, Samantha. Sincerely appreciated. For anybody who's recently joining, because we do, like, we're bouncing between, like, 50 and 65 over and over again, so I think there's people leaving and coming. This is a charity stream. We are donating to the Ukrainian army. We are donating to humanitarian causes. So a portion of this will go to humanitarian relief for the refugees who are in Western Ukraine. That'll be like 20%. 80% is going to a non-governmental organization that buys non-offensive gear for the Ukrainian army. So if you want to actually fund the Ukrainian army or fund humanitarian stuff, every single dollar that I get is going to that. Anything that you do for the next month until the end of March, we're giving to the Ukrainian army and or humanitarian relief in Western Ukraine. So just wanted to throw that out there. Chrome, fuck you. Chrome gave me $100, so we're already halfway to the dono goal. Thank you guys. I wish you guys were this fucking generous when I'm just streaming randomly, but clearly the Ukrainian army does need it more than me.
They do. Hey, they do.
They're fighting for their lives.
They do. That's $100. All right, I'm gonna go. Oh God. Someone said they're gonna kill me. So I'm just gonna get my whiskey and keep it next to me.
Samantha, we'll add you to the call when we get trashy. Okay, this is supposed to be the civilized portion of the night.
This is a very classy stream. Okay, if you want to talk about some safe for work stuff, all right.
Yeah,
we can talk about how the energy crisis in Europe is.
No, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about Haas getting into like heightest beef with fucking Destiny. Destiny, the fucking manlet, who's been like everybody's been shit talking his height for a fucking decade now, and then fucking Haas is a half-inch shorter, but he pretends to be fucking alpha, and then he loses his shit.
I challenge him to a fight too, and he won't do it. He says he wants to do it as a street fight. I'm like, dude, like I have a really great offline career. Like I don't want to go to prison for like killing you. And so he won't.
Yeah.
You won't do a
What the
sanctioned fight
fuck
with
does
me.
street fight mean? What,
I don't know.
You
He's
can't
like,
do an octagon fight? Like,
no,
you can't do an
He
MMA
refuses.
fight? Like, what the fuck?
He's terrified. He won't do it.
I don't know. So I actually never watched the clip because like I can only take so much cringe at a time. But did you watch the fucking clip where he like challenges Dylan to a fight and then Dylan's like, "Yo, I actually like trained boxing." And he's like, "Just kidding, I don't want to fight." Because that was the summary that I got.
That's like that's the backstory for mine as well. Was that I was like, dude, like
Almost time to drink.
Like
Any
I have
idea
zero
what
experience
is
in
going
fighting
on
as
with
like,
Russian military incompetence
and I'm
here?
willing to fight you, and I offered to fight Dylan for charity. Fuck. Okay, I will totally fight Dylan. I don't know when he's coming on. I will challenge Dylan to a boxing match for Ukrainian relief charity.
Hell yeah!
And I will do that, and all the money that we raise for that will go towards Ukraine relief.
Nice.
I'll lay that. We'll ambush him with that once he gets here. I think that'll be a perfect way.
Let me check my Discord real quick and see if see what's going on. So boom 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 boom. Dylan, hey, you ready? Sexy ? Send. I can add 3 people to a call, right? That's pretty.
Oh, yeah,
easy. Or do we have to get into a room?
We can use my Discord if you want, or we can use any Discord.
All right, hold on. Let me pick up with him real quick, and then we'll figure out how to get into a room. Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Hey, pretty good. Can we get into a room? Because are you okay with Han Savark here, even though you guys are no longer friends on Twitter?
Well, we're just not really associating anymore. But yeah, I don't care for in the same call. That's fine.
All right, cool. Then can we just be in your Discord or my Discord? Where do you want to be?
Any Discord's fine. I don't care. I don't have a preference.
So we'll do mine. I'll invite you. Then I'll invite Hans, and then I don't even know if we have a closed room. That might be bad. I don't know. Actually, you got a private room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just let's go to your room. That way we can be private.
Okay, I don't know if he's in my Discord still or not. Let me check.
And then we are live, by the way, just in case.
Yeah, he is. He is. Yep.
Okay, cool. Then I'll just join
Human Rights Council.
Human Rights Council.
That's the private thing.
All right, I'll be somewhere, and then just drag me in there.
Screw it, take half my bonus too.
All right. Sexy. I don't want you to see my DMs yet.
Could I have someone else come on as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome, okay.
So MJW379 says, almost time to drink. Any idea what's going on with Russian military incompetence? And then we're going to answer that question in just a second, but we're going to wait for everybody to get in here real quick. And then somebody said, screw it, half my bonus. Now I'm super worried. What the fuck was your bonus? Jesus Christ. So we'll wait for that to roll through. But so I donated $1,000.
Wow.
And then we're already at like 8 for the stream. So we're
$8,000.
No, not $8,000. Jesus Christ, we're at like 1,800. Holy shit. Don't make me sound cooler than I am. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, I'll turn on my camera in a second. I just need to get my phone, okay?
All right, no rush. And then let me see if I can get Hans in here. DMs. And then sorry for the wait, guys. Join Dylan's Discord. You're already in, and we'll drag you in the room. And then I don't want to leave because I don't want to have to fight to get back in. All right, cool. Full screen. And then just whatever happens, happens. All right, so Seamus says, I got a decent bonus. Ukrainians deserve it more than I do. Thanks, buddy. Sincerely appreciate it. Seamus, you're too kind. Sincerely.
I got a decent bonus too. Ukrainians deserve it more than I do.
Awesome. So we just got two $50 donos. I think I think I have to start drinking now. So what was that? That was like 100, 200. So we're guys $50 short. For me starting to drink beers. And then real quickly before we start talking as a group, I just want to answer MJW's quote real quick. So basically he was asking what's up with Russian incompetence. I'm sure Dylan can fill us in with his perspective as well. So what I would say is that the Russians, all right? So the Russians are a force to be reckoned with, but they thought it was going to be an easy steamroll. They literally thought they were going to show up, the Ukrainians weren't going to do anything, and as a result, they would basically be able to steamroll the entire country with conscripts and a couple of hardcore units. So, since that didn't happen, and the Ukrainians actually know their territory and the Russians don't, they got lost, ran out of fuel, weren't coordinating. Decent chunk of their military appears to be super young and inexperienced, and also poorly informed about what they were doing. And then it does seem like the Ukrainians are ready for an existential fight where they will hit anything that moves with either a javelin or a stinger. So basically, the lack of coordination, one of the major things that the United States military is really good at through military operations is communication. So we're really good at basically, taking the forces that we do have and making them all work in concert towards a shared goal. That takes actual military experience in order to
we need
coordinate.
to get the leprechaun of Leningrad in here. Making money off pro-Russian rage is a small catharsis in these dark times.
I don't know if you guys can hear my dodo alerts, but they said we need to get the leprechaun of Leningrad in here.
Is that how he's still talking about Haas?
Yeah.
I thought it was the Kremlin Gremlin. Which one is it?
Dude, he's got like 8 different names, which we could definitely talk about in a second.
Nicknames.
Dude, somebody updated his wiki to do.
He has a wiki?
Yeah, he has like an online wiki. Chris Smith gave me the $50 reduce, so we got to do it. Okay,
let's go, Connor.
Okay, so just wrapping up Russian military incompetence. I think that it is generally agreed that now that the war is not going the way that they think it is, they're going to start spinning up their resources. They're going to start using artillery and tanks in a more coordinated effort. They're not going to care as much about civilian casualties, and they will be more aggressive about actually destroying Ukrainian armed forces because they can't continue to suffer these casualties without some kind of response and maintain the war effort. So Dylan, how do you feel about my assessment?
I generally agree with your assessment. There's not much for me to disagree with. I guess I would also say that the Ukrainian army and military has changed a lot in the last 8 years when it comes to coordinating a lot of it, learning a lot of the systems from NATO, getting a lot of weapons from NATO in that time period. And I think that national unity in Ukraine has changed a lot. Where in 2014 it was right after the Maidan protests. It was like right after the president fled and there was some chaos in the country, right? Whereas Zelensky, he is the duly elected leader of Ukraine. There's not a ton of election fraud giving Yanukovych the win. It's not anything like that. He is the duly elected leader. And I think that also impacting how they're performing. And he's acting like a leader, which I think is something that Ukrainians appreciate, considering one of their last leaders, Viktor Yanukovych, fled the country.
Yeah, and do you think that partially motivated him? And hi, Rhizome, I think this is the first time that you and I have spoken.
What's up, Counterpoints?
Hey,
I didn't inform you about any of this, did I?
Whatever. Look at his fucking rig, man. He's ready.
His rig is insane, man.
Oh yeah, this is a 3D set though. Don't let it fool you, okay?
No, I am incredibly fooled. It looked like a perfectly manicured fucking nerd room. It is awesome.
The lights in the room are like set in the same way that my lights in real life are, so it like gets this illusion,
No, that's beautiful.
Also, hello, Hans.
Hey, I think you might be the only person who's a bigger fan of Digimon than me. Like, do you have the entire Angelman line like in that like, setup behind you? Like, I'm not saying I am impressed. I'm just, it's very respectable. All right, like I see.
I wanted to have the like ode to my media diet growing up,
and then before we keep it moving, because we're very clearly moving into the more friendly bullshit version of this. So I just want to announce, because of the PayPal donations, okay. And because, so basically we got 500 on YouTube, 226 on PayPal, so we're already at 720. I got $500 for my normal monthly YouTube revenue, and then I'm donating $1,000 from a bonus check that I had. So just from what we've done tonight, we're already at $2,300. So I already consider this a success. People randomly showing up and giving around $700 in order to help fund the Ukrainian army and humanitarian relief. I already consider that a success considering the size of my channel and scope. If anybody else wants to help out for the rest of the night, that's awesome. And then I'm going to go get alcohol because you guys donated like $200 to $300 past what I needed to start drinking. So I'm going to go grab a drink, be right back. Hopefully we'll get sloppy and then we'll get naked. So
Counterpoints.
What?
There's something about this. I'm 21 now.
Congratulations!
I could do my first legal drink right now, actually.
Dylan, let's go.
Let's go.
Would you honor us with that?
I could do that.
Let's go.
Okay, can you not drink it before I get back? Can I get a drink and then I can be here for it?
Yeah, well, I gotta
be finished with it.
All I have here is vodka, so I don't know if I should just drink straight vodka.
But considering the occasion, considering the occasion, it's perfect.
Mixers what other drinks do you have like in your apartment? I can like help you with mixers. Like, what else you got?
I got tea.
Dylan supports Russia here.
Do you have orange juice? Like
no.
Do you have any soda?
No, I have tea.
Okay. Do a half shot or a quarter shot, and we are talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, so it's appropriate, and you don't have to get wasted. Just do a little bit.
Yeah, no pressure. Okay.
Listen, I just want this for the novelty of your first legal drink on
I'm gonna be honest
with me.
A friend of mine is already really high right now. Okay, not me, but a friend of mine. You know, so fuck it. All right. Okay.
Just a little sippy poo. I don't want you to get the spins. Just a little sippy poo. All right.
A little sippy poo.
A little sippy
That's
poo. I'll be right
easily
back.
$50 for the cause.
I wanted it to be a hard lemonade. That's what I wanted.
Ooh. I'm actually like working on some of those right now. I got spiked Arnold Palmer's.
That's literally it. Yeah.
They're delicious. Like
Dylan, it's like the first time you have sex. You don't get to choose it. You don't get to choose everything, You just sometimes got to enjoy it, right?
I remember
the opportunity has arisen.
I remember when I turned 21, I worked like 18 hours at a burrito restaurant, and then it's like, okay, we'll go to the bar.
A burrito restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like Chipotle or something?
Yeah, so it's like, sometimes it's not as glorious as you want it to be, but it's for the cause, Dylan. Come on.
It's also for giving yourself brain cancer last night by sitting through that fucking debate. Holy shit.
I've watched 0 Destiny debates for 2.5 weeks. Is it worth it to watch that? Like to go back into
it's not a debate. It's a debate in quotes. It's literally just Haas soying out the whole time.
He fucking Venezuela. Oh!
On Destiny, you soy beta cuck. You want to answer
like the tried and true Haas method of challenging people to a fight that he only knows he can beat, and then as soon as Destiny breaks out that he's actually been training in judo for the last 3 years, Haas is just gonna soy out and run away again in real time in person. It just
he literally said at one point my bad, go for it, Connor.
Oh well, I was just gonna say, Dylan, have you grabbed your tiny thimble of vodka so we could at least have the symbolic gesture?
Oh, not yet. I can go.
Grab your thimble because I want to drink with you.
Okay, sure.
Hit just the tip.
The whole lot.
Right?
Okay, if everybody in chat, if you could please post all your favorite Haas memes so far. So we have the Moscow Manlet, we have the Holodomor Hobbit, and I'm looking for any other ones, but that's what we got so far.
My favorite thing that he said last night was that he was like, you won't come meet me, Destiny. And Destiny's like, why would I come meet you? He's like, we can meet anywhere. We can just meet on the sidewalk. I just want to scream at you until you walk away like a little bitch. That was why he wanted to meet up with Destiny.
That's not that hard of a sentence. Like I'm gonna yell at you on the side of the road. There's
I'll just meet up with you on a sidewalk. I'm gonna yell at you until you walk away like a little bitch. I was like, okay.
Yo, but like that's not even like that hardcore. That's not that great of a sentence.
I think he realized he can only go so far with the threats because there is TOS. So he was just like, I just want to yell at you, bitch.
Listen, you should probably think of that before you start threatening violence online. Jesus Christ.
It's like when he was fighting with Relly, and he was like, "What if we just keep yelling at each other until one of us gets sad?" Like that was literally.
So
What?
all right, so we got a couple other ones. We got the Lennon Leprechaun, and we got AK 4'7".
That was good. But dude, the Holodomor Hobbit was my favorite.
Yep.
It was pretty
my
solid.
God.
Solid memes. Like, I mean, little ableist, but I'm still solidly enjoying it.
It's got to be a bit, all right? Like
Yeah.
it's not
Oh,
actually
no.
ableism. Like
I think last night,
there's no way.
Hans,
Hans, if you haven't seen it, watch it. Last night, it's just like there's no way. He's so genuine to that character, and he like it's clear he's like Mike from PA, but just like with this Sultan skin. Like that's the level of insecurity he's on.
Yo, Saint Peter Spurg.
That's subtle. I like that one.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
So brutal.
Yeah.
It's like,
So yeah,
I honestly felt it was nearly impossible to feel bad for Jackson. I felt bad for Jackson, man.
why?
What-
Because despite being a dumbass, he was with a bigger dumbass.
Exactly, you get the idea.
He was trying. He was trying.
Poopy
For
for freedom,
For vodka.
for vodka.
are we toasting?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I got
Hold
something
on.
to drink. I don't have
Before
alcohol.
I
but-
actually toast it, is Slava Ukraina? Is that a racist in any way or no?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I've basically seen a lot of people encouraging people to say it. You just say
Okay.
glory to Ukraine. It's not like a.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
I remember. Oh fuck! There was
White Claw.
Ukrainian. There's
We
this
touch on
guy.
lenses.
Okay, there was this guy. Let me tell this story quick.
Wait
What are you
on you,
drinking,
Dylan.
though?
Well,
What
let
are
me
you-
tell
what
the
are you drinking there,
story.
Connor.
Ugh, everybody,
This is
glasses
raspberry.
down. Dylan's not ready.
I
This
gotta
is
tell you,
raspberry.
I-
What are you drinking, Connor? Come on.
I got all 4 flavors because I've never tried like all of them before.
So there was this guy who came on my stream who
Mm.
was a Canadian sniper. He was a Ukrainian immigrant to Canada who trained the Ukrainian army as a sniper in Ukraine as part of like some deal that the Americans or the Canadians had with them. And now he's back. And now I just found out he's literally headed to Ukraine.
Fuck
And I
yeah.
got to interview him, and he even talked about it on stream because he's seen like bombs like hitting his old community.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
It was super cool. And he isn't the only person. I've had multiple people, actually, a few of them former veterans, say like, Dylan, do you actually know how I would like go somewhere? And like you contact the embassy and they give you all the information. But it was wild seeing so many people
Mhm.
just actually like get on board with putting their own lives on the line for Ukraine.
Well, I'm hoping, yeah. So hold on. Let's drink to Ukraine first. So get your thimble or whatever the fuck you're doing.
This is all I have.
That's fine. Do it. Just pour a little bit. I don't want you to
Let's
get the
go.
spins.
Yeah, don't. Can you get you some shot glasses?
Just the tip.
Good? You got your thimble?
I believe so.
All right. Then raising our glasses. Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine.
Probably Ukrainian.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers to everybody in chat. Cheers to the already $2,300 that we've raised
go!
for Ukraine.
Congrats, by the way. That's pretty sick, dude.
No, it's awesome. The yeah, so and then basically for anybody who's just joining right now,
A donation
100%
for every troll in chat so far.
a donation for every troll in chat so far. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who's already done the donations. If you want to keep them rolling, keep them rolling. We're going to be rolling into a more bullshitty part of the stream. But basically, we're just going to hang out and kind of bullshit and have fun and talk some shit while we're drinking. Not too hard, but drinking a little bit. And then I just want to say 100% of anything, memberships, donations, bits for the month of March. Anything on the PayPal, on the twitch.tv link, anything on YouTube, whether that's a super chat or a membership or anything like that, all of it is going to 2 places. 20% of it is going to go to a volunteer in a Western Ukrainian city that I'm not going to disclose, who's currently taking in refugees and providing for their material well-being. And then 80% of it is going to Come Back Alive, which is a non-government organization that gets non-offensive materials for the Ukrainian army, but it's still considered direct support for the Ukrainian army because every dollar that goes to them goes to the Ukrainian army. So whether that's night vision goggles, body armor, thermal vision, anything like that, it'll basically, it won't be a bullet, it won't be a missile, but it will still help the Ukrainian army. So anything you guys can give, awesome. And now we're going to talk about how Haas has
Do you have the
man
donation
issues.
link?
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to donate directly, you don't want to do it through your favorite streamer, that's totally fine. And then basically I'm going to post it in my chat if you want to do it directly. And then I'm going to give it to Dylan in the next second if somebody wants to make jokes while I'm doing it.
Could you give me the link as well so I can start
Sure.
so I can just keep blasting it like doing the stream on Twitch? I don't want to.
100%. I'm
Yeah.
definitely not a boomer who doesn't know how to do that shit myself. So yeah. Ba, 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 ba.
It's okay, Connor. You can be honest with us. No one's judging you for your. It's honestly amazing how you set this up all by yourself. Like
Well, all I did was
you-
ask a couple of cool people I know if they wanted to come hang out and bullshit with me, so it was pretty easy.
I meant the tech side, but
Oh,
Well,
that's
what's
my
crazy-
editor, Taze.
Well, as a resident tech person, it's crazy just how accessible technology can be nowadays, and you don't have to necessarily be a Zoomer in order to actually know how to donate money to a great cause.
true.
Yeah. Yep.
You heard
and-
some-
Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
Oh, we have another submission for I don't know if this is like TOS safe for nicknames. You have Ivan the Incel. We missed that. Like
Listen.
almost got
That one's my favorite.
So all I gotta say is counterpoints. I love seeing your you go to the bathroom and you start tweeting all this stuff, dude. It's like I know when your bowel movements happen, and that's why I appreciate you as a human being, man.
So basically people wonder how I fire off so many memes so consistently on my Twitter profile. And it's because I go to Boomer Book, I save like a half dozen memes. I go to Twitter and I will always retweet. I always give credit where credit is due. But basically that's how I fire off so many is I save them in sequence, and then I fire off a dozen memes in a minute. And I understand that's annoying as fuck, but I don't give a shit.
No, I appreciate it because it's like I feel like I'm with you when you're on the John and you're like, okay, it's time to tweet and let's do this. All right. So it's like I feel you in the moment.
What does your
appreciate it.
timeline look like? I'm just curious.
It's everybody, but Twitter does a really good job of like interactivity dictating timeline. So if I interact with you on like a tweet thread or something like that, you'll get bumped for the next couple of days, and I'll see your shit more often. Whereas if I don't interact with you for months, you'll just get buried in the feed.
Is this your donation link or is this just a direct link?
This is just this is direct link to Come Back Alive. That's the Ukrainian organization that does direct support for the Ukrainian army. Their books are open. Their financials are open. They've been open since the 2014 or 2012 aggressions by Russia. So since Ukraine wasn't a modern military and they did have a lot of ground to catch up, they basically opened up this organization to do background like financing and logistics for the Ukrainian army. So that's their background, and they basically advertise themselves as being, if you want to get food or non-lethal support into a Ukrainian army soldier's hands as quickly as possible, and you want to know that your dollars actually get there, this is the organization that you're supposed to donate to. And then alternatively, I'm sure other people are doing like Red Cross and all that kind of shit. You can do that kind of shit. But basically, since I'm a veteran and some other folks are veterans, I don't want to pussyfoot about what I want. What I want is I want Ukrainians to keep fighting. I want them to kick the Russians right in the fucking teeth. And I want Putin to come to the negotiating table and take the Russian majority areas in the eastern part of the country. And I want him to fuck off from the rest of Ukraine. And I want the rest of Ukraine to be free to join the EU or join NATO as it sees fit as a sovereign nation.
Based.
Yep. So So ICER dropped another 100 euros, which are euros better than dollars at this point? I don't remember.
Well, I'll check the exchange rate.
A little bit.
But
1.2, I think.
dropped another 100.
Oh wow.
1 to 1.09. So again, $110.
Nice.
There we go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So thank you, Acer. Again, to everybody in chat, 100% of this is going to Ukraine.
I'm just gonna change it. Can I change it to like 100? Because otherwise I'm gonna fucking die, Connor. Like, I don't know if
Yeah,
I can
dude,
do
change it
this.
to
Yeah,
100.
Yeah,
You, by the way, this isn't my chat. You don't have to take shots for my chat. You can
no,
take shots
I
for
am.
your chat.
I am. Connor's chat. Like I said, every $100 donated, I'll do a shot.
Nully Seed. I've done a decent chunk of like dissident right debates recently, so I do have some dissident right people who are like, hey, for like a liberal centrist dick suck, you're not too bad. And then they come hang out in my chat and they tell me about how like fucking the merchants are gonna take over Ukraine and how it's actually secretly fucking base that Russia is invading. Guys, no offense, but you're kind of fucking monsters.
Is the merchants? Is this just like Jewish shit? Is that like
It's
the
just Jews? Oh, by the way,
Yeah, that's what that
Already
sounds
dropped
like.
Yeah, can I-
100 to the Ukrainian National Bank, but felt like
sorry.
adding a few.
What?
Thank you, Acer. So the can anybody just like look at James Lindsay's fucking timeline? Like, are you guys familiar with James Lindsay? But he's like the anti-CRT guy. Like, I actually think that the amount of like philosophical like jumbo that he shoots out there, it would be just easier if he just started saying Jews. And I'm not saying that he thinks it's the Jews. I'm just saying like it would be easier for everybody. Like people would be like, that's just James. He's a little crazy. He's a little crazy about them Jewish people. But, like, it's not. It's, like, the globalists and the CRT and the communists and all that, which is all real, by the way. He's right. I'm just saying he schizo posts super hard. So,
what was that? What was the most recent one where it was just about, like, the international, like, economic merchants in Ukraine?
Dude, just say Jews!
Dude, just
say Jews.
I've never seen like such like an absolute schizo poster get so prominent. He's a blue check and everything.
I love
like, What
it.
is the?
Yeah,
like,
he's been on Joe
this-
Rogan like 2 or 3 times.
Well,
he
they
fucking
removed his check mark, I think.
Oh, I'm sure they did at
Conceptual
this
James
point.
on Twitter.
So
Is that the right one?
yeah.
see.
Well, hold on. I'll go see if I can find the post. But
Oh, yeah,
it is amazing.
They took it from him.
Yeah. So I'm a righty. Y'all know me, and it's like I appreciate the stuff he says, but when he goes that far off, it's just like, wow, you are. I can't keep following you there, man. That's way off
No,
base.
but like,
It's
but see,
no,
that's the
dude.
thing is like he actually has coherent conversations. Like he has
Yeah,
coherent
but
conversations if he's talking to a human being in a room. But on Twitter, it just gets filtered into like.
But no, even if you watch some of the what was it, the debate thing up in Dallas, it's like even when he was interacting with some of the other people on the panel, it was like at
Helping
a point,
Ukraine
he
is
like
based.
went from being this coherent conversation to being this like way far off, can't engage with you kind of guy. So it's like I appreciate the conversation, but it's like at a point he's got to like check himself and just.
Well, since he's not here, I'm gonna debate him. So
Let's do it.
basically, you know what? One of the things that was frustrating during that conversation. So I'm friends with Jangles. I like Jangles a lot. My other friends, Sitch and Adam, they do not like Jangles. They think that he's a dishonest actor. But I don't find Jangles to be dishonest at all. And in that conversation, the thing is that like. James Lindsay was like, hey, CRT, these authors specifically say this, and this lefty communist shit. But I was trying to think like in any academic discipline, do you like take like, so for instance, like even in physics, do you take like Einstein and just what he says about physics as like the rule of God, or are there a bunch of different authors within a context who fight each other over different ideas and argue over the future of their vision, and even within the discipline and the shared vision of what they view as like an analytical lens of society, they even fight about that lens. And so that's where I think it's tough to say like, oh, I read this author. They said that we need to kill Whitey, and like all the gays and the blacks need to get together in order to fight the white man. And because of that, you're completely dismissing like an analytical discipline. That feels uncharitable in the least.
What I think is hilarious about the whole CRT thing is that it does stay at that like high academic level, or like looking at the people who are like the theorists around it, rather than like how is it being implemented into schools and shit like that.
Mm.
And like if you just look at the standards for like a social justice education, it's literally shit like I know who I am and I like who I am. And I know other people are different from me. And like I like that about them too. It's like those are the standards that like that's where you want kids to be. And like that's the big scary CRT. It's hilarious. I showed that to CRT one time or CTV one time. And he was like, they're telling you how to think, brother. They're not telling you what to think. They're telling you how to think. That's my problem, Rhizome. And I was like, all right, dude.
I agree with CTV.
I think there's like a general issue that you can always find some person who's like schizo posting about like killing white people. I think we all know what like Twitter is like, or even like in certain like academic circles, there's people that are like super crazy. But I think the vast majority of like CRT are just people who are like, oh yeah, power dynamics are important. Understand like history of racism is important. And I think like if you just it's literally just rephrasing things where it's like, oh hey, if I change it to, oh, we should understand like the history of slavery and like how it like affects like people today. Like normally more people are okay with that, except for I would say there is insidiousness to some of the James Lindsay types where they're like, oh hey, everything is critical race theory now, where it's like anything that can make say like a white person uncomfortable with like a discussion about race. And I think that's kind of frustrating. Because
Yeah, I would
like
agree.
because like how are we supposed to talk about it then? Like you can say like we can maybe disagree like on how important it is, right? We can fight about that, but to pretend that like that it doesn't exist or that conversation like probably like shouldn't even be happening is extremely frustrating. Or
Well, what I hate, is the disregarding of on like white fragility memes. Right? It's like,
well, I'm a fragile white man. Can I schizo post for a second?
Yeah.
So basically, here's the thing. So I had a conversation with a guy. I'm gonna have a conversation with him in the future, and basically what he did is he drew a historical line straight through like I want to say like the Frankfurt School, Gramsci, the postmodern philosophers in France, and then into kind of like modern CRT and like racial analysis and all that kind of stuff, and kind of brought together like a series of ideas that I think are valid and valid criticisms. And I think if you were to talk to a revolutionary leftist, they would say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. And so what he was, or the Gramscian like perspective was like, there is a culture war at all times. Capitalists own, and like the right wing own powerful institutions. They own politics, they own the military, they own like industry for the most part, all that kind of stuff. So if you're a left-wing revolutionary, then you have to use culture as a weapon in order to fight for like the future of the country, in order to implement your political agenda. Because if you go for straight power, just try to seize power, you're going to get your shit stomped in every time. So what you need to do is you basically need to create like an analytical philosophy that brings your people together. And when there's an economic crisis, you need to say, hey, listen, look at the left. You are in crisis because of the excesses of the right. And as a result, we need to gain cultural, economic, and political and militaristic ground along political lines in order to implement our agenda because we are right about the world. I think that if you looked at CRT from like a cynical power grab perspective, it could be interpreted in that way, where the culture war is an attempt to implement a leftist vision of the world. And I get frustrated where like the descriptive part of it is like, oh yeah, I'm a sociologist, I'm a leftist, I'm a Marxist. I actually want to implement socialism and communism in the future of the world. And you're like, oh wow, you want to completely change the fabric of what our society is. And you're like, no. That's a conspiracy theory. And it's like, is it?
So, well, I have two issues, right? So, I know I don't want to call that a straw man because I know those people exist, but I would say that for the vast majority of people, a lot of it is just trying to get people to acknowledge realities. And if we say that having a certain understanding is a powered like dynamic grab, right, or like then we can reduce everything into that, like what we consider to be, say, like American history as a power grab. Like that feels.
It is though.
I understand, but I would still say that some narratives have more legitimacy than others, and at that point, I would like take away some of that like nefarious intent that exists. I'm not saying that people aren't fighting over like what's like history gets told, but if we say that like say slaves enjoyed being enslaved or something like that, and that they like hated that they were freed. That's something that I find extremely frustrating. Or like when we refuse to talk about like how they like the conditions of slavery or like the conditions of slave ships. There's so much stuff that I
Thanks for
find
doing
personally
this. Was born and
unacceptable
raised in Kyiv,
that I
and the last
need
week has been
that I think
painful
we
to
need to talk
watch.
about. That it
Curious
seems
to
like
hear
I would
your
at least say
thoughts
that
about
conservatives
all
in
the
general seem
businesses pulling out of
incapable
Russia and the
of
collateral
having that
damage
discussion.
it's causing
And I
in
know that those
creating
like
yet
crazy
another
people
Iron
exist.
Curtain.
I used to fight with them all the time as well. But I just find that extremely frustrating because if we reduce everything to power grabs, then we're just saying, oh, then like that feels like ultimate postmodernism where nothing is actually true. Nothing is real. There's no like fundamental understanding or fundamental
Well, but
truth
I think that's
that we should be.
Okay,
like,
that's not postmodernism. That's just like the colloquial misunderstanding of what
I-
postmodernism
like,
is. I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
Well,
I understand.
enlighten us, Rhizome.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. My name is Delusian. Like, I'm very much somebody who would identify with like being like in the like I identify with a lot of the French philosophers, right? But anyway, so to talk to like what you just said about like progress, the only thing if I like amend the statement, because you were saying like we really want to push for progress, I think there's a certain faction of people like accelerationists who like want to just see progress for progress's sake so that they can push towards the end of times and just like get us there. But then there's also people who just like are acknowledging realities where it's like we should allow for progress as we need to, right? Not we should just like progress for the sake of things and just completely upheave everything. But it's like if we need to expand and if we need to allow for more narratives and understandings, because that's what that's what the world is built up of. It's not built of one narrative, it's built up of meta narratives, right? And that has to do with cultural context. Everyone's has their own way of understanding the world in their brain, so it's just about legitimizing that. Yeah.
Can I flex my white supremacy?
Yeah.
So
go for it, man. What can I do? I'm brown. What can I do?
You could have a kick-ass background. That's what you could do. So flexing my white supremacy. I do think that there's certain things that I don't care if they're universal or almost universal. I think they're true. So for instance, like if you were to say, like if we were to take a biblical commandment, like honor thy father and thy mother. Okay, there's plenty of abusive parents. There's plenty of fucking shitbags that don't deserve respect. But is it a generally good statement to say your parents, they raised you, they invested in you, you should pay them some level of respect, and as they get older, they're going to need you and you're going to need them. So
not because they're parents though. Yeah, but not because they're parents.
Can you
because they
that?
did a good job raising you, and because they invested in you, not because they're parents.
No, there's a Christian ethic here. So the Christian ethic basically says, even if somebody does something poorly, even if somebody does something bad, even if they're a bad person, they're still deserving of your love and mercy and dignity and respect and all that kind of stuff. And actually, the reciprocal nature. This is something that I find in Christian ethics that I think is really cool, is that basically if you start treating people with some level of dignity and kindness and respect, even if they're not treating you that way, humans by nature tend to be reciprocal. So if somebody keeps being a dick to you, but you keep being nice to them, not all the time, but I would say like 70 to 80% of the time, they're like, ooh, like I'm being a dick right now. And then they slow down.
I just wouldn't say I'm like
nice
obliged to my parents, though, is the thing. Like, sure, I could be nice, but like if my parents did a good job raising me and I recognize that, then that's like what I'm going to want to repay them for. I'm not going to want to repay them for just like coming from my dad's testicles and like my mom's womb.
Sure.
It's not about being nice. It's called respect.
Respect is being nice. Respect is a lot different than being nice. Respect is veneration. Being nice is what you're talking about.
No, I'm also talking about veneration.
Respect.
Yeah, because you are talking about venerating the role. So like a good dad, there's like an ideal of a good father who is somebody who can teach you to be strong and brave and all that kind of stuff, but also takes times when you fail to back you up and tell you where you failed and why, and kind of is like a wise advisor who can be tough, but who can also kind of help you when you're down. And then the role of a good mother is basically to nurture and to encourage, and even when you're at your strongest,
I don't know that I agree
weakest.
that these are the roles based on gender, but I do agree that
would
you need
totally
people to do
expand
those
on this.
things.
Sure.
I would totally expand on this. So it's not just that some parents can be good to you and they raise you to be the right thing. Some parents can treat you like complete dog crap, and they can
Correct.
treat you completely bad. But there's a certain level of respect that these people are my elders. They came before me. They came in a certain time. They have a certain amount of other life
Rhizome,
experiences
your
that I
head
don't
shaking is
have.
part of our problem.
And you have to acknowledge that.
I mean, I
and
can't just because
respect
somebody
it.
came before me, they don't just get respect. Sorry, got to be a good person.
So,
That's not part of
so wait,
respect,
okay.
though.
So let me like. So
It's it
I-
goes
Like,
to
I'll
me
respect you.
respecting
I'm not
Joe
gonna like
Biden.
call
I
people
don't-
names or demean people. I'm not gonna be like one of those
I
people,
shouldn't
right?
respect my current president from your perspective.
but so
He has done.
This is what I
terrible
mean by
things
this.
for the
Like, this is
past
like this
50 years in
distortion of what
Canadian
respect
polit-
means.
Politics, and I should not respect him.
so
I don't know what does not respect mean to you.
Rhizome, hold on.
Wait, can I just
because-
find out from the Turk what like not respecting means to the Turk?
Yeah, not respecting means I should sow discord and not follow anything and not listen to a word he has
Sowing
to say
discord is
because
an
it doesn't
active
matter.
process. Not respecting is passive.
Well, okay, Rhizome, here's my problem with what you're saying. Is so there's we can talk about this is actually part of the problem. This is part of my problem with postmodernists or leftists or anti-realists or whatever, is that like you start pulling at the thread. So I say, as a general rule, it's positive to basically pass on respect and honor to your elders. This is like a biblical thing.
But it's the way
Most-
that you're doing it, because you're
hold on.
saying like the mother,
Hold on,
the
buddy.
dad.
I'm not
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not done yet. So the point being that like these roles are ideals. They're not actually fulfilled. There's plenty, as we already conceded, there's plenty of shitbag parents. The world is a fucked up place. So basically what I'm really saying is there should be a default mode of being that should be considered ideal. And then when you fail that ideal, you kind of have to ask why. And so when you're kind of saying like, oh, well, if you fail in the ideal, then I don't have to fulfill the social expectation. I think we can agree with you to some extent, but we still think, when I say we, I think me and the Turk, we're still saying that there should be a social expectation that's been passed on to us generationally and culturally that seems to be across a variety of cultures, and these things are not arbitrary. So if there was a culture that said, as a rule, you should respect the people who come before you, and there was a culture that said, if they're dicks, fuck them, I would rather live in the first society because I think it's going to be better for a variety of reasons.
So I think there's a difference, and I think you acknowledge this ambiguity, where there's a difference between, say, like, I have a responsibility to my parents, or like, say, taking care of them because they're aging, beyond, like, say, like their sustenance, their livelihood, making sure that they're not on the street. That's one thing. But I would say that, but 1 second. But I would say that is a fundamental different thing than the respect of which you're saying. I think there is a difference between, say, taking care of someone's material needs versus giving them, say, like, these societal, like, respect and status that they earn, that I would say, and like, this is me being trad for a second, saying that if you fulfill the ideal of what you're saying, like, being a good parent, being a good mom, being a good dad, being good, like, whatever, right? At that point, maybe I can consider, like, oh yes, like, I do respect these people. I have two loving parents and they're great, and I do respect them in that way. But there have been periods in my life where I feel like they weren't particularly like good to me, or like good parents, or like what have you. And during those periods, I didn't treat them with like that sort of respect. And so I would say that for most people, I would not hold someone to the standard of saying you must always treat your elders with respect just by virtue of them being older. I think you have like a responsibility to treat them with, say, respect because of like them being a person, and maybe understanding that they might know something that you don't. But do we really have to say, oh, yo, you're like 2 years older than me, like, fuck, bro, like, I'm deferring to you now? Or is it 20 years? Because I know a lot of really smart fucking 16-year-olds, and I know a lot of really fucking dumb 50-year-olds. So it just, I understand where you're coming from, and yes, in general, there are rules. That's why we follow them. But I would be very hesitant about like the level of assignment of responsibility to people in regards to that. So I can understand where all of you are coming from. I think, at least I hope, like
Stop being a
shaking his head,
fucking
like,
centrist, Hans. The people want
well,
blood.
Yeah, let me jump in a bit if that's okay.
I'm literally an addict, like trying to stave off, and you're offering me drugs. Please stop. I'm like, I'm trying to be nice.
So the thing here is like basically what I would say is it's a generally good rule to like teach people to have respect for each other, but the idea that I'm just going to have respect for somebody based on their age and like their ancestry or like my blood, that's not, I think, a good rule. And I think what's happening is you guys are trying to find an easy way to make sure that generally most people have this thing in place, but then it puts this obligation on somebody where it's like, I should respect this person. I should do this just because they're old, because that's not about like, that doesn't give a compelling reason.
So
right.
This goes to what
so it's basically more about just like being a good person, right? I want to be a good person. I want to respect people. I want other people to respect me. That should be the rule that I hand down to my kids, not you should respect your elders.
No. So Hans, you and I, we've talked in DMs and stuff, and this is where the definition of respect actually transcends being nice to people and actually, helping out your elders, right? If my elders have been really good people, have done really good things, and they choose to not take their medication and decide to sit at a bedside and just die, I deserve to give them the respect of their choice to do what they want to do with their own bodies. I can't say, Grandma.
Okay, but you qualified that with if they've been good. You qualified that by starting by saying like
if they've been good or bad.
Then why did you say it? I'm just saying you qualified
because it's necessary. Hold on. Yeah, sorry.
Well, don't say no. You said it, the Turk. Like you said, if they were good,
because it's necessary.
They could be bad too. They deserve the respect of.
I think you guys are just looking for a convenient way to like get this rule out to everybody.
You're trying to pivot to a different point of a moral obligation to people. As a person that's trying to show respect to another person, they have the right to choose how they leave their life. If they were good or they were bad, I have to respect their decision.
That's fine. I was asking you why you said if they were good though, because that was your language. I didn't say that.
But Rhizome, my point is that even if they're bad, you should still afford them this thing. So there was the
this choice of how they decide to end their life.
Hold on, buddy. I'm like 2 seconds into the point. So the point being that like. So there was this thing called apotheosis with like the Roman Caesars or whatever, and so what it was this Roman belief that when the Caesar dies, he becomes a god. It's bullshit, right? But what happened was everybody extended the previous emperor apotheosis no matter what, because basically if they fuck something up, they wanted to be in turn passed on apotheosis. So the meme of, let's say that you had like a shitbag parent, right? And let's say it's end of life care. And even though they were a fucking shitbag, you kind of show up, you talk to them, you hold their hand, you walk them on their existential way out. Even if they were a fucking shitbag, I think you can make the argument on an individual level, hey, this person was a shitbag, they didn't take care of me, they didn't do what they were supposed to do, et cetera, et cetera. As a result, I don't have to take care of them when they're on their way out. But what I would say, is that if you were a bigger person, and you chose to say, hey, despite them being a shitbag, I'm going to show up and be them for them in their moment of weakness, you're setting a positive example, not just for your children, but for everybody around you, and you're not externalizing that negativity onto the state or healthcare workers or fucking other people.
You're teaching them to take care of others, not teaching them to take care of their elders.
Oh,
but
that's
like you guys keep ascribing
why does
this
like point matter?
Like, so you keep ascribing this.
Elders need assistance.
Because you're ascribing to something to me that I'm not saying at all. You keep ascribing this idea that I'm saying, if you do bad, you don't deserve
it.
Can you guys? So I gave you the space.
Sure.
Can I not have the space? Okay.
You can have all the space, buddy.
So you keep saying I'm saying if you do bad, you don't deserve respect. My whole point was to say we should be teaching people to have respect, not teaching people to respect their elders. We should teach everybody to respect people, not just teach people to respect people by virtue of their age or blood connection. That's my whole point.
No. But this is my point. So I wanted to bring this up too. There is a religion in particular. I think a lot of people are really hostile to religion in this day and age. And I think that religion can be a conveyance of like moral lessons that we don't even understand. So for instance, like, you know, honor thy father and thy mother or whatever. You're saying like, hey, it can be toxic. It's a double-edged blade. It cuts this way, it cuts that way. You know, basically we should be, flattening this message out to something that a little bit more broad. Well, I think the reason why the message is a little bit more difficult when it's broad is because it's harder to implement and it's harder to do. When you brought up blood, if somebody is my blood, and I basically bring up the fact that I have to help them, well, that makes it a fuckload easier as a moral obligation or a social obligation if I'm genetically related to them and they've been a part of my material well-being and my material life for decades, and I will be a part of their material well-being and their lineage for decades. This makes it easier for me to do things that are difficult because of proximity. So
Right, but it's not just the blood; it's that they did all these things, and you see the investment in them.
Okay,
like,
so you
there's
just,
extra stuff there.
you
Keep
just
it real,
said
man.
that by
Appreciate what you do.
implication, we're saying that you're saying that you shouldn't show respect or reciprocation. Dude, the logical inference from what you just said is that people should only do these things if they've already received a transactional benefit from this relationship. Turk and I
No,
were
they can
saying
see
that,
the investment, like you just said. You just said this is family
What if
member who
they
I have blood with.
fail?
I can see the long-term investment of like
what if
giving
they
them my
fail?
energy, and they might reciprocate that energy. Doesn't matter if they fail. What do you mean? You're just trying to put me into a corner where I'm like, then fuck them, dude. I'm not saying that. You can be a good
So what
person.
are
You
you
can strive
saying?
to be a good person. I just don't think you need to put these lines of blood or obligation onto people when that's not how these relationships work. It's not a one size fits all solution for everybody that you should respect blood, because that investment that you see and that potential for why you should put that in terms of like your connection to your family might not be the same for somebody else to their family.
Well, okay. But let's logically extrapolate what you just said. Because you just said, because I'm choosing to make this investment, whether or not I think that people are fucking shitbags or whatever, and other people might not see this, this logically implies that there are people who haven't received this investment from like a genetic or blood relation, and as a result, they shouldn't feel any social obligation to do it. So you're saying that I'm putting words in your mouth, but to me, it seems like a pretty close inference.
They don't,
to what
yeah, they
you're
don't need to
implying.
feel any social obligation, but it's like a good thing for us to teach people that it's moral to take care of each other.
Would we be comfortable?
There's
Wait,
really
wait.
like not much of a line between social pressure and moral obligation to me.
What for virtue of what? Am I saying it's good to be good to people because it leads to a better world? Or am I saying it's good to be good to your elders because they raised you or they're your blood?
I think that if you were to say like it's good to be good to people in order to be good, and it's good to be good to people who are good to you, people will use that as a fucking excuse to not do a whole bunch of shit.
Okay, so here's what I have an issue with this, right? I think it's very fine to have these standards. I am very much in favor that if someone is like completely failing in that standard that we have set out, that we can say, hey, it's not worth it. Like this person, like I'm sorry, buddy. Like you have failed in your duty, you have failed in your responsibility as a father or as a parent, and that you aren't like worthy of the respect that like that we.
But then that just falls on the
How do you feel
state.
about the death penalty?
No. But what I'm saying then is because this is probably why I assume like why Rhizom's like so frustrated with this, where it feels as if we're putting all of the responsibility in that specific instance on like the failure of a relationship between two people on the person who in that scenario, normally in this case, say like the child, that they still have to respect a person who's been objectively terrible to them. And for a lot of people, myself included, that leaves a really fucking nasty taste in their mouth. So I'm fine with the concept of let's have some obligations to society. You know, be good to your parents. Be good to like the people that you're supposed to take care of. Be a good father. Be a good mother. Be a good son. Be a good daughter. Be a good be like no, but if you fail in that responsibility, I think there's a spectrum of respect that of which you can be like potentially entitled to, and I think that's I think anything else is unrealistic in society. I think we should have
but this choice. I'm sorry for interrupting, but this choice
That's
of the
okay.
honor thy father and thy mother. This was really like an arbitrary selection from like moral teachings of the past. We just as easily could have picked like thou shalt not lie or thou shalt not kill or something.
There
like
are
that.
times when lying is okay. We all
There
know
are
this,
Yeah.
right?
there are times when killing is okay. I'm literally trying to buy
Yeah.
body armor for fucking Ukrainians.
How
But
dare
the
you disobey other commandments?
but the point is we can explore these nuances on an individual basis. But I think this is like my frustration with the anti-hierarchical,
Just say the lefties. I see you.
the goddamn fucking leftist, fucking postmodern communists, neo-Marxist, sexist shit.
Sorry, I'm too reasonable for you, but like I know what you're talking about. Continue.
Yeah. So the point being, about to go on a Jordan Peterson tear. Clean your fucking room. So the point being that I think there's a certain level of like morality that you can assert that is good as a general rule, that are decent memes to pass on to the generation. And then, for instance, if Rhizome's like, hey, my auntie was a fucking bitch. She fucking whooped my ass with a fucking switch. She fucking beat her goddamn kids. She was a drug addict her entire fucking life, and she was a fucking asshole. I don't want
That sounds like me.
and I don't want to be there for her in her last fucking couple of years because she was a fucking dick. Hey, listen, we can have a conversation where we can say, Rhizome, you individually, your aunt was a fucking asshole and a piece of shit. And I'm sorry she was a piece of shit to you. You do not have to hold her.
Yeah,
hand
this is
while
why I
she's-
think the rule gets messy, right? Because like
Of course,
it can
but
lead to
the-
really bad dynamics like that, where like somebody's taking advantage of another party and they know that due to their obligation that like they're just gonna be there for them in a disparate or disproportionate way.
Yeah, but rules. This is one of the things that I like. Rules by their existence necessitate exception. And so this is why I this is like the same frustration that I have with atheists, by the way. Thank you, Gray Z, for an additional $20. And by the way, to everybody, we're still fundraising. We're just fucking drinking
Give
White
money.
Claw.
Give money, you stupid fucks. All right,
stupid
you sad. I don't know what Connor's audience is. You fucking Warhammer lore fucking virgins. Give us your fucking money. All right, bitch. I have the Horus Heresy right here. You think I'm a fake
Throwing in
fan?
another
Eat
50
my ass.
buccarinos,
I've taken all the
courtesy
quizzes.
of
I
my
know
dad.
what Primark
The
I am.
Honourable says
Shut the
hi.
fuck up and
Okay,
give Ukrainians
my-
money.
From when I went
My
on
guess
panels,
is
Lamar.
your Lionel
Love you lots,
Johnson,
buddy.
but
No homo. Heart,
That was
blue
the
heart,
second one. I'm
heart,
killing
blue
it.
heart.
that makes a lot of sense too. Okay. All right. So hold on. I gotta thank a couple of people really quick. So Gray Z gave fucking $20. We're already pushing like $2,300, $2,400 tonight. Dono, slow down a little bit. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We're just drinking and having a good time at this point. But then Shadows Lightly, our good piano neoliberal shill. Bastiat could be here if he wanted to be, but he's not. So as a result, he is now the second best neoliberal shill on Twitch, with Shadows Lightly taking the #1 spot. He says, throwing in another 50 buccarinos courtesy of my dad. The Honorable says, hi, he misses your sailor mouth from when I went on panels, laughed my ass off. That's a throwback to when Shadows Lightly and I were on panels and I was cussing up a fucking storm in front of his judge dad, who would actually make the mistake of watching panel shows. Holy shit. That's a bunch of
mistake.
degenerate shit. But laugh my ass off. Love you lots, buddy. No homo. Thank you, buddy. Your donos will be going to a Jewish president of Ukraine to fight off the imperialist Russian dickheads. Thank you to your dad. Thank you to you. And guys, if you want to keep doing donos, it's appreciated, but it's not required. So this conversation needs spice. Get Samantha on. Shit. Hold on. All right. So we'll do like another 5 minutes of like productive conversation, 10 minutes of productive conversation.
All right.
And then we'll bring Samantha on, who's a fucking wrecking ball. So then we'll just scream at each other, and then we'll cry, and then we'll leave. So anyways, the point being, the goddamn neo-Marxist fucking leftist communist sacks of shit, okay? The reason why I get frustrated is because I think that, like, this is my same problem with the atheists, okay? I think there's a lot of reason to say why God doesn't exist, okay? There doesn't seem to be a personal relationship. Science seems to be a good predictive measure for how the world works. There's like a lot of things. If you look at like the past like 500 years of understanding of the world, it's pretty clear that like the scientific method in science as a general rule is a good way to understand the material universe. Okay, so I understand the strength of atheism, and also, by the way, Rhizome, I understand the strength of your arguments when I'm saying here's a general rule, and you're saying, hey, here's all these exceptions to the rule. So maybe we expand the rule to something that suits people better without having this very specific rule that has all these toxic back and forths. So I understand that. But my problem with the dilution of rules, my problem with the dilution of like concepts or whatever, is the fact that this typically works for smart motherfuckers. This works for people who like to be thoughtful and pensive and spend time thinking about this shit and spend their Friday nights or Saturday nights donating to the Ukrainian army while debating about like moral philosophy and shit. These are the kind of motherfuckers that benefit from like the deep introspection of like rules and their exceptions and moral philosophy and all that kind of shit. Whereas most motherfuckers want to eat hot wings and fucking jerk off and watch porn and fucking watch the NFL and call it a fucking day. So my point being that like general rules, while messy, can offer a lot of utility to normal folk who don't have a lot of time to think about this shit.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier, it sounds like you're trying to find like an easy tool to just like figure out how to like get this out as quick as possible. One thing I would say, so I teach, right? And like my form of discipline and like the current form of discipline for like young kids right now, like back when we were younger, you fucked up and they were like, hey, don't do that. Right? It was corrective discipline and it was reactive. So something would happen and then there was a consequence, right? So what we try to do now, like that happens, obviously, kids are going to do things that are unforeseen and there's going to be a consequence, right? But preemptive shit through talking about like what might like, how do you feel when this happens? How do you feel when somebody starts to talk about you this way? How do you feel when you hear your name come up and you don't know what it's like two people are talking about behind your back, right? Like see teachers try to facilitate this conversation to help kids understand why they might follow the rules. So instead of just becoming, hey, don't hit him, it's like, hey, here's why you might not want to hit somebody. Here's how it feels to be hit. And like why like this is a good idea to not do.
Here's how it is to be hit. Nice.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Exactly.
Hey, Timmy,
so, but yeah, so anyways, this is like this is how this is so I don't like because I said so's. That's like my thing. I don't like because I said so's. It's like I think everybody needs to understand why they're doing the things that you're doing and why they're like why that's a good thing to be doing. And I don't think that requires a lot of thinking. I just think that it does take some conversation. It does take education. It does take, you know, just a certain form of discipline in your life. But I think we're moving in that direction.
Sure, and by the way, like I can appreciate this, but this is where like I think there's a there's even more sage sayings from. Oh my God, did you change your glasses to the fucking Harry Potter glasses, or have those always been your fucking glasses?
These have always been my. Okay, so I have different pairs, right? So this is my. These are my normal blue lights. This is what I wear most of the time, right? But I got these boys, right? Worried. I got some of these. Right?
I won't forget my point.
You know,
okay, I like that actually.
That's actually listen.
Is that better?
I'm not into
nice.
dudes, but that is better. Like
I can see your eyes more, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, but these aren't blue light, right? Like they hurt my eyes.
Okay, put on your Harry Potter glasses. I just want to take a fucking dump on the Harry Potter.
I have I think I have some aviators. 1 second. Let me.
Hans representing man.
Hey, like. Yes. All right.
Those are old man reading glasses.
I am old. All right. Like, don't bully me. I've seen so many things. Like
the youngest one on this panel says they're old.
Daddy?
Like,
sorry.
JK, all right. After that fucking thirst post, like my DMs are
the people of
a travesty. All right. Like I was not ready.
Listen,
I'm still not ready.
Listen, I don't think bisexual people should advertise themselves as bisexual because clearly you're gonna get lots of pics of fucking dicks. So it's like you know you're just gonna you're gonna get the worst of both worlds. Cole G. So hold on, my auto thing is.
Let's
go.
God damn.
Seriously,
I just want to say this. I tried donating to like this direct link or whatever, and it is the international community does not want us sending money to these people. So we got to keep pushing and putting more money in these pockets, man. Come on.
Fuck yeah. Cole G says, if Hans gets Lionel Johnson, can I get dibs on Rogel Dorn? God, I'm a nerd. Seriously, though, awesome of y'all to help Ukraine. So what I was going to say, number one, Shadows Lightly, thank you for the additional $50. Shadows Lightly by himself has given us $150 tonight. So seriously,
Man.
major
Shadows.
major shout out to you and your dad. Thank you. Sincerely appreciate it. I promise you, every single cent that I receive from this donation is going to Ukraine. And then
You got a PayPal link, right?
Yeah. So we do have a PayPal link on the Twitch website. So if you go to like twitch.tv/counterpoints, you should be able to find my PayPal. That way, Google doesn't get a fucking cut. But thank you, Shadow, sincerely. Every cent is going to, basically, I think I'm going to do 80-20. I'm going to do 20% humanitarian, 80% war effort. So that's going to be kind of my breakdown. And then Cole G for $100 says, if Hans gets Lionel Johnson, can I call dibs on Rogel Dorn? God, I'm a nerd. Seriously, though, awesome of y'all to help out Ukraine. So Rogel Dorn, I just want to share this really quickly because it's at least partially my stream. I hate the Imperial Fists. Okay, I'll reel this back in a second. They're so boring. Where they're like, our personality is that we're disciplined and that we're boring, and then the only thing that makes up for that is the fact that I think it's Nathaniel Garrow. He's like the Death Card loyalist traitor who flies in order to warn the Imperium of Horus's betrayal. And he gets bitch slapped by fucking Rogel Dorn across the fucking room and breaks like 16 of his fucking ribs. And then he fights like a demon Primarch. I appreciated the rage that the Imperial Fists have shown. And then also the Black Templars, who, for those of you who don't know, it's a chapter of Space Marines who only like melee combat. They could blow you up with missiles and las cannons and all that kind of stuff. But instead, they just fucking stab you with a giant medieval fucking sword. That's badass. So Black Templars rule, Crimson Fists rule, Imperial Fists suck. And I want to be more nerdy, but I want to respect everybody who's here.
You need to disrespect me. No, I thought like what's like Sanguinus's one there, the Blood Rage. I thought they were the close combat guys. Yeah, I thought the Blood Angels were close combat.
Listen, it's Warhammer 40K. Everybody's close combat. Okay.
Regardless,
There's two steps to the combat turn. There's shooting and then melee. Come on.
Yeah, like literally, it's like
I haven't actually played. I just know the lore. Okay, it's different. It's different.
Okay.
I don't have anyone to play with. All right. I don't even have miniatures yet. Stop bullying me.
The way that I would phrase it is that basically, even so, there was like a video series, a 3D animation TV series that came out recently with the Tau. So they're blue horse fish people with big titties that everybody wants to fuck, and they have like high technology that like they have like rail guns and robots and fucking Gundam suits and shit. And they're known on the tabletop for blowing people away without ever getting into melee combat. But even in their movie, they had like knives strapped to their chest, even though they're 5 foot tall and basically a stiff breeze could fucking take them out. So what I'm really saying is that this universe is one in which plenty of people are being blown the fuck away with like firearms, but melee is important. So if you're like, does that guy do melee hardcore? Everybody does melee hardcore. So, yeah.
Unless you're dead.
Unless you're dead, which is actually like that. There's a high probability that you're going to be fucking dead. All right. But I do see Rhizome yawning. So I want to get a little bit more out of him before he fucking passes out. So if he needs to pass out, he needs to pass out. But I need to say this. So like, I respect the Tower of Babel, for instance. This is like a biblical story. Jordan Peterson has retranslated it into like a modern thing where he basically said, rather than it being about God getting fucking pissy and jealous over humanity achieving technological greatness and fucking them over for his own conceit, what this really is about is not allowing like human hubris and pride to overwhelm the majesty of like the eternal or like nature itself. Whatever humanity achieves or whatever like living creatures achieve, it's going to pale in comparison to the creation of like the natural world, basically. So have a sense of humility. The reason why I like that story, even if it's bullshit, like even if it's total fucking bullshit, is that it kind of puts things into perspective where like humanity can achieve a bunch of fucking things that are extremely impressive, but humble yourself in the face of nature. And if you're like a human being who's subject to like hurricanes and tornadoes and earthquakes and tsunamis and mortality and all that kind of shit, I think it behooves us as like individual mortal creatures to humble ourselves in the face of reality. So don't worship your intellect like it's a god. Don't worship human creativity and intellect like it's a god. Recognize that we're fallible and frail and filled with ego and all that kind of shit. And that's why I like these myths. You can call them myths. You can say they're bullshit. You can say they're wrong. But there's often a kernel of truth that can make your life better. And if you're looking for that kernel of truth, I think it can help you live a better life. So that's why I don't like the skepticism, I guess.
Okay, wait, 2 questions. Do you think that I don't believe that humility is a virtue? And then number 2, do you think that I like don't believe that there's like value to trying to look into metaphor for real life analogies?
I think if I said, the Bible says humility is a virtue, you'd be like, well, sometimes it's not. And
Okay,
sometimes
I feel like humility is a
Bro,
virtue.
I am
That's
so
the thing.
fucking. I am the hottest
sometimes
of hot
it's not.
shit. All right?
Sometimes
Here's the
it'll
deal.
fuck you over.
I'm a-
Sometimes you're
Connor-
too humble. As a
Connor,
matter of
here's
fact,
the deal. Here's the deal. I don't appreciate being met for the first time and like serving as a straw man for all of the internet left that you've encountered who's too terminally online to have some form of like empathy for like other people's points of view or like
but it's
see
so much more
humility as a
fun that
virtue.
way.
Okay, but that's not who I am. All right. One of the rules
And
in
I
my chat, the
appreciate
last
that.
rule of my chat, like in one of the most important ones, is we can all be wrong and should expect to be. Okay. And like that's something that
respect.
it's something that I really try to, live my life by. There's times when I'm going to be spicy as fuck and I'm going to be heated. Right. But then somebody's going to be like, yo, here's where I think you're wrong. And receiving feedback is really important to me. Now, I do agree with you that humans are imperfect. Our knowledge is always going to be uncertain, right? But I think that we can look at what we have and try to improve it. And I think that if there are things that we do that people feel restricted by or oppressed by, I think we can strive to improve those things within our means. And one of those things is what we were talking about. And like I think that rule making can be improved by, rather than going from like this because I said so ideology, we go towards a more, hey, here's why you might want to do that, and compel people to understand why it's within their best interest to respect each other, as opposed to just say, hey, respect your mom. And that's my whole point,
Sure. And I do respect that. And I do appreciate it. And I'm actually, if you do have to go, then
I've been up for way too long. I'm
understood.
up for
Then we'll let you go. But
5 a.m.
but I do basically want to
19 hours.
extend you.
Yeah.
I want to extend you an olive branch. Number 1, everything you just said is super appreciated. Number 2, I want you to shout yourself out. Number 3, I kind of want you to give us like 30 seconds of lore of like why. So basically what happened was, I would say like January, February, I started working until like 8:30 p.m. and I wasn't able to be on the panel shows anymore, which sucks because I actually see some killers on the panel show. I think I've seen you either on Hippy Dippy or Prime Kai. I've seen Toftage on Hippy Dippy or Prime Kai, and I'm like, oh shit, here's some new killers, here's some fresh talent. What's up? Can you kind of give my audience just kind of like a summary of who you are, why you got into the scene, kind of like what you do, why you think, and like all that shit. Like what's the 30-second summary of you?
Sure, yeah. So I'm somebody who in 2020 decided to go onto Twitch, and it's a terrible platform for discovery. So I was basically in an empty room streaming to like nobody for a year and a half. And then I was spamming in Hassan's chat one day because I was really annoyed with his takes on the word cracker, or the word C word, So I was spamming. I was like, hey man, I don't see why you think this is okay. He brought me on. And then since I was engaging with like Chud Logic and our relevance community, I like kind of knew like, okay, they might look at this tomorrow. And so like they knew me in chat, and I had never mentioned that I was a streamer or anything. I always played that close to my chest because I don't like just blind or shameless self promo. But then people started to
yeah, classic mistake. What are you doing?
Okay, well here's the deal.
Everywhere.
Mistake. Because here's the thing. I knew your name from seeing you on Hippy Dippy or whatever.
Yeah.
But I already knew you from Chud. I didn't even know that I knew you. And I knew you like probably like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. And that's how a lot of people are feeling now. So things are growing now. People are finding me now. The reason that I went on Twitch, I wanted to find a community. And I know that seems pretty like lame, but it's like I wanted to find people who are like interested in similar things. And basically, I'm just interested in trying to find out about this world we've been born into and how we can probably improve it before we die, you know? And I'm pretty open-minded to that. And I'm not an ideologue. I try to be as honest as possible.
Let me share this with you before you go.
Yeah.
So I'm trying faultingly something. It's almost English. I'm trying to create a digital community, it's hard because people have such different and varied interests, and attention spans are so varied and all that kind of stuff, that it's hard to do. But basically I'm looking for like a fundamental axiomatic like position, which is the world is fucked up. It can be better tomorrow. How do I take a little bit of my energy and make it better tomorrow? And I just want that to be that's like something that I think almost anybody can sign on to. And then I feel like we're in a hybrid digital real space where real space can give us like more value for some reason, just because like human to human interaction can give us more value. But it seems like we're increasingly interacting on the digital space just because of the nature of the world. So instead of trying to say it's one or the other, real space is better or digital space is better or digital space is evil, I'm trying to say, how do we hybridize these things into like a harmony where our digital lives make our real lives better and our real lives make our digital lives better, and then they kind of interplay together. So what I would say, everything that you fucking said, despite you being a postmodern leftist communist scumbag, that I want to annihilate, and
who likes French philosophers,
right? Who likes French philosophers? Which is like, dude, French. That word alone, you didn't even have to add philosopher to it. You just had to start with French. Fuck, I speak French. So the point being, like, you're antithetical to my worldview in a lot of ways. But if you wake up and you have the perspective of like, the world's fucked up, I want to make it a little better. How do we do that? That's enough to build something off of. And so I'm hoping the future looks like that. And if I can help you in your project, or if you can help me in my project, it was actually really cool to meet you. And
that sounds good to me. Coming on. Yeah, I try to do things on a micro political level. I want to feel like I'm sleeping a happy sleep when I go to bed. You know, I don't want to like look at what other people are doing and like worry about that and try to like control that, you know? So like, as long as I'm living within my means and as long as I feel like I'm contributing to good outcomes and helping to other people to understand why I think those are good things, hopefully by the time I die, I've planted a few seeds. That's the idea.
Well, I appreciate you. And then
it was nice meeting you all.
You can avoid Samantha Banana yelling at you. We're probably just
thoughts on the track on or Tucker Carlson area.
We need some pep in our step.
Need some spice up in here.
Yeah, so
I'll make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Putin so he can do.
All right, have a good night, guys. I gotta go to bed.
Catch you, buddy.
See
you later.
Coffee, and
nice meeting you, Hans. Nice meeting you, Turk.
Nice meeting you, buddy.
See you later,
I'm putting on the apron. It's over for you fucks. All right, get ready. Ready. Right. I'm keeping my pants on though. I just want everyone to know that. I was like, that Twitter photo, right?
Connor,
that was the like most spicy photo I've ever put out there. Right? That shit was boom.
Fire Warrior is not on Warhammer TV, dude. That's like a PlayStation 2 video game. Because you're such a great content creator, I actually paid the $5 to
$5.99.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called no, and the service does suck. I'm kind of
the search sucks on Warhammer TV. Yes,
It is called. I have to pull Samantha on, but let me think for a second. It is called. God damn! Do I literally have to log in? Holy shit! My
all I
brain
can say is
soup.
like the stuff they've made to this point is freaking fire.
Mhm.
They need to make more of it and just like completely go all in on it, right?
The
Angels of
Exodite.
Death was
That's what it's
excellent.
called. The Exodite.
Exodite. Okay, cool. That's an exclusive.
Yeah. Sorry.
right?
Sorry. Literally, my brain is fucking soup at this point.
But like all
yeah.
of this Warhammer content is gold, man.
All right. No. And actually, we can talk about that. Unfortunately, a lot of the fan made stuff kicks fucking ass.
Yep.
And
I saw some of
where is how do I invite Samantha here? Shit. Do we have to go into my shit?
Ping Danabo, have him give me privs.
But I don't think I have privs either. So yeah, do you mind jumping into but then we need Hans. There he is. Half naked Hans.
I ping Danabo, he might not be on, I'll ping Geek.
Yeah, dude, if they're sleeping, don't worry about it. Hans, put on your headset real quick. Headset. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, jump into. I'm gonna send y'all an invite, and then send.
Felt cute might visit Putin's colon later.
I'm in your Discord too. So.
All right, cool. So Hans, we're jumping to my Discord. Okay.
I got you.
I'm not sober, but we'll figure it out.
I know.
I've had like one.
I know what. Which one is it? Is it is it Stream Chat or Stream Voice?
I have no fucking idea, dude. I don't use it. Yeah,
all right,
sure.
all right.
Let's go there.
All right.
Listen.
Why you making me move so many places? All right.
I don't know. I'm not drunk, but I'm not sober. Samantha, if you're still with us, then please come join us. And honestly, Samantha should already be here. Give me 1 second. Let me send her a DM.
This is the most Irish of Irish coffees. It's like half Bailey's.
Yo, I gotta work tomorrow. I gotta be. The good news is, I don't have to work until 11. So realistically, I could still get toasted and have a good time.
I'm also going into work tomorrow. I am gonna I got a little bit of work tomorrow because I gotta earn that promotion, so I gotta go on the weekends, Giga Chat.
Oh no! But if you're not paid.
But I have made so many good friends. I love my work friends, and about like 8 of us, we're all going to go watch the new Batman movie afterwards. So I'm super fucking pumped.
I've seen mixed reviews. I've seen hey, it's almost as good as the Christian Bale series, and I've heard nah. I've heard it both ways. So
what are the stuff that you've heard that's bad? Because the biggest criticism that
I've it's long. Too long.
Yeah. The two things that I've heard from that in terms of its critique is that one, it's too long because it's almost 3 hours, and then the second thing is that it apparently all the characters are relatively like fleshed out, but they said that Bruce Wayne, they said Robert Pattinson does a great fucking job as Batman, but there's like no distinguishing between like his like Batman persona versus his Bruce Wayne persona.
Yo, and hold on. You gotta hold that thought because I want to make fun of that thought in a fucking second. So, Volodymyr Zelensky's enormous cock says, felt cute, might visit Putin's colon later, I don't know, for $20. Thank you for the donation.
Let's go!
I hope metaphorically Zelensky's penis sodomizes Putin's asshole. Thank you for the donation. It is going to a good cause. Again, everything in March, 100% of it is going towards either the Ukrainian army or humanitarian relief for the refugees that are moving into Western Ukraine. Hopefully so Ukrainian forces can fight Russian forces to a standstill and then they can all go the fuck home. Hopefully that is what's going to happen. Then what I was going to say is Samantha is with us, Samantha Banana. And then I also just want to acknowledge Taze real quick. Taze is my editor. He's worked his ass off for the better part of a year. He took revenue share for 3 months or something like that. He's a really nice guy. And then I say, hey, Ukraine is being fucking invaded. Can we defend? Can we like donate 100% of our fucking proceeds to Ukraine? And he's like, yeah, fuck it. Literally like 20-second reaction. I have not paid this guy for 6 months worth of work. He worked with me just because he believed in what we do. And then when I ask him, hey, can we give it to people who are fighting for their fucking lives and freedom? No fucking thought. He's like, yes, 100%. They need it more than I do, and fucking donated it. So that's like, I don't know. So I just really quickly before we get into other fucking nerd shit and Batman, I just want to say I am blown the fuck away by the quality of people that we have here. So quantity, like we do okay, you know, like I'm a fucking, 50 to, 150 viewer Andy or whatever, but the quality of people we attract is fucking insane. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your donations. If it's getting tired and you got to go to bed, go to bed. But Hans has the fucking, he has his fucking apron on. Turk is still hanging in there. He might go do a line of Adderall in a second. Samantha is with us.
I am never more happy than when I get to see Hans in the apron.
You and me both, sister. I haven't been in this thing for so long. All right,
Since
Imagine
the day
missing
when
the
I liked
first
your gay
donation.
tweet.
Fuck
Like, what are
you.
you talking about?
I meant except for today. This is a new thing. Okay, it's entirely important and real. Okay, it is. I love this.
Thank you for coming on, Samantha. I think we had too much of an existential crisis, and I think Dylan was a little bit too stoned for the like parental morality conversation.
I felt bad. Where did he go? Like I never got to challenge him to a fight.
I knew I was coming.
I think he knew Samantha was coming. I think that he was a little bit too high for the conversation in general, and I think we were talking about like shitbag parents.
Push the point, man.
Yeah, so I love Dylan. Dylan, thank you for showing up. It was fucking awesome having you here temporarily. Thank you for doing a half shot of vodka with us, just to toast the Ukrainian people. Sincerely appreciated. Taze, thank you for the second donation. And Samantha, you're known for being spicy. You want to share anything with us?
I'm not that spicy. I've toned down a lot since I've left Twitch. I have a job and a public image to uphold working for Odyssey.
I don't fucking believe you at all.
Yeah, I doubt this.
I haven't been that spicy. Like, I haven't been spicy. I had to turn on spicy for the Odyssey games when you were tattooing that shitty logo on your fucking body that just hurt my soul to watch you do.
Well,
and
you're the one who came up with the fucking idea. What the fuck?
No, that was no bullshit. No, that was not my idea. That was Lauren Southern's idea. Do not hold me accountable for her shit.
Oh, so she's a fucking. As a matter of fact, I'm toasting.
Yes, we've established Lauren's a fucking retard. This is nothing new.
I wasn't going to use the R slur. I was going to say D-Gen. That's what I was.
I was going to say when it comes to Lauren, I'll let the R slur fly.
Don't worry, Samantha's not spicy at all anymore. All right, you don't.
Listen,
is it?
That's not even that spicy.
No.
The R word is
acceptable?
Tales of my spiciness are greatly exaggerated.
The R word is the most milk toast.
Don't worry about it.
Is it acceptable to you? I've actually seen a resurgence of the R word recently, by the way. But is the use of the R word in reference to an autistic person, is this acceptable or is it not?
Where's the spice? Come on, spice.
Okay, so
is it? Are you allowed to say? Are you allowed to say it about?
She's thinking about her next moves because they affect her checks.
Are you allowed to say it about Haas?
Wait, no, Haas is a retard.
There, of course.
Okay, hold on here. So why I started, people are like, oh my god, you used to be really good, and then you started using the R word a lot. Okay, well, me and a few of my friends who happen to be like pretty far left, Spectre, if anybody knows Spectre, good friend of mine, also an insane leftist. But we got scolded one day because people were like, oh, you can't say stupid. You can't call someone stupid. That's ableist. I'm like, oh no, if we're going to punish people for saying stupid and idiot, fuck that. I need to start going back to saying retard so we can bring it back to the center a bit, because it's gone too fucking into crazy land with saying stupid is ableist.
I was actually going to say, so I think Chud Logic, who I have immense respect for, went on a warpath against like Dr. K. But basically a good dude and calls out bullshit when he sees it, so I appreciate that. He started using the R slur a little bit more aggressively, and I'm like, isn't he going to get fucking canceled? Like, isn't everybody on Twitter going to be at Chud Logic? Like, stop using the R slur, it's ableist. And it didn't fucking happen as far as I could see. So, like, I guess people are burnt out on the R slur. Like, I'll still try not to use it because I know I have autistic people in my community who are offended by it, but still.
I would say I'm pretty sure it's currently TOS safe. So there's no easily galvanizable.
But that's not my point though. It's like there's a decent chunk of people or whatever who are like they don't want to use it because it makes people who actually have developmental disorders feel bad versus like when it's used as a derogatory insult.
I get that, and when people legitimately ask me to stop using it because it makes them feel bad, I will. However, as somebody with autism, it's like my N-word, right?
Yo,
no,
hold on. You got autism?
Yes. Did you not know this?
Who doesn't have autism at this point?
I have autism? Me. I have no psychological disorders. All right. It really apparently it makes me lose cred. Okay. Like I'm sorry.
But I'm serious. At this point, if I'm in a room and 8 out of 10 people have autism.
No, mine's not even. So, like, to be fair, mine's not like a. To be fair, mine's not like a self-diagnosis thing. I didn't make this shit up to get clout or like Twitter points or like oppression Olympics score.
Does that matter if you're in the West Coast where they're just gonna diagnose that shit?
No. Like I got diagnosed very early on. Like I have problem reading like social situations and understanding when's an appropriate time to say things, which kind of makes me be spicy by nature. Like, hold on. For example, my uncle and my aunt had a stillborn child, and my first response to them as 10 years old was like, I guess we can't teach that one how to play football. And like, I didn't catch on that they lost a child, and like very things you don't say in certain places. No. I cannot tell.
No, Samantha, I am going to argue with your doctor. Like, so number one,
what, you're going to tell the world that I'm not an autistic shithead? Really?
Yes, because it's a crutch. Okay. Basically, You knew. No, because I'm the same way. What's the most fucked up thing I can say in this situation? And send.
No, that's
how my brain works. That's not how your brain works.
No. Like, because most of the time I don't say things like that.
However, I'm a bad person.
No. There are situations where like I say something and I'm not understanding what I'm saying, and then like weeks later or a month later, I'm like, oh fuck, oh no, that's why they're not talking to me anymore. I'm like, no, like dead ass, no. But like, I legitimately don't understand that what I'm saying is wrong, or that what I'm saying is hurtful, or that like I don't understand these things because I can't read the situations. I have the inability to read a room.
Nah. Okay.
There are times when I'm on Twitch where I'm like, when somebody says something stupid, and I'm like, what is the worst thing I can say to make them go home and regret living? Like, those things, I will think about that. But like, I'm talking about like things with people I care about. Like, it's different when it's like randos on Twitch, right? But I'm talking about inability to understand what I'm saying to people that I actually love and care about in my life.
Okay.
That I don't want to piss off.
Okay. So we don't. I do that a little bit too. All right, so the point is the point is
there something you want to tell us? Are you also are you self-diagnosing right now? Is this like what is?
Demon Mama. All right,
Demon Mama will be super proud.
This is
that fucking deer bitch.
This is a coming out stream, all right? Like,
I mean, probably. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense why I do well in this space. Everybody's got fucking autism, and I'm doing good. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is why I couldn't handle it. I was like, guys, I'm too healthy. I'm too emotionally regular to deal with this. I gotta go.
To be fair, if there ever is a space and time to come out, it's when her shirtless Hans is wearing an apron and flexing. That's what.
I don't know what. Like, you're just crazy.
I'm dying.
Okay.
I'm dying.
I can't believe what you're saying right now.
All right, I want to share. Can I share some cringe with you? It's actually bad. Somebody was marrying this beautiful girl. She very beautiful, very nice, all that kind of stuff. I have oh God, I hate saying this because I hope he never fucking sees it. But I had a 20-minute conversation with her, and it was pretty clear to me that she wasn't smart. And he was going to get married to her, and he just asked her to get married. And I have a fucked up complex in my brain where I'm like, what's the most fucked up thing that I can say right now in order to, basically, get like have a laugh, basically. What's the most fucked up joke that I can say right now? And I was like, he's like, oh man, I just asked her to marry me. And I was like, well, she's beautiful, but she's not the fucking smartest girl in the world. I was like, oh.
No, that's
laughs.
different. That's just good looking out.
Nobody laughing.
Yeah,
no, but nobody laughing. I just sat
I wish you were there.
I said
for
that
me.
as a joke. I wasn't trying to be rude to your future wife, motherfucker. And he's
I wish I had somebody like you when I came to my unit. I wish I had someone like you when I came to my unit on a Monday morning saying, "Hey, First Sergeant, I'm getting married." And they're like, to who? And I'm like, oh, well, this girl, she dances at, like, oh, I'm not going to name the play. Yeah, she's a stripper. And I wish I had someone like you, like, no, what the fuck are you doing, you moron? You would have saved me like 3 years, and like I would have had no gun pointed at my head, and I wouldn't have a meth alcoholic wife.
But it
doesn't.
Great. It still makes you a bad person. Because the thing about it is, you have to. Here's what I learned over the past couple of years: is you can guide people and you can prod people. You have to let them make their own mistakes, because making your own mistakes is like it's the ultimate lesson. Somebody telling you that you're doing the wrong thing, you can give people a heads up. You can be like, hey bro, this is a little edgy, this is kind of this is kind of I don't know about this, that, the other. You can give them a heads up.
Yikesy. This little
yikes. Now, if you use yikes in a fucking tweet, delete me right now. As a matter of fact, I want to see my subs, or like, I want to see my shit drop by 30% because these motherfuckers use yikes. Like
we both, okay, this entire conversation started because you made a joke about saying, like, to your friend, yo, this bitch is dumb, and it didn't land, and you're still coping years later. Okay,
you know what? This is a good point, because that means I don't have autism, because I have the social intelligence to realize that I fucked up. This is a good point. This is an anti-diagnosis stream.
No, that's completely different than what I have. It's like
every person, autistic or not, has like moments where they're like, yo, you know the thing I said 3 years ago to someone that like they probably forgotten 100 times over? It still bothers me. And I'm gonna like be like, yo, awake at night, and I'm gonna feel bad about it. You're not special. That's normal, all right? This isn't autism. It means you're a person with functional anxiety like the rest of us, right?
Hold on. I got to address chat real quick, because I got to update them because they're losing their shit. So somebody says, Christian Valeris, that's low spice content, Connor. Yeah, you're right. I cleaned it up for you a little bit. So apparently I was supposed to say like even more aggressively terrible fucking things to my friend. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Christian Valeris. I'll fucking take your advice into it. So JTF Gamer Show podcast said, what the heck is going on? I'll explain that to you real quick. So what happened was we had a bunch of people come on earlier. We were debating, talking, drinking, all this bullshit. We've been taking donos for Ukraine. But now this is like the drunk crash part of the stream. And we have Samantha, who's supposed to be fucking spicy, but she's not. But we're working on that.
Spicy for you.
Then
spicy. What are you?
This is exactly.
We're working on it.
All right. So I just want to say that I think compulsory education is wrong.
Hold on. Zelensky's enormous cock says the meth stripper pussy does hit different, though.
No. Okay, yes, I'm going to be real with you. I married the stripper. And if anybody has, I know Connor's heard this probably way too much.
Anything you say credible. I'm sorry.
No, this is dead serious. So like, I have an affinity for like for thicker women, and this. That's okay. No. You're a fucking retard anyway.
No.
Take you and like do like your receding hairline is, and just sit down in the back for a minute. Okay, dude, I'm talking.
I'm straight up bald. Okay, you can say all that shit you want.
Can I pay a compliment?
No, I'm gonna say that the meth, right. the meth addicted fucking alcoholic stripper pussy was actually horrible because she's scrawny as fuck. And it just, she had a bony ass, and it just, fuck, it was the worst fuck of my life.
I don't agree.
Apparently.
Anyways,
apparently it was bad.
I've had better Iraqi POWs than that.
Apparently.
Shout out Abu Ghraib. Shout out Abu Ghraib.
This is Samantha Banana, everybody. Follow her on Twitch. No
Why?
longer.
Why?
I think you're on Twitter? Are you on D Live?
D Live's horrible.
Because-
Exactly.
Odyssey is the only platform for me.
Fuck this. Oh my God.
Because Samantha says that she's not spicy and then she is. Anyways, so
I politically provoked champion here.
Yeah, I want to extend a compliment to the Turk. So Samantha was a douche and fucking talked about receding hairlines and shit. So, there's like the Bruce Willis, right? Where you kind of get like a little bit of like a widow's peak or whatever, and then you shave that shit. And then there's also like the fucking all the way back thing. I have to compliment you on the fact that you're just like, fuck it. Shave.
I've been bald
That's the
since my
best thing they
freshman
can-
year in college, and I don't care. You could call me bald if you want.
It's okay. I'm fat. You're bald. It is what
No,
it is.
no, no,
Plenty of other
but I want to make
derogatory things
a
to
real
say to you,
point here.
Samantha.
So they say that you're supposed to receive your hair genetics from your mother's father.
Mother's father, yeah.
Mother's father. My mother's father was bald at 30. My mother's father's son, so my uncle, he was bald at like 15. So I've been waiting for this shit to fucking disappear for a really
Enjoy it.
fucking long time. I love it. It's fucking great. And it's been great, and I'm in my 30s at this point. So I hope that it stays. But I would
To be fair,
Did you just see him enjoy it? Because
Turk's
I want to
credit,
enjoy
though,
it.
he doesn't
There's
try
like
to
a
do those
freedom.
awkward haircuts that some of the guys do, and no matter what they do with a haircut, it looks awkward. To his credit, he just shaves it off and just owns it.
Yes, and that's what I wanted to extend a compliment on. And Samantha, don't be an autistic bitch. And then Hans, are you dead? Are you okay?
Yeah. What are you talking
He's got to flex more.
Dude,
To
you're
be
like
alive.
you're like staring into
Judge
the void.
poses.
Like, dude, I could take the past 20 seconds
I am
of
playing
you
high
staying-
level Magic the Gathering right now. All right, you think this is the only thing? I have other options right now. I'm picking all of you above gaming right now. Okay, I'm doing both because I love you guys. Don't fuck with me on this, Connor. I can do all this at once
He
because
gets
I
more
was
red
building a
and
deck
more
list.
red.
Lesnia enchantments, okay? Maybe
just so right.
I got a lot going on, okay? Maybe I just have things happening in my life, okay?
He is so
Maybe-
white that every color on his screen just reflects perfectly off of
It's
his
like-
body.
You're
I
a
know.
you're a little bit more pink than you were white.
Fucking
Like you were white a
translucent.
minute ago, and now you're fucking pink.
Connor, am I asleep? Did you want the spice? You asked.
A little
Is this
bit. Yeah. So
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Let's fucking go back to your hidey hole. Someone
Okay.
donate $100 or some shit.
no, they listen, guys. Okay, so we peaked at like 110. I'm assuming all the normal fucking people went to bed. It's 1:30 in the fucking morning. We're still at like 77 fucking viewership, which is better than fucking normal. Thank you guys, sincerely appreciated. All of the donos, fucking amazing. Thank you for hanging out with us, just being a bunch of weird fucking drunk assholes. Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody else is drunk. I'm not sober. I'm not drunk. You know, I'm
Connor,
like in
you
between.
just need to practice more, sir.
Drinking? Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes. You need to practice more.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I want to thank y'all sincerely. So we're probably, I would have to guess, because I haven't done math in a while, and I am a Marine, and Marines don't do math, but I would say easily, between the 1,500 that I'm going to put up front and your donations tonight, we are easily between 2,500 and 3K going
Let's
to
go!
humanitarian and a direct support for the Ukrainian military. So while a fucking slice of body armor is fucking probably $1,500 by itself if it's good quality shit.
That's one Ukrainian soldier that we saved. One hero.
That's one dude that can catch 2 rounds of 7.62 by 54 and still walk away and talk to his
I'm
fucking
gonna fact
wife.
check you. I'm going to fact check you. A
Yeah.
good ceramic level 4 plate can take at least 5.
7.62
Oh.
by 54.
Yep,
Oh,
I've seen
I've
people.
I think it's
I've heard
7.62
39.
by 39 that is
Yeah,
5,
7.62.
and 7.62
I
by
heard
54
39.
it's 2.
I've
heard
seen
39.
dudes take 3-4
But-
rounds of AK to the chest, easy.
But Turk,
and walk.
to your credit, a majority of motherfuckers are not going to be shooting 54. And let's explain this. Let's do some Ukrainian fucking shit real
PKM.
quick. So, 7.62 by 39 is the general AK round. It's a fat fucking 30 caliber bullet that's coming out of a fucking powder case that's pretty short. So, fucking yay big, basically. Fat round, fucking not much powder. So, it'll fuck you up 200 yards or less, but 200 yards or more, that bitch gets crazy inaccurate. 7.62 by 54 is a World War II round that they basically updated into their like designated marksman rifles and their fucking sniper rifles and shit, the Dragunov and the PSL
It's
and all
more
that
on
bullshit.
their light machine guns.
Yeah, it's what
and
LMG.
on the machine guns. So 7.62 by 54, which basically means that is a fat fucking round with a shitload of powder behind it. So regardless, based off of your donations tonight, we're either getting night vision goggles or body armor for a Ukrainian soldier who has the brass fucking balls to stand up to fucking Russia, which, by the way, that's amazing. The fact that a country like a third of the size, a military a third of the size that can fucking stand up to the Russians, that's amazing. And so the fact that some motherfucker is going to get some plates off of us, some food off of us, some night vision goggles off of us in order to go fight that fucking war, that is amazing. And thank you for what we've done so far tonight. If you got anything left, awesome. If you don't, no problem. We'll bullshit for another half hour and call
Also, reminder, you don't have to donate money. The president of Ukraine himself said that you can go over there and fight for them, and he'll hand you weapons and whatever they have to stand by.
Yeah, so if you don't have money, but you want to die,
you have, no, you don't have to necessarily die. But if this is a cause you really fucking believe in, hey, go fucking go.
Question.
I want to hear it.
Question. So if I fly over there, right, and they hand me an automatic AK-74 or whatever, do I get to file paperwork and bring that home with me if I survive?
Probably not.
Whoa,
But
actually,
the ATF is a bunch of
You can
dicks.
write
Hold
it off on your
No.
taxes.
Hold on. You might
I'll
be
be right
able
back.
to.
I'm
So
gonna grab my
the rule was in the Middle East, like you couldn't take home like weapons like that because they were like a war trophy, right? So
That's
soldiers,
the military.
hold on, yeah, exactly. But soldiers got around that too by shipping them back part by part, like one part a month, and then just reassembling when they got home. However, I think you might be able to if they're gonna let if the Ukrainian if the government lets you keep that rifle. Like they give it to you and say, no, it's fine, it's yours.
As a private civilian. Yes.
That's a private transfer. You can fly back and register it.
Monetarily cool.
Yeah,
for some people. Not me though.
If it's automatic, I hope you have an FFL. But if it's
and that's the thing, right? It's like if you file the
you get over there. Oh, I'm sorry,
for
I can't have an AK-47, but if you can hand me like a AK-74U semi, that'd be great. That way I can take it home with me when I'm done.
No, not even that. So I filed for FFL paperwork back in the day. It's like
it's a bitch.
It's the process of just the paper trail, right? Because you can transfer stuff, that's not a problem, and the fees with transfers is not a problem. It's when you buy already manufactured items that fit the NFA and then try to transfer it over. That's like
most states though,
the expensive
but
thing.
most states though with an automatic, you're required to have an FFL.
It's the United States. You have to.
Not in Texas. Not in Texas, apparently.
You have
for the time being
adhere to NFA laws with the freaking NFA. You can't just make a fully automatic and give it to a private citizen.
Not make a fully automatic, but obtain one.
Yeah, you can do that.
What are we talking about now?
As long as they allow for it.
Something about international weapons trafficking laws. Samantha's trying to get us all in prison.
Okay,
no, I'm not.
Okay, Samantha. Let's not.
We're trying to add an economic
She's being very bad, Connor. Make her stop. I feel unsafe.
To add economic benefit to fighting with the Ukrainians, not just donating to your stream.
One second. Do you have a fucking straw in your drink?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I got neck problems and shit from my prior service, so I need a fucking straw because I can't lean my neck back.
From you exacerbate it, trying to get upside down on the stripper pole for money.
My neck hurt.
Which
right.
flavor is it now?
Nick
Which flavor are
Hardy!
you on?
I did go. I did go for. I did go
Oh,
for
wait,
lime.
are we drinking?
Lime,
Fine,
yeah.
fine.
Yep.
You're not
Connor,
drinking?
just for you, I'm gonna go get drinking now.
Okay, cool. Don't.
I apologize
How
beforehand.
could you,
Don't have any
watch
flashbacks.
this?
So,
I promise, no fucking flashback.
Oh, no,
right.
no.
No,
so-
that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. The last time I drank on stream was Memorial Day, and there's already issues with that.
okay, so Taze is saying, as of my count, we have raised $1,600 from chat.
Let's go.
I was already gonna do
I donated $100
$1,000.
to you.
Thank you. I was already gonna do 1,000 by myself, and then YouTube revenue, generally speaking, for me is around $400 to $500 a month, or $500 a month. So that means, as of right now, we got $3,100. And whatever that fucking dono was. Get your dad bod pose with Han's shirt
Get
off
your
for the
dad bod
thumbnail.
pose with Hans'
No.
shirt off for the
You have to
thumbnail.
do my dad bod. My
Which
dad
one?
bod.
Alright.
Which one do you want? Which one? What pose are
I-
we talking about? Do we need like
Fuck.
a?
Yeah. That's the one I like.
This one?
God damn it. I hate this so much.
I'm so beautiful. Like, you know, like I smoke all you bitches. Like, Jesus Christ. Can
You do, but it's only because you've been
like-
lifting consistently for the better
Oh.
part of a fucking couple of years, you sack of shit.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
All right. All right.
I have
Turk.
to raise kids.
Turk. So basically, somebody in chat suggested that we do our dad bod pose. So we got to
look
pick
like
our
Rob
pose
North.
first. I like the one bicep and the extended arm. That's my favorite. So what I vote is on like the count of like 5 to 10 seconds. We back up, bicep, single arm out, no shirts. That's
But then Hans has to do more JoJo poses.
Hey,
That's fine.
All right, everyone. All right, this is another thing for Connor's chat. All right, for every, I will do whatever pose. If you have like a picture, if you can like just link an image in chat with a super chat or with
for
money
real, no shirts?
for with at least $10 for the donation, I will do whatever pose you want, provided it's TOS
All
and
right,
I can
but
keep my pants on.
Before
all right?
we lose shirts, Zelensky's enormous cock says that we've raised over 65 million rubles.
God, fuck the Russian currency. All right, like just.
All right, and then so like 10 seconds, I'm gonna remove my headset, remove my shirt. We're gonna do the dad bod pose, and then we're gonna hold it for like 5 seconds, and then we're gonna we're not calling the night. We're just gonna call the thumbnail. So 1 second.
All right, 1 second.
10, 9.
Wait, I appear to have been
7,
entangled in my
6,
suspenders. I need to make sure I can take off my apron.
5, 4,
Oh.
3,
3.
2.
I think we look pretty good. I'll be honest. Like I think we're crushing it. Like there's just something about, there's just so much manliness in this
Perfect.
in this
Nailed it,
call.
you sexy
Like
bitch.
what are we supposed to? I'm just feeling
Did
it.
you
Aren't
just
you guys feeling it
did
tonight?
you just
I'm
assume a
feeling it
gender,
right now.
Hans?
There's just something like I heard some like cat calls from over there, and then I heard some like I hear my alcohol calling me from over there. There's just so much happening right now. But
All right, so a second. Shirt and or apron time.
No, it's backwards.
that was pretty good.
All right, so to the roughly, so we have 53 people. We peaked at like 110.
That's pretty
To the
cool.
53 people who are still hanging out in YouTube, thank you. To the 16 people who are still hanging out in Twitch, thank you. So we're still at like 69 people who are hanging out with us. We're probably going to run to 2 a.m. just for shits and giggles because I actually enjoy talking to my friends and raising money for the Ukrainian army and getting a little bit of a drink on and having some fun. So even though we got work tomorrow, we're probably going to be here for another 24 minutes approximately. So if you have any money in your background, or blah, 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 if you have any money in your account that is not going to hurt you, 100% of the money that we're raising tonight, 100% of the money that we're raising in the month of March and probably in the month of April is going to be going either to the Ukrainian army or relief for the humanitarian crisis. I'm trying to do like an 80-20 split between the army and humanitarian relief because I actually want to give money to the people who are warfighting. So, thank you to the donos so far. Thank you for what you've done so far. It's been fucking amazing, and I deeply appreciate it. This is the kind of shit, like, all right, so I'm gonna throw a little bit of shade. This is where I get a little bit fucking pissy about people who make a few $1 million, people who make like a few $100K or whatever, and they're like, I can't do anything. It's like, motherfucker, you're the only person who can do anything. I bought, like tonight, we bought one Ukrainian soldier, night vision goggles, infrared vision, or body armor, or we bought them food for a couple of weeks, okay? That's what we did tonight. We are piss in the ocean, but we did something tonight, and that's important. So if you're a person who has the power or influence or money that I do by a factor of 10, don't tell me that you do not impact the world. You are the only thing that fucking does. So if you have money, if you have time, if you have talent, if you have energy, take 10% of your fucking life force, put it towards the communitarian good, put it towards something that you care about, and fuck all these nihilistic, postmodern, commie sacks of shit who are telling you that your efforts don't mean anything. They're probably right, but that doesn't mean anything.
Or they're probably driving their Porsche Taycan from their multi-million-dollar mansion in the Hollywood Hills to go grab a couple $100,000 out of their bank and send it to the fucking Russians. Hassan, you fucking traitor.
I have a genuine question for you.
Yeah.
So you're asking for whatever you can, right? This is like PBS fundraising hour.
Sure.
What would you rather me spend my 10% that I was allocating towards my church and put it towards this cause instead?
No, put it towards your church.
Okay.
This is people hurting and killing each other. This is a war. So I don't want people to have any. I'm not trying to get
church,
all.
Funding a church helps fund the war on our souls. Okay.
True.
And that's why I asked the question, because it's like, should you fund local efforts that are going on in order to better situate them, or would you rather be funding the Ukrainian people in their right to defend themselves? I can find moral value in both of those cases, and to be honest, there's plenty of other instances where the local community in this instance is good to go. I could donate the other way.
I'm going to be a little black pilled. So I have the grand sitting in my account. We have the roughly $300 from PayPal sitting in the account. That's going to go immediately. I'm literally going to take $500 out of that, or 20% of that. And I'm going to probably 500 to be honest, because I want to make sure that we have like an immediate impact. I'm going to donate that to my humanitarian guy that's on the ground so he can buy medicine, food, all that kind of shit for the people who are fleeing into Western Ukraine. That's going to happen. The rest of the money, because of the way that YouTube pays out, it's going to be split between this month and next month. So we don't know if we're going to have a Ukrainian government to donate to in the next 30 days. We just know that we might have some resistance fighters to donate to. And as a result, they might get their shit stomped in the next 30 to 45 days. But that being said, they have graced the world with free people telling a dictator to go fuck himself. And in a world in which we have like crisis of identity, we have crisis of conscience, we have crisis of definition and meaning and all that kind of stuff. The fact that thousands, tens of thousands of free people are willing to look death and great injury right in the eye and say, fuck you. You don't get to tell me what to do. And I'm going to fight for my right to be free. That's amazing. That's like some historic fucking... that's like some historic, like, borderline, like, Odyssey, Greek tragedy shit. So the fact that we get to see that in our modern age, the least that we can do is take a few grand and give it to them to support them in their war effort. So even if logistically it fucks up, it's a little weird, this, that, the other, I want to encourage all the people who are at home who are discouraged and black-pilled about the world, that maybe we can have a minor impact. And then I want to encourage the people who are over there who are fighting that we recognize the sacrifice that they're making, that they're taking things that we use as buzzwords and they're actually living those values to the point that they're willing to be hurt or killed for them. And that, like seriously, that fucks me up. That fucks me up that they take things that we use these things as stump speeches in shitty parts of the country for fucking dickhead politicians to get elected. These people are living these values on a life or death basis. And if I can incentivize that or pay towards that or help them even symbolically, that's what I want to do. Because I'm not going to lie, that fucks me up. It fucks me up right to my core.
And if you're at home thinking what and you're religious, just remember that the Bible says that if a man doesn't have a sword, he should sell his coat and go buy one. Now, what if he can't sell a coat and he can't, right? We, as people, should take care of our fellow people and buy them their fucking sword. So you can support your local church. That's great. But also pray on it. You never know. Like maybe, God is going to push you to do something that's more like time sensitive. That's the right thing to do, but maybe not. Maybe your community is more important.
We're late. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want everybody to be real about what we're doing. We're late. This happened about a week ago. We should have been paying attention to it probably about 5 years ago. But we do you do what you can and when you can. That's all you can do. So if we can put $3,000 in the pockets of humanitarian relief and the Ukrainian army, then I am very happy to do so. And if we can incentivize other people to care about things in this way, I'm very happy to do that as well. And I don't want to take the bullshit fucking excuses. So how do I phrase this? I work, I pay my bills. For the first time in my life, I am making more money than my bills. I am in my 30s. I am living the millennial existential financial nightmare where you spend a decade working your fucking dick off in order to get half as far as your parents did. That's where I am. But my parents taught me that if you have something extra to give everybody else, then you give that thing because it's going to come back to you. And it's not the selfish motivation of it's going to come back to you. It's this is how the world works, reciprocity. So if there's people who need this more than me, we have to give that to them. Even if we're a day late and $1 short, it's what we need to do. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to live that value. That way, even if this is bullshit, it's piss in the wind, it's nothing on the scale of things, it's still something, right? It's still, I hate snowflake has been stolen to be a pussy thing, but, snowflakes add up to make an avalanche. So if we can be a snowflake towards an avalanche, we might win, we might lose. It doesn't matter. We push in the right direction no matter what. And so that's what I want to do is I want to fight back against this nihilistic, hedonistic, self-centered, fucking self-excusing bullshit that we see in the modern world. And I want to say, fuck it. Win, lose, or draw, we're going to do the right thing. That's what I want to fucking say. So if I can be a tiny part of that, if I can fucking get younger people to start thinking that way, that's what I want to do. And so you guys, like this borderline has nothing to do with me. We've been bullshitting for the better part of 3 hours, 4 hours. It's been awesome. I've had a great time with my fucking friends. Hans is he's in a fucking apron right now. He's fucking half naked. This is the gayest shit that I've ever put on my fucking channel.
Yeah. You like this? You sad.
Works on his body. He works on it. This is months.
Why do you gotta make it like that?
This is months of work. So
years.
We can years of discipline and dedication and protein and saying, I don't want to go to the gym today. And there's just this inner voice inside him that's like, Hans, don't be a bitch. You got to go lift weights today. And then he listens to that inner Hans. That is beautiful. Okay. So we want to reward that and we want to reward the Ukrainians. So I've been ranting for way too fucking long. But the fucking point is that, like, if we can get people to get off their fucking ass, put their money where their mouth is, and make shit happen, there's no downside to this. There's not.
So I can honestly say that, you know, Connor, I'm glad I could be here, and like the entire Ukrainian-Russian conflict has just brought an entire amount of awareness to how actually real this stuff is. Because imagine if this was happening to us as Americans. You know, I know a lot of people don't like to think that, and they don't like to say, oh, it'll never happen to us. The Ukrainian people might have also thought that same thing, and now they're actually sitting at the table of, oh my God, if I don't go out and receive that rifle from the police department, I might not have a home to stay in. And the entire world, from what I've been reading and hearing, is like waking up to it. People are arming themselves from a nation's perspective. And it's like, the world is not this peaceful place. It's been held in place in peace by certain political factors, and it's like that's starting to unravel. If we can support people we don't know, people we don't necessarily agree with, it's a respect thing that we talked about earlier here at the panel. We have to respect them and their right to be who they are as a nation and provide for them. And that also goes to us talking to our representatives saying, well, let's not just stand behind NATO. We actually need to freaking stand with Ukraine and provide them with people, training them how to insurgent this stuff, because the only way it's going to happen is if Ukraine has the might and the will to fight it, or if we can help them. That's the only way it's going to stop.
Damn, this got real really fucking fast. So the thing about it is, I've been thinking to myself, like, this is all going to fall apart. Ukraine's going to fall apart. They're going to lose the will to fight. They're going to run out of missiles. They're going to run out of bullets. They're going to run out of this. They're going to run out of that. And that's potentially true. In a week, Kiev could fall. In a week, Kharkiv could fall. And then at that point, we're maybe in the point of an insurgency that might be worse. The insurgency might be worse than letting it happen. That's unfortunate. That's a terrible thing to fucking say, but it might be true. The point about it is, free people shouldn't have to tolerate this fucking shit. And I literally saw a fucking tow missile, like a fucking a wire guided missile, which costs like $50,000 to $100,000, take out a $4 million tank. Yep. There was a Ukrainian behind that fucking missile who said, I am fighting for my country. I'm fighting for my family. I don't want the fucking Russians to take this shit. And I am willing to die, and I am willing to kill in order to make my fucking country remain my country. That person, I don't care what this is. I don't care what this fucking stream amounts to. If it's a single pair of night vision goggles or or like 2 pairs of body armor, I don't give a fuck. Whatever I can do to support that fucking human being who is willing to take things like liberty, freedom, resistance against tyranny, all of this shit that seems like buzzwords to us, but they're willing to fucking put their mortal existence on the line towards it, I have to support that person. I have to.
It's called respect.
It's not just respect. It's reverence, and it's shit. I hate to say it, but it's some corny goddamn bullshit that our parents told us that we thought was just bullshit. And it's not. People live and die and fight for this shit. So, fuck it. I'm good with it. And if I can spend 4 hours bullshitting with my friends, making fucking $3,000, and if I can, instead of buying Warhammer miniatures and a couple of fucking t-shirts, if I can take that fucking money and I can put that towards a motherfucker who's fighting for his goddamn life, that's what I want to do. And so, again, last opportunity for a call out. There are people in our space who make tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars basically capitalizing off of our attention for blood and guts and for fights over the future of the world. And that's great. I wish them all the talent and success in the world. But if they care, if they actually care about the things that they're talking about, and they're not just talking heads, and they're not just pundits, then they need to take a fraction of their wealth and influence, and they need to direct it towards the outcome that they want to see in the world. And I don't think that's too big of an ask. As I drunkenly sip on this White Claw.
No, hey, yeah.
From a straw.
I just
With a fucking straw.
Listen, I'm about to go get another one. I still got 7 minutes.
the straws what makes it the worst thing. It's like such a bitch. Jesus Christ! Every fucking second I see them.
Yo, listen. You come.
There ain't no laws.
I know that you're not that far away, son. I'll fucking kick you right in the fucking nads. I'll fucking.
I'll
dude, armbar your fucking ass.
Come visit me. I have a guest room. I would love to have you. I can make dinner. Okay.
I got a wife and. Are you asking me out on a date or a fight? What are we doing
Your
here?
wife can come. I don't care.
All right.
I want her to know. All right.
Okay.
Like,
GKR is here, so he's going to tell us about how Russia is secretly based. I'm going to grab one more White Claw before I go to sleep, and then we're going to call it probably in the next 10 minutes. So I'll be right back.
That makes it. I'm going to get a drink too.
Just in time.
Last one.
It's time for everyone to run away.
GKR,
Sure.
by the way, we're live.
Oh, yeah, I noticed.
All I have to say is the amazing bodies left the room, and you're left with dad bod on cam. So sorry, guys.
I feel like if I throw my camera on, it would just fuck up his setup. So I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it on.
Your cam isn't going to do shit. You're already on screen. It's just an icon. Just turn your camera on, GKR.
Boom. I'm just at work.
I'm getting fucking destroyed right now. Oh Jesus!
Look, there's another narc on screen.
Another narc.
Oh, actually, Connor's gone, so it's just you at this point.
It's true. Me and Connor are actually the same person. That's why we can't appear on camera at the same time.
No, he's not a dirty Italian.
Goomba.
Whoa! Hey, GK, what's up, buddy? It's been a bit. How you doing?
Hey, Hans, man. How's it going? Yeah, so we've been arguing with a Nazi, and we have like a secret timeout channel here for when people are conversationally challenged, and like they just get isolated to one channel where we just torture them. So we've been arguing with a Nazi for like 4 days now. It's really
wait. Who is it this time?
Experience. Fuck, what's his name? Hang on.
It's not. What's his name? Ever come back?
No, Penner?
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Penner never. Penner wasn't like a full blown. This guy's doing like Nazi, like apologia or whatever. Sorry, he's doing like Nazi race science, but like not being direct about it. It's like really weird. Unfortunately for him, one of the mods is actually like a geneticist by trade. So I was like, "Hey, you want to come deal with the actual race realist who's trying to argue about genetics?" So it's been weird.
Well, I got my straw and my White Claw. What's going on?
I'm just complaining about, not really complaining. You don't pay attention to anything on the server, but we have a Nazi who's just like quarantined.
Is that a dig? That felt like a dig. Just like
no, he's like genuinely.
You don't
he's
even
busy.
care about the server.
No, he's busy.
Care about the
It's
server.
fine.
I don't even care. You don't even care about me. You don't care about the server.
Oh my
You don't
God,
care
you're
about
starting.
that.
No,
Hans,
you're starting.
Hans,
Whoa,
okay,
Hans,
listen,
you're starting
you
to
might
sound
have
like
picked
Anna.
up on a
Okay,
dig, but I want to hear about it. Let's hear about the dig. Let's go.
Hans over there sounding like Anna.
Oh
Fuck.
shit! Fucking Taze is here. Now we got to stay up for another hour and get even more fucking wasted. Holy
You know,
shit.
I feel a little attacked.
Yo,
that
did
my
you-
joining wasn't caused to stay away.
server. You don't care about me. This is gaslighting. You're stonewalling me, Steven.
No, it's great. This is just a leftist hellscape. You know, Connor's nothing to do with it.
Okay, you've heard about stonewalling, but have you heard about gray walling? All right,
Oh my
there's this new technique. All right, that I have discovered. Apparently, I did it to someone unintentionally. So what you do is someone who's like fucking bothering the shit out of you, right? But you're too autistic to just tell them to fuck off. So instead of that, you're just like, hey, I'm gonna be boring as fuck. I'm gonna give you those one-word answers. I'm gonna respond to everything you say, but in the most boring way possible.
So
that-
passive aggressive. Okay.
Yeah, it's full passive aggressive. That's what's it's gray one because it's not stonewall because you're not talking to them because you're communicating. Because you're like, yo, I responded to everything you said. Like, why do you think I'm mad at you? Because then it destroys their mind. Because they're like, fuck, they're not like actually communicating with me, but they're speaking to me, and it will break them. All right.
Hans, are you every girl I've ever matched with on Bumble?
Oh. All right, just because you don't get a text back does not mean they're greywalling you.
No,
All
I
right?
get
Like,
a text back.
you
They're just
fix-
boring, so I ignore them.
Fucking
that's
oof.
This is just true, though.
Listen,
this is just
I'll,
true of all women in America. I'm just saying.
it's like just.
Well, you're talking about Bumble. When the last time I spoke to you, GK, you were talking about having like the most mediocre sex where you were so regretful that you wish you had just masturbated and had pizza instead.
So actually, I have a girlfriend now, and we have amazing, wonderful sex. So that mediocre person, yeah, she gone. Oh man, that was.
Did you
I actually
Did
lied.
you meet the girlfriend on Bumble?
Yeah, actually, yeah, she could hold a conversation. It was good. The bubble thing ended well, but like the journey was fucking miserable. I felt like Frodo trying to like get to the top of a mountain with
Okay.
the Scarter ring.
I am easily down for the next hour because I feel like we got fresh blood with fucking Taze and GKR.
Okay,
so this
like,
is
the-
way past when I should be rolling.
This is gonna like sound really weird, right? Can I put my sweater back on because like my
Dude,
back's
do
getting
it.
my back's getting sweaty and like it's kind of like it feels kind of funny on my chair. I don't know.
How dare you?
You're
Yes,
fucking sweaty
This is
Swede.
this
We
is
get it.
leather.
Yes, it's fine.
And it's just like
Hans,
listen, okay,
Hans,
okay.
your body, your choice. Okay.
Okay, listen. All right, so we have 48 people still on YouTube. We got 20 people still on Twitch. Okay, you guys have donated. I think Tay said fucking $2,400.
Oh my God! Wish.com. Seth Rogen's here.
Okay, so $2,400. Okay, separate from
Do
the
the laugh.
$1,500 that I already basically pledged. So over the next like 30 to 45 days, we're giving $4,000 to humanitarian fucking relief and direct support to the Ukrainian army, not for fucking ammo or rockets, but we're still giving a decent chunk of fucking cash to these motherfuckers. So I am very, very fucking happy, and I'm just gonna say Slava Ukraina, and we're moving on to bullshitting just for us. So if you guys stay with us, awesome. If you don't fucking stay with us, this is just gonna be, I don't know, fucking shits and gigs. Silver, what the fuck is?
I was just popping in to say, don't worry, Hans, you can put that sweatshirt back on. I'm doing the edit right now. Look,
I've already got the thumbnail done. Don't worry.
oh, fuck you.
you fucking.
Do you wear
Although
the smock
every single
just so
one
your
of you
nipples
is gay as
aren't
fuck,
unstraight?
right? And that's fine because
I
I'm
love
bi,
how
so I
the
can say
three
that.
shirtless
It's just-
dudes are in the
like,
photo
just-
with my
like, just-
picture saying ass.
I'm covering that up. I'm
okay
sorry,
with
It's
that.
Samantha.
important.
I
all right,
hate you, Taze. I did that just for that.
I have to put Save Ukraine on here somewhere. Okay, I have to put this on.
What are we saving? What are we saving? At what cost?
We're
How much-
saving a single Ukrainian soldier from fucking 2762 by 54
Yes.
R fucking rounds to the chest. That's what
How
we're
much?
doing.
How much horny do we have to
so
deal
Connor,
with?
I gotta call you out on this one, dude. What is the likelihood that a soldier is going to come across that scenario? Would they?
Or a soldier's
Or
going to get
they-
shot at? Pretty likely.
Honestly,
By 54. By
I
54.
honestly like pretty high. Okay, so this is actually an interesting thing. I'll share my autism. Hold on, let me thank everybody for coming. Everyone, thank you so much for coming out. It was awesome. We'll be here for an hour being autistic. Jesus Christ, stop donating to us. You're fucking crazy. We'll be here for another hour being autistic.
They're donating to Ukraine. Come on.
True. Yeah, no, seriously, 100%. Taze was super fucking awesome. I literally asked him, like, hey, can we do 100% of march towards Ukraine? And, he, like, 30-second fucking response, yes. So that's fucking awesome. How do I phrase this? So I talked about, like, quantity versus quality. Quantity, a lot of people kick the shit out of us. They have hundreds, if not thousands of fucking viewers and all that kind of shit. But they're pieces of shit and fuck them and I hate them. Whereas we have like super high quality fucking people who give a fuck about the world. And so I asked my fucking editor, hey, can we give money to other fucking people? And he's like, yeah, my bills are paid. Fuck it. Let's do it. So this is where I love my fucking community. So everybody who's currently listening, we're still going to be here probably for another half hour to an hour. We're going to be bullshitting, having a good time. If you want to hang out with us, hang out with us. If not, it's perfectly cool. Then, what the fuck were we talking about besides that?
So I was questioning your statistic of we're going to save one Ukrainian of getting hit by 2 5.4s or like 5 by 39s.
Yeah. So 7.62 by 54, right?
I understand the ballistics. I'm more curious of what's like actually happening in the world. Are they more likely to get hit by 39 or by 54?
Okay, so as a mass, this is actually really interesting. So the most effective military units on the planet, based off of like 20th century training techniques, are machine gun teams and sniper teams. And the reason why is because there's dual accountability psychologically between basically like people like the loader, the assistant gunner and the gunner for the machine gun team, and then the spotter and the sniper for the sniper rifle. Both the Dragunov, so the Dragunov is 7.62 by 54, and I'm pretty sure somebody was saying the PKM is 7.62 by 54. I'm not sure if that's accurate. But either way,
PKM, yeah.
Chances are if somebody's getting hit by a sniper, they're going to get hit by 1.762 by 54. Right? And most people are trained to shoot for center mass. So yes, actually, if a sniper tries to take out a Ukrainian soldier, there's a strong chance that he's going to get hit in the chest plate. So that's awesome.
But do we know that's what's being deployed as an asset in the Ukrainian confrontation at the moment?
No, it's mechanized infantry, it's general infantry, which is probably 7.62 by 39.
This
at this point right now,
stupid.
So as of
argument's sakes for the
as of I think it was yesterday, the intel came out that right now, so in about 7 to 10 days, because right now they started mobilizing the rest of the troops from Russia, which are coming from the opposite side of Russia than Ukraine. It's they're over by the Sea of fucking Japan, and now they're mobilizing all that over towards Ukraine via trains.
Jesus.
So they have like 7 to 10 days ish. That's if the train, goes smoothly, has no issues. Yet again, it's Russia. We're seeing that they're not all as cracked up as we thought they were. But I think more beneficial, to be honest, than body armor right now is we're seeing something very odd. So what we've learned in Iraq and Afghanistan is we're very good at night operations. Most of our operations, all of my raid, I think I've done one daytime raid. One. Everything was done at night. But we had NVGs.
We train with that in mind. The Ukraine might not.
Not necessarily. Like, so my first run, we were handed night vision over there, and it was like, learn to get used to this fucking 2D screen with no depth of field, or like no depth perception, and watch yourself bonk into everything. Get used to it. You have to use it tomorrow on a mission. So like some units didn't get it, and like it wasn't until about midway through where you saw like night vision just mass adopted by the United States military. But with that being said, giving night vision to Ukrainian troops would be very beneficial right now. We're seeing like early morning hours. Yesterday, they took out a Ukrainian sniper, took out a high level general from the Russian forces. Very early morning, like that was a major hit.
But you don't use night vision under sniping conditions.
Well,
That's
yes.
not the
Okay.
way.
Can I say this? The fucking balls of these people. Okay. There was like a fucking mechanized division, which for me, like if you were asking me, I guess I'm a fucking pussy, okay? If you were like a Ukrainian resistance fighter and you were like, hey bro, I'm about to sneak out past the fucking city in order to take on a Russian mechanized division, I would tell you go fuck yourself. You're gonna get rolled. Don't fucking do it. And apparently, like, Ukrainian armed forces are sophisticated enough that they literally destroyed an entire Russian mechanized fucking infantry division. And, like Samantha said, they killed a fucking Russian general. And we keep seeing footage of, like, Russian helicopters on fire because they've been hit by Stinger missiles. And we've seen tanks hit by fucking Javelin missiles. It's fucking impressive that these people have the nutsack to continue fighting, despite the fact that they... Like, statistically, they should have lost. They should have lost a fucking week ago, and they're still fighting. It's fucking crazy.
Is losing that power plant a big deal? I only just started reading.
Yeah, so the Ukrainian power plants are a big deal because it's the biggest power plant.
25% of all their power or something like that.
That's very bad.
Well,
and then
the bigger deal before that, the bigger deal before that is they were bombing it first and then decided to open up a firefight within the thing. Like what Russians are known for making power plants go boom. So like, you know, that was the bigger threat at that point. Now it turns into a different level of threat because they maintain control of it.
But it does seem like the Russians are playing
Russian. Yeah, dude, do you not remember Chernobyl? Like
no. Okay, but I'm saying they're playing a little bit nicer.
Oh my god, it was a joke at Russians not being able to be trusted around nuclear power plants. You fucking dipshit.
Samantha, I'm gonna kick you in the twat. So, the point being that there was literally a photo that was circulated on social media that said, Russian invader and Ukrainian National Guardsmen standing watch on a nuclear power plant. I don't think that the Russians actually want to destroy the infrastructure. I think they're trying to get Kiev to basically capitulate or concede without destroying everything. I think that's what they're trying to do. They're not trying to destroy the fucking country. So you literally have a fucking Ukrainian who's supposed to be killing the Russian and a Russian sitting in the nuclear fucking control tower together, making sure that the nuclear infrastructure doesn't melt. So that's where I'm saying, like, it's not quite as simple as, like, Russia is going to destroy 25% of the electric grid in Ukraine.
Well, no, so they just gain control over it.
So much more value with that plant being online for providing power or for providing a way to enrich additional nuclear material to be created into a bomb from
but Russians
side.
don't need that shit. They have a bigger they have a bigger stockpile than we do. They don't need more bombs.
But having access to an asset that can actually do that sort of thing is infinitely more material from a war games perspective than just having claim on a city.
Sure, but at the same time, like this is a question you have to ask yourself. People with power and with entertainment and with the internet and all that kind of shit, they might not want to fight. People who have no power, no food, no nothing, they might starve out in the next month or so, but they're going to want to fucking fight on their way out. So that's kind of the thing where I see Russia being aggressive, but I also see them not being so aggressive that they're trying to fucking kick the hornet's nest. And I don't know if that's like incompetence or if that's like intentional.
Well, I imagine they, like, from my understanding, I've avoided talking about it because, like, I feel like it's just grossly complicated. But from my understanding, the goal is to turn into another puppet state like Belarus. So I don't think we're expecting as much resistance. They kind of just want to install a puppet regime and then, maintain relations. You can't exactly, like, kill 50,000, 100,000 Ukrainian citizens and think like they're going to just, like, be happy with a puppet regime at the behest of the people who just mass slaughtered a whole bunch of Ukrainian civilians. It seems at odds.
They were not counting on Zelensky staying. Guaranteed. They were expecting him to fucking flee. They were expecting them to be able to install a new government, and they were expecting Ukrainians not to fight 100%.
Yeah.
Which is the greatest victory for Ukraine right now, because, like, so the difference is, like, in morale, right? So you have everything that's going on. You had a lot of low-level Russian conscripts that didn't even know they were in a fucking war, or at least maybe they were just told to say that when captured or whatnot.
Was that confirmed, or, like, I heard that, but I wasn't sure.
Well, I mean, there's been interviews with captured people and POWs and stuff like that, but then on other troops you'd see that were there, like, had orders that were written in January with, like, invasion orders. So it's like maybe some were told that, or maybe they were just told to say these things when if captured. So it's up in the air, but regardless, you're seeing that, and then the amount of casualties and the amount of resistance, right? That and losing a top level like general, if you can't protect your highest, most important people, how can you protect your Joes?
Is that the Chechen guy or a different guy?
No, this is an actual Russian guy. Yeah. And so, like, you're going to see the morale of Russians start dropping, or the morale of Ukrainians, regardless of propaganda, right? Right now, the morale of Ukrainians is like, our president's in the streets with us. Like,
I cannot believe that shit, because
but like that kind of stuff is what's going to give the Joes of Ukraine more drive to fight than the Russians. Like, the Russians are being pretty demoralized. I mean, imagine going out there and, like, you're running out of fuel, you're running out of ammo, You're running out of food to the point you have to go rob stores and banks in the country that you're occupying, right? You have Russian soldiers on video robbing banks and then going and robbing grocery stores because they have no food. Okay.
Well, and it's not just that, but it's also like the Ukrainians seem to have like bigger fucking balls than I even fucking thought. So for instance, like you see 2 uniformed Ukrainian soldiers with the fucking yellow and blue on their fucking arm, and then like general fucking like I wouldn't be caught walking around in this shit because it's a fucking death sentence. You get spotted wearing that shit, you're fucking dead. But they're literally going onto a fucking bridge with like rockets, anti-tank rockets, and they're saying, "Hey, there's a fucking tank. It's been parked there for 2 fucking hours. Let's go fuck it up." They sneak onto the fucking bridge, and then they fucking hit it with 2 anti-tank rockets. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. The amount of nutsack you would have to have in order to do that as an individual is fucking crazy. So that, combined with the Stinger missiles, like I've seen at least half a dozen to a dozen videos of like Russian helicopters basically being taken out with like anti-air man portable and rockets. Same thing with like the Javelin missiles. Like as long as these things continue to flow into Ukraine, you basically don't have a conventional warfare scenario. You have an asymmetric warfare scenario where the counterinsurgency, rather than being dickheads and flip-flops with like an AK-47 in one magazine, it's like a dickhead in a uniform with a nutsack to hit you with modern technology that is basically a 10th of the cost of what you invested into your logistical effort. I don't know how Russia sustains that.
What are the so I was reading that Ukraine was going to run out of like basically ammunition in like a week or so. Like what are the supply lines from like the west into Ukraine? Because if you look at the map, like the entire north side's covered, Crimea and the south seems to be covered.
I do have to
I don't know
go.
where the fuck this shit's coming in. I just feel like it's
Hans,
Operation
I love you.
Thundercrop.
Thank you for coming out.
Oh.
Thanks
Love you, Hans.
I'm sorry. I wish I could talk about this. I really can't. So you'll hope you'll
He's
have
got some secret information.
Oh yeah, I hope you all have a lovely night. My partner is awake, so I'm gonna give them a call. Or they're gonna give me a call. So everyone have a lovely evening.
Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks,
dude.
Taze, I swear to God, if I'm not the biggest image in that thumbnail, I will find where you fucking live.
You're not
Alright.
gonna be sorry. bud.
You sad.
be
It's okay,
equal.
Hans. I'll send you his address.
We care about equity here, buddy. Everyone.
You
Fucking
soy
opportunity.
bitch.
Everyone.
What the fuck is
Equal
wrong with you?
opportunity-
all the
equal
different varieties of
opportunity does
white
not
people
guarantee
will be
equal
equally
What the
opportunity.
fuck are you talking? All right, good night, everybody. Thanks so much for
All
having
of
me.
the white
Everybody
people.
catch you.
Everybody say goodnight to the poster child for the Hitler Youth. There we go.
So
No.
I gotta laugh. We
Oh,
still got 60 people left. Thank you to the 60
Gunner,
people who are hanging
check-
out with us. Yes.
Check your DMs
All right.
for that.
I'm
Pull that up.
definitely sober enough to read this.
Shoot it to me, Taze, so I can laugh too.
No, it's the thumbnail.
Oh, it's perfect.
But so what
I
what
look
I can
confused
gather
and broken, which is exactly what I am. So yes, that is amazing.
Can you PM
so
it
from
to
what
me,
I
or is it just
what I
a
remember,
sticker?
Ukraine had a
Damn.
massive
Still,
You know
Ukraine
what?
had a massive ammo depot that was destroyed last week. However,
Turk,
from what I
you
remember,
look sexy as fuck. You fucking nailed it.
Yo, he had the good facial.
well, fuck you, Taze.
Yo,
It's all about the dad bod, and it's like honest interpretation, not this, ex-marine dad bod shit. It's
Whoa.
real stuff.
I wish I had your fucking pose. As a matter of fact, I regret not doing better. So, it's fucking perfect.
You gotta be a pro. Come on, man. Get good.
All right. Anyways, we can let's roll for another half hour to 45 fucking minutes. So sorry. Let's go.
But yeah, so last week Ukraine had an ammo depot that was destroyed, that was like integral, had a lot of it, so that missed out. However, from what I remember, when places that are kind of cut off from outside things, I have seen drops, airborne drops of ammo, like almost like like a video game style, like ammo crate. I have seen that. Like I don't know if they're gonna do that, but it has been done.
We joke about that shit, but like we joke about like an American insurgency and then like randomly like fucking like Russian stamped shit drops off inside the United States. Like, you got to figure that shit's probably happened in fucking Ukraine, where it's like, oh shit, all of the fucking ammo and med supplies that we fucking needed flown in through a contractor. There's actually like, I'm not saying this is a fucking
happened in
meme.
World War II in England. We airdropped all sorts of supplies to the UK, and it's like that's the way it works.
Yeah, and the as an example, so the guy Eric Prince, he runs Blackwater, which is like the nefarious like third-party contractor.
Academy. Okay, get it right.
So in Afghanistan, they basically rigged.
Yes, with an eye.
They rigged a bunch of transport planes to be able to continue flying in order to airdrop onto American and Afghan National Army shit that wasn't supposed to be airdropped on. So the fact that, like, you know, considering Ukraine's position as a political entity, if we're mildly supportive as civilians, you have to figure that the CIA and other governmental agencies are probably doing things that they're not doing in order to support Ukrainian ground forces.
Here's what we need. This is me in tinfoil hat mode. We need the rise of the PMC led by Elon Musk to support Ukraine. And
he's already has.
No, exactly, with Starlink, but like we need the PMC official, like we've seen in Metal Gear Solid. It's like screw states sponsoring the warfare.
Oh God, I don't want to see the leftist reaction to Elon Musk's private army. Oh my God, they've been freaking out about Jeff Bezos having one, and then Elon Musk, and then like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk can duke it out with their fucking PMCs. I'm all for it. I mean, you know, hey, I'm a capitalist.
How many people would be opposed to a private company actually supporting Ukraine and defending their own sovereign?
A lot. I guarantee you right now, if Academy were to start broadcasting, hey, we'll fly you out there. Okay, I've worked for Academy. We'll fly you out. We'll do this. We'll do this. People throw a shit fit. If triple canopy, then people throw a shit fit.
Y'all,
no, that shit's illegitimate. Fuck that.
Okay, y'all forget that in 1648
totally
or 1649, with the siege of Vienna, I forget exactly what the year is, but basically what happened was Vienna, Austria was under siege from the Ottoman Empire, and the Polish cavalry showed up with 30,000 fucking troops that were completely unexpected, charged into the fucking Ottoman lines and broke the fucking siege. I would pay good fucking money. Obviously, I only got $3,000 based off of donations tonight. But I would pay a fucking healthy chunk of cash if I was a multi-fucking millionaire to say, hey, 1/10 of Poland's fucking army become volunteers. We'll give you guns and ammo and missiles, and you will reenact the fucking siege of Vienna, but it will be the siege of Kiev. And you will fuck over the Russians super hard. And I'm not going to lie. Like, on one hand, this seems like I'm risking nuclear war for the entire fucking planet. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure every fucking Polish man who currently exists in that country would be rock fucking hard. And it would be like, yes, let's fucking do it.
They already are. We've dropped them so many weapons over the past couple months. It's not even funny.
And
them in Romania.
And from a risk perspective, governments, private corporations would love to give all the money in the world to this particular group of people that are going to do the Lord's work and help the Ukrainians rid this filth from their soil.
I can already see like the ads ran at the next Super Bowl of like Discover car advertising
right now,
donating like $1 million to like Ukrainian sovereignty or something.
Yeah, dude.
No, it'll be donating money to Elon Musk's PMC.
Yeah, so yeah. So
that's what Elon is doing to change the world.
Cole G.
No, he did. That was like the most base thing when they were like, "Oh, they shut off the infrastructure network," and he's like, "Okay, like it would be cool if like somebody could help it." Elon Musk's like, "Here's Starlink. There you go." Nobody else got it, but Ukraine does.
He should use his weird pedophile submarine to get arms to the Ukrainians.
Okay, so I have two questions from chat. So number one is, at Counterpoints, lots of Russians need a job. What if a private entity paid Russians to fight their own government? No, I wouldn't do that on Russian soil, but I would literally like Venmo, Zelly, whatever, PayPal, Russian soldiers to sabotage their own equipment inside.
It's not Zelly. You're
Just
getting
no.
What the fuck are you talking about? Zell?
Zell. Just Zell,
Then don't
right?
put
Zell.
an E at the fucking end. Who gives a
It's
shit?
fancy. It's like with 2 P's and an E, okay? Fuck
All right,
you,
who
class.
gives a fuck? This is by far not even a consequential fucking miss on the amount of shots I've taken. I do not give a fuck about Zell or Zelly. So anyways, so the point is, I would absolutely pay Russian soldiers and Russian conscripts to sabotage their own shit inside the borders of Ukraine so they couldn't even prosecute the war. 100%. And I'd be like, hey, go surrender yourself at this location. We'll pay you 50 fucking grand. And yes, absolutely. So Ellen Degenerate, thank you for that comment. And then, so Cole G says, at Counterpoints, but would you make the Polish volunteers ride horses and wear wings? I would not make them ride horses. They can ride motorcycles because that's like the modern version of horses. But yes, they have to wear wings. Absolutely, 100%.
So Russia with the thing, right? So Russia cut off Facebook access and all kinds of other access, locked it down to only state propaganda.
Domestically.
Oh, hold up. They actually put out that if a Russian is found defecting to Ukraine, because they've had Russians defecting to go support Ukraine,
like 15 years or death.
Yeah. Yes. Also, they put out, Russia said that if anybody that is not Ukrainian goes to Ukraine to join, they will not be treated as like an enemy combatant. They'll be treated as a criminal prosecuted under like Russian law, not as like a Ukrainian. So they won't get the same like nice treatment as a Ukrainian POW. I really don't want to know what their treatment is. So that was a really fucking weird thing. But yeah, holy fuck. Yeah.
Probably about as good as the Germans treated them.
But hey, sanctions are continuing. Disney pulled Anastasia from Disney Plus.
No. I saw that was
about-
bullshit. Okay, Tim.
Wait, Anastasia's not even a Disney movie.
Disney owns the rights to it now.
It was under contract for a different streaming service, and it went to that streaming service coincidentally at the same time. And then
Disney owned the rights.
No, hold on. You've been hanging out with Tim Pool and Lauren Southern too much.
Oh my God, leave me alone about that. She didn't die rollerblading at his house, by the way. I just want to point that out. I'm kind of sad.
Wow. Wow.
Loyal employee over here.
It's okay. I told her the same thing in DMs.
Oh my God.
What else did you tell her?
Did someone else die rollerblading at
at least you said rollerblading and not roller skating.
She was fucking fruit booting. Oh my God, she was a fruit booter. It was like it was 1998 all over again.
What the fuck are we talking about?
It's what Californian surfers and skaters called gay rollerbladers back in the 90s. Fruit booters.
So what is that? You just referenced
I
to it.
just explained it. Thank you. It's another slur.
Okay?
Yes, I was using a slur against Lauren Southern.
Okay, so
because she's a retard.
Okay, so she's a fucking fruit booter. Got it. Anyways, the fucking point is that you've hung out with Tim Pool too fucking much. What the fuck were we talking about? What were we talking shit about?
Anastasia.
So okay, Tim Pool. I'm gonna use the R slur. Can I apologize to all my fucking autistic fucking friends out there real quick? Okay.
Tim Pool is retarded. Yes.
Tim Pool's retarded.
There's this meme where it's like, ha 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 ha. Wait, no. So it's a guy who's like, dirt. And then there's two people who walk by him and they're like, oh my God, what a fucking retard. And then that guy like mumbles to himself, oh, they don't know I was just kidding. And the point of it being that if you're fucking retarded, but you act retarded, and then people think that you're fucking retarded, you're not some fucking 10-head fucking Giga Chad, you're a fucking retard. So Tim Pool is a fucking retard because basically what happened is he thought to him fucking self, oh, Anastasia got removed. I'm going to fucking tweet about this shit, and then I'm going to pretend that it's a fucking joke. So Tim Pool is a fucking retard. I'll say it fucking right now. Vosh might not be willing to say it. Destiny not be willing to say it because it's fucking Clout or whatever. I'm too small. I don't give a fuck. Tim Pool's a fucking retard. So there you go.
I saw his tweet was no way, and he was like, what do you mean? I was just saying there's no way this is actually because of the Russian thing. That doesn't make any sense.
It's like, bro, no, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You thought it was real, you dumb fuck. Don't pretend, you fucking asshole. God damn it, I hate these motherfuckers. Yeah. Okay, I gotta share this shit. So if you're gonna be like a right winger fucking pundit or whatever, that's totally fine. Be a fucking right wing goddamn pundit. Just don't pretend that you're not a fucking retard when you fucking are. Okay. So like fucking okay, Tucker Carlson. All right, Tucker Carlson, arguably the biggest right wing pundit in the fucking Trumpist MAGA fucking right wing space, and he's arguing that it's more conservative for M&Ms to be fucking sexy for them to not be fucking sexy. Tell me how you didn't fall for the bait, you absolute dumb fuck.
I've got this. Because conservatism is inherently reactionary, okay? And reactionaries care about tradition. Now in America,
Like when you jerk
the
off.
long-standing tradition of M&Ms being very sexual, okay? Very.
Right.
It is
Right.
core to the belief of conservatism to maintain this tradition. It is imperative.
The Japanese had it right. When you start to lose a battle, you should dive a fucking knife into your stomach, drag it up into your fucking rib cage, and then do a fucking Z shape. And if you don't finish that, you're a fucking pussy and you deserve to fucking die in agony, okay? They were absolutely
commit
fucking
Sudoku.
right.
So Russia just declared a partial ceasefire to allow humanitarian corridors out of Mariupol and Volok, that other fucking place that they literally turned into rubble.
It's on the eastern side. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I thought they already had a humanitarian corridor that they were trying to build towards the west, so they could actually get stuff in.
Okay, so for the western side, like basically you got to figure there's like a river that runs right down the fucking center of the country. There's Kiev in the fucking middle. You got to figure any fucking humanitarian corridor running west is going to benefit the west, because there's going to be a shitload of civilians who are flowing west, and there's going to be weapons flowing east into the fucking cities. So that's going to be advantageous to the west. Anything that is happening east of that river is going to be beneficial to the Russians. So if they're saying like fucking, we're providing a humanitarian corridor so people can make it into Russia or Belarus or whatever, that's going to be beneficial to them because it's just going to sow confusion. So fuck them and fuck their stupid asses. That's what I have to say. Okay, so GKR, I have a question because this is like terrifying to me. It's 2:30 in the fucking morning. I absolutely should be asleep by now. But you have that like safety door shit that is involved in a fucking public building. You see that in your fucking back? Yeah, 100%. So are you still at work right now?
Yep, I'm at work.
Are you a gym coach?
You couldn't tell he's at work.
You
He's
know
sitting.
what I
He's
do.
sitting there. You couldn't tell he's at work. He's sitting on a panel with you, obviously working.
Okay,
Keep you in line.
so I remembered it, so I'm not going to dox you. Unfortunately, your place of business looks like a high school.
Yeah, you're not far off. Someone's got to diddle all the kids here. Got to instill generations of trauma going into the future, you know?
Okay, Mr. Girl.
Oh my
what
God,
the
Mr.
fuck?
Girl.
As real life imitated parody too much, do I have to become more extreme with jokes? Apparently with that Don't Look Up movie, they ran into an issue where like they wrote the movie like a few years ago. And then like because of the pandemic, they're like, we need to make this more ridiculous because like the parody's not enough. Like it's
And then
just
it
too
just
much
ended
like
up being
resembling
reality anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're
that
like, well,
sucks.
we need to amp everything up again.
Yeah.
I thought the movie was alright. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, my wife liked it a lot. I haven't watched it, but basically
It's pretty long. It's like over 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, the complaint. Okay, so the complaint is that it bounces between like humor and seriousness, where it's like we're facing an existential crisis. People don't understand that it's an existential crisis, and they want to profit from the existential crisis. And there's a bunch of people who are screaming about it being an existential crisis. And that's where like the frustration is, because it bounces between reality and humor too often, where it seems like it's no longer satire because it's just describing reality. So yeah.
I think I fell asleep in the middle of it, so I don't have a balanced critique of it. It was very long.
You
It
were
was
like the
2.5
most
hours.
passionate advocate for this fucking movie, and you fell asleep halfway through.
I think I fell asleep for like 30 minutes in the middle, kind of woke up and was like, oh, I guess this is still fucking on
Okay,
for some
can
reason.
anybody tell me if the Leonardo DiCaprio fucking meme where it's like, oh no, don't turn 25, you're so cute, don't do it, is that real or is that not real?
There's no fucking way.
I mean,
Is
it
that
might
from
be.
like Romeo and
No,
Juliet?
there's no fucking way.
No, dude, he's like fucking 50 and he's like Snapchatting 19-year-olds and he's like, yo, don't turn 25. That makes you too old. That makes you too old for me to
Whoa.
fuck.
Jesus.
Just times 2 plus
what
7.
movie would
Leonardo
that be?
DiCaprio doesn't go for that shit.
It's not a movie. It's just like him. It's like a clip or like a meme that someone.
It's like a Snapchat. I think
It's
it's
from
a fucking,
Snap.
I think it's a text.
Well, it's just like the snap where it's some dude who's like laying in bed like, oh no, don't commit suicide. You're so sexy. It's like no one said that. No one said that.
Okay. You
Hey,
say
fresh
I'll
bodies
find
are
it for you.
number
I'll
Hey.
find it for you.
you assert that nobody has said that, and yet I see the equivalent of that on my Twitter timeline
No.
at all times.
No, it's the way it's done. Here, I'll send it to you. It's just the way it's done. It's just no.
Okay, so there's this guy from like it's a TV series. I forget what the fuck it's called, but it's basically like about two brothers, and it's on the WB, and they hunt like demons or some shit. And there's a picture of this guy like rolling his eyes in the back of his head like he's gonna come. And so basically the meme is like when the captain says that you're flying above 30,000 feet and you're a foot fetishist. So like, so I cross out foot fetishist and I put horny leftist, and it's because there's no difference. You guys are a bunch of degenerate fucks.
Oh my god.
Yo, listen, I would. Okay. Christian Valera says, "What the fuck, Connor? How do you not recognize Supernatural?" And he's right. Thank you.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was Supernatural. That's when that's all
Supernatural.
that like really weird like fan fiction about like these two brothers fucking each other. Did you not know that about Supernatural?
Yo,
Got a very large following.
Silver, yeah, Connor. Okay, well, Connor's he doesn't have his headphones on. Check those DMs, Connor.
Yo, I know I DM'd you like no. I mailed you your fucking your shit that you fucking left here. I think you need to mail me the fucking Sudoku knife, okay?
The Doku knife.
Yo,
What?
did you say that there's a fan fiction where the brothers fuck each other?
Yeah, no.
There's
Oh,
a
that was
fanfic of
in
everything.
it was in an episode of the show.
Wait, Connor, do you not know Rule 34?
This is like more than
Wow.
Rule 34. This is like at least like 10
Connor's
times
falling
that.
I
asleep,
am.
There's like
suffering.
very elaborate fan fiction about them having sex with each other.
This is literally Rule 34, right?
Sure.
If there is any sort of like horny content about anything that could ever exist, it exists on the internet. That's Rule 34. It's really fucking simple.
I'll show you some DeviantArt stuff later.
Silver has proclivities,
Why?
okay? Don't judge him.
And with that, Connor, I appreciate you, man. Have a good night, my friend.
Have a good night,
Perfect
Turk.
exit. Good night, Turk.
There you
Good
go.
night,
Thank
Turk.
you for your technological support. I appreciate you. You have a beautiful evening. Or a morning. Oh my god. Okay, listen.
You know what's really amazing? We still
Yeah, go
got
ahead.
like 40 people watching.
Yo, we got 40 people watching on YouTube, and allegedly we have 21 people watching on Twitch. Although I think Twitch like peaks, and then it just keeps at for restream, it just like stays at the peak thing shit.
So here's the best part is we've just had an old friend join us in YouTube chat. Does anyone want to say hi to EM Penner?
Of course I do.
Oh my god, fuck you, Penner.
Do you even know who Penner is?
Yo, of course I know who Petter is.
Oh, well, how do you know who Penner is?
Because
Because
Petter
he's always
fucking
in the chat.
Oh my
caused
God.
drama, was talking
I wish-
shit, said that
I
everything
wish
was anti-white
Penner-
racism.
I wish
Yeah.
Penner the same fate as I do a Russian troop at this point.
My
God damn.
Oh,
my favorite part of the Penner thing is when
Sanctions.
we ostracized him to the Jesse Lee Peterson server, and he felt right at home there. It was adorable. It was like watching like Free Willy just run to his flock of equally retarded,
Whales don't live
wallabies
in
or whatever
flocks.
whales are.
hard.
You know what?
Yeah, I've been up since 7 in the fucking morning.
You know,
know
fuck
what?
Jesse Lee Peterson too. That guy called me a liberal.
Yeah, well,
Yo, but hold up. So
Oh, good.
So I do think that there is a certain amount of right wing that needs to be contained in the playpen that is like Jesse Lee Peterson, where it's like, yeah, racism never existed. It was just tribalism, bro. And on top of that, the tribalism of left versus right is as bad as slavery.
I'm convinced.
I got a question.
I'm
Do you
joining
think
the
all
Black
these
Hebrew
people
Can I talk
Israelites.
in
existed
private?
before, or do you think the social justice warrior wars converted / pushed away so many people?
Wait,
I don't know.
You
I
gotta
just got
say that
so
shit
I just
again.
no. I just got so mad at the left that I started following Jack Posobiec. Okay.
I'm blown away by like how many far right people. I don't know if you guys saw on the news that kid who turned in his fucking dad to the FBI. Shit had me fucking dying for the January 6th shit. But he like recorded his dad on the down low and gave
Yo,
the FBI
we gotta get
everything they
we
need.
gotta get Penner back. He said the JLP server was too far.
No, he's
right for him.
grounded. Yeah,
Oh,
he can go.
no, hold up.
No, he can go to
He says
politically
this shit all the
provoked.
time.
Yeah,
He says this shit all
okay,
the
fine.
time, where he acts like there's nothing wrong, and then he just goes on about the literally the word whiteness is equivalent to the fucking word the N-word. And he says it's the same shit that having
Well,
a whiteness department is
so-
the same word
Listen,
as having like
Did
an
anybody
N-word
just, we should
department
just
at
refer him?
university.
No, let's
I
just refer
agree.
him. No, let's just refer him to Brittany and politically provoked. Okay, he can go hang out with Andrew in the Crucible and go hang out with other
okay,
fucking
yo.
neo-Nazi white supremacists.
All right, so I gotta say we're at 2:38 a.m. Eastern Standard. Okay, Andrew Wilson, the Christian theocrat who doesn't think that authentically gay people exist, is like the nicest host I've ever
He is.
dealt with.
I love Andrew. Andrew's a really I like Andrew. I don't like his takes. I don't like his opinions, but like him as a person is a really good guy.
I don't know what to do with that.
Penner has some bad takes, but Penner's also a fucking human piece of dog shit.
Hmm. All right, well,
Penner,
listen, Penner, I'm
I
gonna
would
fight for
get
you,
lunch
all
with
right?
you, okay?
Listen,
Connor,
I'm,
we need
I'm
to-
gonna
I
jump
would
in the mod
rather-
squad.
I would
They're
rather
gonna talk me. They're gonna talk me out of it, but I'm gonna fight for you. Okay.
I would rather
We
be
need to have
in a
a
jail
conversation.
cell.
If you want to
About
bring
the
the
term
pen
whiteness,
man
buddy.
back,
I would rather be in a jail cell alone that was run by Hillary Clinton than like be anywhere near Penner. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. We got 39 people in YouTube. We got 23 people on Twitch, allegedly. Okay, allegedly. So
Yeah, I just jumped to 23. Yeah.
I would
So,
rather be
I want-
in Benghazi under Hillary's control than fucking talk to Penner.
let me ask the fucking 62 people here who are here. Okay. So we do this shit where like I work out like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's not consistent at all, but I work out like 2 to 3 times a week where I'm lifting like bullshit pussy ass fucking weights, and Silver calls me a fucking homo for lifting the fucking
I never said that.
He
I
called me
was
a homo. He was
commiserating
like,
with you.
"Hey, I need to work out, but you're a fucking pussy for lifting your pussy ass weight." But I do my best despite fucking Silver bullying me in public. So the question is, put 1s in chat if you want that to be live, and put 2s if you want that to be a fucking Discord thing. Okay?
I'd rather
no-
Mr. Girl watch my kid than to talk to E.M. Penner again.
Connor, I want you to just quickly look at the stream chat thing. Not like, sorry, it's confusing. The channel in Discord called Stream Chat, and just read Penner's ban reason.
I will. Hold on.
I'll just do it. It's fine. His ban reason cited as extreme, extreme lack of understanding of any concept that you could define with context. Incredible person.
Okay,
It was
listen.
a journey. This is terrible for all Slayers' mental health, but Penner, I unbanned you, okay? I might regret this later on, but, I did it.
Okay, Penner, we can regret this later on, and then we can
I
reban.
think I already regret it, yeah.
But no, but we can
maybe he learned some lessons.
Give
He's
him,
willing to come into voice chat once a year.
Yo, so it's like it's the 5th, okay? It's Saturday. Give Penner until the 10th.
It's the 4th.
Give him till the 10th to redeem himself. and then just fucking reban him. He's a good duder. He's trying his best. He just fucking hates her goddamn guts.
No, he's not. No, he's not. That's the problem.
Yo, give it to.
If he was trying his best, he would have actually taken like the modicum of effort to that when I offered him that like maybe some little bit of advice that he could have gone like, sure, let's at least talk. Didn't do it once. He didn't try his best at all.
Okay. Give it till the 10th for him to do his best. I fucking love it.
No, that's fine. We'll give him to the 10th.
In the gulag.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna.
Old school. Old school says there's gonna be a lot from tonight you'll regret later on.
Hey.
I don't think so.
Player really quick.
I've been half naked once. I've been mildly buzzed, and I got like, what is it, like $3,000 towards fucking body armor and night vision goggles for fucking Ukrainian armed forces.
Actually,
last I checked, it was
your
around
dad
like
bod is banned
2,400
right
is what we're at from chat. Yeah.
Okay, so 2,400 from chat, 1,500 from me. So me and Tay. So you're talking about 3,900 4K. That's at least a couple of ceramic plates. That's at least a night vision goggle set. That is fine.
I don't know what kind of plates y'all getting that are fucking $3,000. Holy shit.
I don't know. What do Sappies cost?
Like hundreds.
I don't know if you just quickly Photoshop that, Sam, or if you just had that on hand.
I had it on deck.
Hell yeah.
What did you post? Wait, where?
Very
Good
posted
text.
Return of the King, and she immediately responded, Return of the fucking retard.
Yeah.
And the timing was perfect. 10 out of 10.
How the fuck is it? Just because I was on the Reverie? Is that like the only reason why I thought the R slur was actually bad? Because I've been like,
I'm not. Oh,
I'm giving the beta tag from the moment he posts in this fucking server.
Taze, I'm gonna
live.
Taze, I'm gonna do you a solid. I got mad at you like 2 months ago, and I tagged you with conversationally challenged. I don't think you ever noticed, but I'm gonna remove it right now.
That's just rude.
I don't remember what it was. I was like, how long will it take him to notice? And I just genuinely forgot.
Wait, how hard can I go? How hard can I go? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna I'm attempting something.
Okay, the point is we bought 11 Sappy plates, which if you factor in that's front and back plates, let's just round it up to an even 12. So that's gonna be 3,700, right? So
I like the idea of facilitating funding war in another country. I get it. I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
I finally understand what all these billionaires are up to.
So divide by 2. Yeah, so dude, we just got body armor for we got body armor for 6 goddamn Ukrainians.
Fuck yeah.
It's not nothing. It's fucking great. Listen, I'm just gonna say it. Vash and Hassan are fucking pussies, and they should use their money to make the world a better place.
Facts.
Whoa.
This is 100%
That's
true.
supererogatory.
Look, when I become a conservative video essayist, I am going to yell about Hassan.
How about you just edit videos for me, and then you could just piggyback off my giant big boy leftist brain?
You're retarded.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure the left has fucking
so...
peaked and it's gonna crash. Like I'm pretty sure. Like it's already on the fucking crash. No offense, but like the entire Ukraine war, literally 50% of your fucking punditry was like, hey, when Russia fucking invades Ukraine, that's actually secretly based, and then fucking yeah. And then fucking 50% of your fucking base was like, hey, this is actually bad, actually, and they were called liberals. So no offense, but leftism is pretty fucked at this point.
I feel like it's just this weird online strange space. I don't know if those are people. I'm convinced they're just Russian bots.
What other space exists? What are we talking about?
I don't know. Like a niche part of the internet of people who don't really count and are probably just Russian bots. I was going to tell myself that.
Okay, so Froggy Style for $5 says, I like Warhammer Fantasy. Someone sell me on Warhammer 40k. Number one, you just need to jump into my fucking playlist and watch Astartes, like explained by a Marine or whatever the fuck the title is. So let me try to sell it on to you. 9-foot-tall, genetically engineered space racists murder everybody with machine guns that are actually grenade launchers. And there's people with magic powers, but the people with magic powers are fueled by the devil.
You know, I don't understand. Hold on. This makes no sense to me. I like Warhammer Fantasy, okay? And by the way, I'm not even a Warhammer person, okay? But if you like Warhammer Fantasy, you like the world. Who doesn't like giant fucking mutants with massive fucking weapons that just blow everything up? What?
People who enjoy plot, people who don't just
This is
skip
really
to
fucking easy.
23 minutes and watch for 30 seconds.
But I have a question. So, like, fantasy sounds like a pain in the ass because you actually have to wear, like, chainmail armor and actual plate armor and then walk around in it. That sounds like a pain. That sounds like back pain to me. That sounds terrible. Whereas, could you imagine power armor in which there's, like, a miniature nuclear power plant that powers your armor that makes you capable of simultaneously holding a grape between your fingers and crushing a human skull with the same hand? Why is power armor not infinitely better than plate armor?
Plate armor looks cooler.
Also, I just wanted to point out
what
Poon Head came through, was in the chat for a minute, and donated $6.90. Very funny, and said you're funnier than leftists. So,
thank you.
Congrats.
Who did?
Poon Head.
Yeah.
Connor, when we doing another bathtub stream?
Whatever the fuck you want, bud.
I want to expose my nipples to more people.
Hold up, bathtub stream?
No, yeah, we're going up. We're going up to the next level.
Visual.
Yeah, we did. Okay.
Kitty
Look,
I'm
I've
still
seen
mad
the
that they're
bathtub.
recording
There's
that
no
video.
room. There's no room.
We'll find a way.
Okay,
I'll be Little Spoon or Big Spoon, whatever. I'm not picky.
Thank you, Chrome VOD, for saying that power armor definitely looks cooler. I have no idea why the fuck you guys think plate armor looks cooler. Like, I have no fucking idea. But okay.
What kind of fucking degenerate thinks that?
Why wouldn't you think that? Then, yeah. So, basically, Vordred is coming to see me on the 20th. I'm going to give him my old computer. He's going to give me some Warhammer miniatures. Then, I was going to say after that, I am down for, like, another Dad Bod stream because I think we kind of failed it on the last one. But, like, you know, if we could find, like, an actual hot tub. What's that?
I'm working on this, Dad Bod. We could buy like one of those. What's it called? Like the
Thank you, potato.
The temporary ones or something. What's the word I'm looking for here? Like the not inflatable. There's something like in between that. Yeah, dude. Let's just do that. My parents. Yeah, we'll just set it up in my parents' house. They won't question it. It'll be fine.
Fair. And then
got a big old enclosed deck area we can use, or not deck, like a mosquito net thing or whatever. I don't know. What
I've got a deck you can use.
Okay, whoever this white Polish shirt made of gold, you can eat my fucking ass with this glory to Putin, death to Nazism. Yeah, that's why fucking Russia needs to die because of all the fucking Nazism that exists in him. Fuck you.
Can isn't that okay? I gotta point this shit out real quick. So, Christian Valera says, okay, Potato gave us $5. Thank you. Like Russians are fueled by potatoes, so the fact that you would give us $5 to kill Russians is fucking weird. But thank you for the $5. Then Christian Valeris at Counterpoints, is CTV going to show up for this stream this time? No, we're going to bed in like literally 10 fucking minutes.
I think he was talking about. I think they were talking about the hot tub stream or whatever.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's only like an hour away or some shit. So yeah, we could probably figure that out. Yeah, he's like on the south side.
Connor, moderate a debate. Do it.
I'm just going to dox myself. I'm in Orlando. I'm about 30 minutes north of downtown Orlando. CTV is about 45 minutes south of downtown Orlando. So it is an hour and 15 minutes, and it is a pain in the ass. But considering that GKR was willing to drive, like, I don't know, 90 minutes to 2 hours in order to hang out with us twice, that was fucking based. So thank you.
I'm literally I'm in Orlando like all the time.
Across the fucking country.
Yeah, but that makes you like
I'm special too.
That makes you kind of pathetic, Taze. Like me, it's like an honorable thing, you know. I'm just a bro driving.
For me investing
thirsty
in a YouTube channel.
I saw you and you were just
creator.
dripping
I
in
know
moist.
I can support.
Listen,
and then I believe it.
I'm not gonna lie. Tay's literally so this feels like yesterday, but Tay, this is deep lore, okay? Tay's fucking DM me and he was like, "Hey, I like what you do. I don't feel like you're a fucking asshole. Here's this logo. Fucking, if you like it, awesome. If you don't like it, whatever. In that DM alone, I was like, we got to be doing something right. If I got a talented motherfucker who knows what the fuck he's doing, who has a goddamn logo, who fucking, he knows graphic design and all that kind of shit, we got to be doing something right. So even if we're fucking up left, right, and center, we have intelligent, talented people who are paying attention. So GKR was my first guy who was like, I have an IQ above 80, and I'm willing to debate you. That was the first time that I thought that we were going to be doing something. And then
then you realized he had a 60 IQ and it fucked everything.
Listen, it's got to be like 79.5, okay? Listen, he's got to be somewhere out there. Then Taze reaching out with the fucking logo. I was like, listen, we got to be doing something right. You know what I'm saying? So
get all this free labor.
Yeah. So here we are, capitalizing off of his free labor, taking it from him in order to in order to benefit the global bourgeoisie by taking that money and giving it to class false conscious proletarian Ukrainians to kill false class conscious Russian proletarians. We got to be doing something right, okay?
That's what I like more than some Slav on Slav violence, Just let the degenerates kill each other.
No more brother wars.
Squat on each other. They're just gonna squat on each other. They're 100%. Yo, if they actually don't fucking full on Slav squat, fucking teabag each person that they
and what was the point of this war? What was the point of this war if you don't do a fucking Slav squat on top of the corpses that you kill? 100%. As a matter of fact, that's going to be part. So I made a general counterinsurgency an insurgency advice video that is doing okay. It's like at 8K views or some shit like that. The next one will include, if you don't squat on the corpses of your enemies, then what is the point of this fucking war?
Don't die while squatting on the corpse of your enemies. Teabag's not worth the
once
sniper round.
safe, find your closest pair of clean Adidas track pants and then squat on the corpses of your enemies. And then otherwise, what's the point of being in a fucking Ukrainian war if you're not fucking squatting on your enemies?
Doing war crimes, right? Yeah,
100%. I mean, it's way better than pissing on your enemies, which is what the United States is up to. So you gotta.
And I can't believe that was so blown out of proportion. I mean, yeah, it's bad propaganda-wise. It was not great.
Can I,
guys? If this is what's getting put up, we're not doing too bad.
Can I defend some war crimes real quick? So GKR, can I defend some war crimes real quick? So what happened?
Our first conversation was about taking over South and Central America and merging them into the United States, and I was like, democratically? You're like, yeah, democratically. I was like, I don't. You just kept quoting. I'm like, this son of a bitch.
Democratically. Listen, I'm just saying they'd probably be better off if we fucking democratically fucking brought them into the United States, okay?
But why is it in quote signs?
Listen, just democratically bring them in, they could benefit, it'd be great. So anyway, American war crimes that I will defend. So basically what happened was Gassim, our good friend Gassim, showed up for the fucking end of the panel. Thank you, buddy.
Some reels spelled incorrectly for some reason.
Appreciate it. So it's like Qatari fucking dollars or some shit. Which is crazy because I don't even think he's in Qatar. He's someplace else. What the fuck? But
let's look up Qatari real.
Yeah.
Okay. Good enough.
So the point being, war crimes I will defend. So a Afghan Taliban or insurgent group blew up some American military service members, and then they took parts of their bodies and then tied them up into a tree. Okay? So imagine being American walking down a fucking patrol zone, and then you see a blown off leg with American uniform hanging from a fucking tree, right? You're going to be like, fuck these motherfuckers. Fuck them in their stupid fucking asses. I'm going to put some 308 in their ass. So that's what the sniper team did. They sat on the fucking same patrol zone that this Afghan fucking bomb squad fucking sat on. And then they killed those motherfuckers. And then they videotaped themselves pissing on the corpses. Now, getting peed on is not fun. I'm not going to try to pretend
that's
that
debatable.
It's fun. It is debatable.
Oh
So
my
getting
Your
God.
opinion.
getting peed on based off of your perspective is not fun. But if you're dead, you probably don't give a shit. And then on top of that, if you're the kind of motherfucker that takes a corpse or a part of a corpse and ties it up into a tree, I don't give a shit if your fucking corpse gets peed on. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is this fucking videotape makes it onto CNN. This is the clip that I'll regret later. Basically, it gets put onto CNN. All of the people who are involved in the video get like court-martialed. Half of them get acquitted, half of them get convicted. And one of the motherfuckers was going to be moving to Orlando, Florida. And unfortunately, he ate his gun before he moved to Orlando, or else I would be his best friend. So he ate his gun because he saw Taliban put body parts into a tree, and then he decided to kill those motherfuckers and piss on their corpses. Here's the thing. This person was on his third deployment. During his second deployment, he was in Afghanistan. He caught shrapnel to the neck. It slit his carotid. He was bleeding into his own throat, and his lungs were filling up with blood, and he thought that he was going to drown in his own blood. So he said, fuck it, I'm going to eat my own Beretta. And he fucking brings a pistol up to his temple, and the doc runs up to him, punches the fucking pistol out of his hand, stops the bleeding, pumps the blood out of his lungs, and saves his life. And this is the motherfucker that volunteered for another deployment in which he committed a war crime. I'm not defending the war crime. I'm just saying that if you are going to have a commercial, imperial, American hegemony, then maybe you don't force the soldiers that are willing to almost kill themselves in the most fucked up situation possible, who then commit war crimes. Maybe you don't force them to resign in disgrace to the point that they kill themselves. And so while this took a little bit of a heavy fucking turn, it sucks. It sucks that we're fucking supporting American hegemony. It sucks that we're supporting the American empire. It sucks that we're supporting all of this bullshit. And then it fucks over the people that we care about. So, should you pee on Afghan Taliban corpses? Probably not.
Also debatable.
Probably not.
Also debatable. Thank you, Samantha.
There was a fuck. I don't remember what it was I was listening to or reading recently. Definitely listening to. I think it was a podcast that just came on randomly. So, it's talking about how during like Iraq and maybe Afghanistan too. I think it was mainly about Iraq. How there's a lot of U.S. soldiers doing like corpse desecration. Turned into like a dick measuring contest of who could like fuck up the most corpses in the weirdest ways. So like I forgot what the term is, like, but like when you shoot him in the head, it just splits open in such a way where it just like fans out. What's it called?
Canoe.
Yes, canoeing, right? So there was like way too many people getting canoed because they would kill them and then canoe them to take pictures. So like as a one-off incident, I guess I understand how that seems like kind of fucked up, and like sending someone back who went through all that just seems like maybe don't do that. But in terms of like widespread like corpse desecration and other shit like that, I don't know. You got to step on it somewhere.
Yeah, you got to stand you got to stand against that shit 100%. And so, yeah, I'm with you. There could be more fucked up shit that I'm not taking into my calculus that could absolutely alter the trajectory of this shit. So, for instance, if this was like a one-off where they were emotionally frustrated because of the fucked up shit that happened to their brothers in arms, I would be willing to give that a pass. If this was a systemic thing where they were like, hey, we're just going to fuck people up because we feel like it, then fuck them. You know, like we can't let that shit slide. So that's where, fuck it. I mean, it sucks one way or the other. And I'm trying to think of how to fucking close this out because we are hitting fucking 3 a.m.
We had him pass, sir.
Yeah, so let's summarize it real quick. I don't want people. Okay, Ukraine fought their asses off past the point that we thought they were going to make. I think the United States, I think NATO, I think Western Europe, I think Russia thought that Ukraine was not going to survive a couple of days. We thought they were going to capitulate instantaneously. So the fact that Zelensky continued to fight on is amazing. The fact that Ukrainians continue to fight on is amazing. The fact that even the Ghost of Kiev, even if it's war propaganda, the fact that there were Ukrainian pilots who were willing to go up against a superior air force and fight for the sovereignty of their nation is fucking amazing. So if we can reward that through what we've done tonight, then that is beautiful, and I want to do that. That
And
being
just to add
said,
on to that, the Ghost of Kiev, we all need to remember him and imagine him being that same pilot from like Independence Day, that old farmer who's drunk and just gets back in the plane. He's like, "All right, Russians, fuck you guys." Just crazy drunk farmer guy. Yeah, that's him, the Ghost of Kiev.
heroes are flawed, and so war is fucked up. War is it's people killing other people, and it's young men killing other young men, and I don't want anybody to have any illusions about that shit. Part of the reason why I've said 20% of this is going to humanitarian relief for the refugees, and 80% of this is going to the war effort, is because I don't want anybody who's donated to be under any illusions. We are helping support men who are fighting other men who are going to hurt and kill other men. Okay? Even if we buy them body armor or NVGs or infrared, I don't want you to fucking think that we are not supporting those people do bad shit to other people. But if we can help Ukraine negotiate a peaceful settlement that actually secures a free and sovereign state that makes the entire region better, unfortunately, this is the nature of the business, and I don't want you to be under any illusions. So while we fucked around, we memed, we bullshitted this, that, the other, I don't want you to be under any illusions about what we did here tonight. We paid young men to go fuck up other young men, but we're doing so in the hopes that the future will be better. And that's all it is. So, it sucks, but this is what we do. This is what they do. And if we can help them, then we're going to, because it does make the difference. Using shitty quote, snowflake makes up a fucking avalanche. A little bit of fucking effort. The starfish story where like a person takes a starfish, he throws it back into the ocean. The old man says, "Why are you doing that? There's hundreds of starfish on the beach. Why are you even fucking around with this shit? It doesn't matter." And then the young person says, "It matters to that one." And then he picks up another starfish and he throws it back into the ocean. Even if we're spit in the fucking ocean, we have tiny, tiny, tiny impacts with our lives. If we can have those tiny impacts and it's for the positive, we have to make judgment calls and we have to have those impacts. So, I think we're going to wrap it up. GKR, thank you for being the first person with a 79.5 IQ who debated me.
Thank you.
If you didn't do that, we wouldn't be here today. Silver, thank you for being one of the people who says, "Hey, I'm here for the fucking grind. If we can fucking make this into something, we will. And if we won't, we won't." Taze, thank you for working without wages for the better part of fucking 6 months, taking a 40% rev share and then sacrificing that rev share so we can give it to other people who are fighting for their fucking lives. It means a fucking shitload to me that I asked you and within 30 seconds I had a reply that said, "Of course." That tells me that we've recruited the quality of person that I'm looking for. And so that's amazing to me. Thank you. And then Samantha, you've given insane technical and financial support to this community, and you've been a good friend while we've been doing all this shit. Despite your spicier bullshit that drives Tiberius and myself crazy, you are a phenomenal person, and I wish you well, and I want you to remain a part of who we are. So thank you for being here as well. And I think I'm going to pop it onto the good night section of the stream. But do you guys want to go down the line and say whatever you want to say?
I just want to commend you on that beautiful shout out of like all the great thing Taze did, and Sam, how they helped you out. And then for me, it's just like this asshole came and yelled at me when I had 30 subscribers. And he just kept yelling at me. And he just wouldn't shut up. And then so I was just like, I gotta
And
keep
now
talking.
you won't leave.
And now I just won't leave. He just stuck with me forever.
But we would not be here if it wasn't for you. If
So
anything,
basically, Taze is my progeny.
yeah. He's like your son.
Right,
Yeah.
Connor's
Like
is
he-
GKR 2.0.
Tanner.
Came from my balls.
His name is Tanner.
No, how can you even forget the fact that
Shut up,
my name is
Skylar.
Skylar this year? Yes, holy shit.
I forgot. Last
For
year
someone,
he was
for
Tanner.
someone, hold up. For someone
Every
who cares
year
so
I'm
much
giving
about
him a new white
pronouns,
name.
You should probably call me by my right name. Holy shit.
Oh my! You can't even get my gender right. Okay, they left the option.
When have I ever called you anything but her?
No,
or
but
she?
that's my pronouns, not my gender. Okay, when the government document
Yeah,
said,
you fucking
when the government
dude.
document gave me 3 options, like male, female, and other, and then left a line for me to fill out, they fucked up. Because instead of checking either one of those, I checked other, and I filled it out with the entire Navy SEAL copy pasta. So my gender identity is the entire Navy SEAL copy pasta. Eat
That's a
shit,
mouthful
Joe.
right there.
Let's
I
get now.
That was good. That was good.
I have a hot Ukraine take. Can we do that real quick before we end?
No, we should
Yeah,
end on
I'd
the
love
hot
to.
Ukrainian
No, it's too late.
women
I want to
military
put my one thing up.
bangers.
So, I'm basing this based off like reading Wikipedia. So this is not like a hard fast position, but basically like I was looking at public. I think Destiny and whatever his name is mentioned this in their weird debate with those two insane people. But there was like a dumb bullshit vote done in Crimea to determine like would you rather be Russian or some other weird thing. But even when you look at other like that one was like sort of bullshit. But when you look at other like public policy public polling done by like outside parties, Crimea in particularly identifies with like its Russian ancestry and would rather be part of Russia to the tune of like 90+%. And just saying like that, voting on that is like illegitimate. Just seems weird to me to not give like a regionally distinct group of people some semblance of autonomy. Like it'd be like if Texas somehow had like a very high identification with Mexico and then wanted to join Mexico instead of being part of the United States. Like it's just sort of weird not to have a mechanism to enable something like that.
Wait,
yeah.
okay,
It's like
wait,
if
hold
a
on.
disproportionate amount of Texans identified with America and then we wanted to annex it, it would be morally justified, 100%.
So-
GKR,
no,
yeah,
this is
100%.
genuinely-
I think you should have a
genuinely-
mechanism for some place to like
Hold
join
on.
an entity or like leave an entity and join another entity. And if you
Okay,
get like
no. Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. This is okay. So we're either one inviting another country to annex that territory based on some level of heritage, right? This is like what you seem to be appealing to. Is that like
no,
my
sorry, the
feels
heritage
this-
thing.
Oh,
hold on,
no?
hold on. The heritage thing
Hold
wasn't
on,
important.
okay.
So what I was really
so then
focusing on.
what is
like,
the, so if some portion
What's the
of
defining
this
factor?
specific area, or even like the majority of this group that is
Yeah.
a sovereign portion of a nation says, we feel like being a part of that other nation, they should just be allowed to go like, oh yeah, we'll just
there should be a process.
we'll just have
for
that
it.
other country
Like a
that's gonna
thing.
roll in with some tanks and we'll draw some new lines.
No. So like that's not okay. Like I don't like I sorry I didn't mean to imply
no,
that like
okay,
certain
so-
things are
so-
okay.
It's like if
So
the
should
U.S.
should that
Army
initial country
annexed the
willingly
state of
just give
Texas,
up the land?
100%. Yeah.
Sorry, say it again, Tez.
So should that sovereign nation just willingly go like, oh yeah, you can just have the land?
Well, so like the land has people on it, and those people ideally have some degree of sovereignty over and self-determination over who they want to be, right? Like the government in which they want to exist under. You vote for your own
Okay,
people. You have a say over.
So-
forfeiture,
okay,
just take
so-
it from them.
so let's just-
kick them out.
Yeah, let's just say that you've got a country and that like I don't know, Ukraine, who
I
is
don't
just recently
support the
discovered.
invasion
Hold
part.
on,
I don't.
hold on.
Just
No,
to be clear.
that's fine, it's fine. But let's just say you've got a country like I don't know, a country called Ukraine, imaginary country, right?
Sure.
And this country has just very recently discovered like 2 major oil fields within its boundaries that are going to allow it to like potentially conflict within with the economy of another neighboring country. And then so that neighboring country goes like, hey, actually, like we've got a bunch of people in your like in this one portion that just happens to like contain one of these major oil fields that like really identifies with us. So you should just like that land should kind of be ours. And
Okay.
so this country,
Well,
the sovereign nation,
it's
as a
not-
government, should, like,
GKR.
just go like,
You're
This is the kind of
major resources.
autism that can carry on to the to the Discord. So
Okay.
So we're we're doing shout outs and we're calling it
Sorry.
out.
Yeah,
So
I just wanna give my one quick
I
shout-out,
did
though.
my I love Taze, I love Silver, I love GKR, I love Samantha. Do any of you want to hop on the I love train,
Sure.
or do you just want to call it a fucking night?
I want to say
wanna
that
call it
I have officially left like 95% of all the discords regarding politics, and the only 3 that are left are, well, my own, because that's mandatory, Counterpoints, and Tiberius, because y'all are my friends. I left everything else because your community is what and what we're all talking about and working towards with your project is something that I really believe in, and I've been consistent in that. And I think that that is something we should promote, and that's something I want to promote and be a part of. As long as we can throw EM Penner out repeatedly.
That's fine. We'll bring him back for
however,
a week. We'll kick him out for like 6 months, and then we'll bring him back for a week.
I love the fact that I can come on a Saturday or whatever and just hang out, and you work out and we talk shit. And GKR shows up sometimes. I like GKR. I give him shit, but I like GKR. Silver's okay, I guess. And Skylar. Skylar's probably one of the best people you'll ever meet. So like what you were saying about Tanner, Taze, Skylar earlier about him being like the stand-up person. It's like, yeah, no, sure, fuck it, give them the money. Like, yeah, that he's just that type of person, and I've told him that numerous times. So he's well aware of my thoughts on like the type of men in the world that we are in serious like there's a serious lack of these types of men still around, and your community seems to attract most of the good ones. So you're doing something right, Connor.
Beautiful.
And then you have a couple of Nazis every once in a while, but whatever.
It is nice that this server requires like no
really
moderation.
low,
and
Oh
seems
my
to-
god, this whole server is nothing but
emotional damage.
Fuck.
God.
All right, so I
Okay.
want to end on a high note. So, Silver, if you have something to say, say it, and then fucking Taze will write us out, and then we'll call it.
Yeah, love you all. I don't know if you know, but Taze Down came and visited me a little over
Fuck
a
yeah.
month ago, and he is indeed like 5'7". So don't let him tell you anything different.
Listen, at least he's taller than fucking Haas and Destiny.
Dude.
Okay, dude,
God,
he's
I
got
wanna
he's
see
got a
that.
serious
The whole
inch on
more
those
Hobbit,
motherfuckers.
Man. That shit had me
Isn't Dusty like
fucking
5'8"?
dying.
He's not even that short, right?
Nah, he's
I'm
That's
5'11".
pretty fucking short, but I mean, I don't hold that
Okay,
against
buddy.
him.
All
Like,
right,
I don't
Taze,
know.
I'm about to piss my fucking pants. Fucking
Yeah.
ride us
Yeah.
out on a
Okay.
high note.
Look, I appreciate all you guys and everyone in the community that's kind of participated. This stream is really cool to me because this is like the culmination of a lot of the shit that I've hoped we've been able to build. I'm glad Connor's been able to build a really cool community that's willing to like contribute to this kind of shit. We're trying to build some mutual aid stuff. The fact that even simple shit like Vordred driving up to pick up an old computer that we were able to build for Connor, his new one, and now we can give away his old one to a members community. They have now access to a lot of different things. We can give money. We're going to be spinning up our Discord and being able to like contribute to other people and communities. Like, this is fucking awesome. I want us to actually make a difference. And I think it was really, really fucking cool. The way Connor discussed it, at least it stuck with me. And this is kind of the mentality to me, is that, as you said earlier, there's a lot of buzzwords that we like to throw around, and there are people that are literally living through this day in and day out in fucking Kiev, all over Ukraine, and that are actually going through the things that we have to fight through and fight for in order to preserve this life that we get to live in the US. And I think it's important that we keep this perspective and we keep this idea of what we're actually trying to preserve and what we think is important. And when we don't actually stand up to these things, this is kind of what stands in front of us. So I absolutely love the fact that I've had the opportunity to be a part of this. I love the fact that we have this community, and I'm just appreciative of Connor. I'm appreciative of everyone on this panel that has been in here to talk and hang out and be super fucking cool. I've met so many fucking cool people in the space, and I just hope that, like, if this space is representative of the average fucking people that exist in the world, then we can fucking do something good within our lifetimes. And you know what? That's the biggest fucking hopium we could fucking have. It's just that, like, some of the people that we met here, that these are normal people, and that we're gonna meet them all over the place through our fucking lives. So,
Based, love you guys. I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you, and also I'm gonna black pill fucking Taze a little bit. We're unfortunately, like, as many assholes as we have in our community, we're the cream
I
of the
know.
crop, which is like that's
I
unfortunate.
didn't want to take him down. You know,
Yo,
It's okay.
isn't that like,
It's okay.
yo, isn't that unfortunate? Because he's like, these are gonna be the average motherfuckers, and I'm like, no, these are the smart motherfuckers, and we're all
It's
stupid
okay.
as fuck.
Hey,
We're all stupid as fuck.
we have
You know
like
what the best part
50%
is?
conservatives and 50% like not conservatives basically on the server, and none of them are Trump supporters. Like that's how you know this is just a completely fucked space.
you know what?
Alright.
I don't care. That's fine. Because if we've got this many fucking dumb fucks that are willing to follow along with some of our shit, I think we're doing something okay. Because as long as they go like, yeah, you know what? They're saying something right. I think we're winning. So
My long term goals for this upcoming 6-month period is to get Kudu to vote for Beto O'Rourke